几时同我赛一场？
等你赢下复活赛，我就跟你赛一场。
常规赛？
不，总决赛。
我想清楚了，我要让全市人都知道，我凯豹不是豹将军，而是豹将军。
我想，我们是时候赛一场。
还不是时候。
为什么？
我研究过你的比赛，虽然你博弈很强，但是你运营不够，赛场瞬息万变，你每次着急就一定会出现失误，特别是你最后几场比赛，每次都调整不好心态，除非你能克服这个问题，否则你斗不过我。
你好，有什么需要帮忙的吗？
帮不了我，我找复活赛的神。
复活赛的神，你什么意思？笑话我是吗？
昨晚我输给了一名常年伙伴，他习惯用冲拳这种接右距，他的剑很快，我只看到他用的是一把少阳剑。
你知道他什么？
你是特工嘛？如果你查到他的话，麻烦跟他说一声。不要跟别人比较，你要赢的是你自己。
吴志杰，职业 ID GST225，当年的捷杯世界亚军。福州选手来这儿砍树，真是可惜了。
凭什么不让我砍树啊？
地水湖电视台，您现在正在收看的是2023 Nbpl 男子篮球总决赛的现场。大家好，我是今天的解说员任栋，
我是任一。
那么今天的话，两支队伍也已经悉数登场了，双抓队和拆火队，今天究竟谁可以获得冠军？让我们拭目以待。尤其是梦游大帝，他的身高将成为他的优势之一。小雷神更是经常带2名女学员共同训练，人送绰号“飞雷雷”啊。
二位站一边去。
比赛正式开始了。
好，同时我们也注意到拆火队的几名选手，他们的颜值非常优异啊！右这边的进攻，
在双抓队的猛烈攻势下，拆火队现在暂时落后。那么可以看到3号位顶级上场的 The King 选手已经非常的疲惫了。
在这个关键时刻 ，LYD 能不能带领自己的队伍逆转局势呢？
太难了！双抓队的阵型固若金汤 ，LYD 根本就切入不进去啊！
我们一定要提前进圈。
直到最后一刻都不可以放弃希望。如果死心的话，比赛就已经结束了。
老戴，你最辉煌的时刻是什么时候？是首届捷杯上被誉为风之地的时代吗？而我的话，就是现在了。
经过了短暂的休整之后的话呢，我们继续回到比赛现场。两 TD 关键的第4节，终于迎来了自己上场的机会。
看到他们接球进攻，持续的接球进攻，谁能够阻挡我们梦游大帝的步伐呢？
是 LYD， 他盖掉了梦游。
比赛即将结束，这将是拆火队的最后一次进攻机会。
LYD 将球传给了图图，梦幻转身，急停起跳，0秒出手，他能否创造奇迹？
Holding that neutral with the Dragon Sword is such a lethal thing. All of these with the nunchucks and G-Shot is going to be able to connect here. AOW might force the pop over. The Assassin's Lunge come out as well. AOW might not stop into the circle here, trying to go for that third grab. Mike getting super low. The Assassin's Lunge shot able to take him out here.
Wang Lang, so Wang Lang's gonna get the opportunity to get a full carousel here, but no! Yiran able to follow it up with the F. Wang Lang loses their best opportunity to make something happen, and Yiran so in control of this. Wang Lang, however, will find the scale up.
We're gonna machine, go for the 1-2, switching to the musketeer, and AOW Mike with a huge parry coming through. We're gonna see the ultimate pop out from Iran. Mike already got that cooldown, gets one heal off, but the backstab is gonna be super detrimental here, so we're gonna see the charge come off. It is a little bit harder to see the charge. Almost gets that combo off, and it looks like Mike is gonna bring the combo the other way here. Absolutely blitzed by J-Team's action here, taking another longsword slash to the face, getting caught in the bubble. We're going to see the ultimate come out from both of them here. Pendaman throws one spear, he still has 3 left, and action is now the one getting low. He's going to get caught in it, and Pendaman! It looks like Huangfly came in and stole the kill just at the last second there because of that Mortal Defiance, and Mike with another huge parry here. Another huge parry. Oh my goodness, Mike is on fire right now, coming away with the kill. KLA's Fang with the dagger trying.
Fighter，你一个人怎么跟我打？
这边这么多高手，随便挑一个。
就是他了。
你看我不看，叫你了。
为什么是我？你自己看看，你会不会觉得你在照镜子？来，海豹，我看你挺闲的，过来发牌。
哎，走走。
果然没看错你啊！一队凯豹先走。
这不随便拿捏，2个5。
这个跟牌看似简单，实际上是抓闪，并且拆他小连招，这是精髓啊！
人家打牌，你这装什么啊？好好看，好好学。
你会不会打？哪有人这么炸的？
这个赛季连周冠都没拿过的人，都靠边，都靠边，都靠边。
三瑞希厉害啊，让你一拳，前辈。
3个考拉风带匕首。
你不是只会玩太刀的吗？
老子鼻祖保送进总决，凭什么打不过他？
懂不懂4王的含金量啊？
一队 S 能打吗？
还有没有啊？搞快点，赶紧说。
4条线，我看你怎么打。
啊！单排最强专武都拿出来了，你最大。
如果 A 中闪 A， 升龙狗手，浮空2A， 再来个百叶斩，阁下该如何应对？
如果这么打，很容易失误的。
这么热闹，能凑我玩一个吗？
关于这次决赛，有意向竞争冠军的队伍有21支，复活赛结束，其中7支战队是承受不了这个强度的，那么就剩下14支队伍了。
替神的意思呢？今天请大家过来聚一聚，我们把冠军定一下。除了冠军以外，各位有其他要求，替神都可以满足你们。
那我第一个来，我没什么太大的要求，拿冠军就可以了。
替神，你说的是锦鲤杯战神吗？我劫杯50还没说话，轮得到你在这里装模作样吗
？2年前的劫杯5神就别吹了，不到火罗国不会打，只听过6场的神，还有2场的神吗？
我们有不死流，还有妙杀佛，我们隐身回旋。
我承认阁下的不死流很强，如果我说如果，我如果掏出 F3霓虹叶，阁下又将如何应对？
好了好了，别纸上谈兵了。当场49.8分的记录是我们队拿的，我需要跟你们这些狗分队来商量谁是冠军吗？
你们队的小虎确实挺猛的。
啊？
算了，5星9吧。你不是说你在小区篮球赛狂砍81分算了？复活赛在座的大佬有谁参与？
复活赛怎么了？有些队伍进周决还痛哭流涕呢。我愿意捧杯，替大家哭。
哎，小兄弟虽然没有见过什么大世面，但是早些年在江湖上还是有一些响当当的名号的。
反正总决赛夺冠粉丝见面会已经安排好了，树立一下在女粉心目中的形象，你们就别吵了。
粉丝见面会是给熊猫人办的吗？长得像个方块一样。
你什么意思？
你还是管好你家昊天吧，见着飓风哥多动一动。没事，走2步。总决赛是影帝气还是起飞加蒸发啊？
算了，我不跟复活赛的人一般见识。总决赛我们都已经备战半个月了，论战术我们有世界第一武神，论成绩我们有上届节杯冠军，你们拿什么跟我们比？
哎，小雕啊，拿冠军还得是有资格的。你们神经刀了1个赛季，我们可是统治了整个常规赛啊。
替神，你们统治常规赛已经2年了。你看，我还收藏着你们去年打总决赛的纸尿裤呢。
江湖上兄弟们给你面子，叫你一声替身，真要说成绩，你们还得坐在最边上。
哎，既然都说到这个份上了，那是没得谈喽。我就直说了，这次总决赛和以往不同，我不是针对谁，我是说在座的各位都是垃圾。都睡了1个赛季了，该起床活动活动了。
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Day, Calamity Rising.
我是林小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是写述民歌、写述分手的真心人。
在小兔子的吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平王记可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平王庄是不你在台山嚟以后才可以做嘅，所以我经常南去嘅平王庄对着正在看待新颜，梦想地个台山嚟以后就像平王庄嘅样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几眼信仰头上生好的佛子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平王包容我人唱台，就负我人自由嘅象征。这条台线来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面台线来，也面面教我像啲细时只怪云对平王嘅热爱真心落去。所以我十分坚决将头挂上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平王庄。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅真心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣衫唔只是俾你在相处嘅标志。而是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束，做啲个嘅披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄英雄，我是憧憬平王嘅全岛中嘅一干。爱也是平王，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
几时同我赛一场？
等你赢下复活赛，我就跟你赛一场。
常规赛？
不，总决赛。
我想清楚了，我要让全世界人都知道，我凯豹不是豹将军，而是豹将军。
我想，我是时候赛一场。
还不是时候。
为什么？
我研究过你的比赛，虽然你博弈很强，但是你运营不够，赛场瞬息万变，你每次着急就一定会出现失误，特别是你最后几场比赛，每次都调整不好心态，除非你能克服这个问题，否则你斗不过我。
你好，有什么需要我帮忙的吗？
你帮不了我，我找复活赛的神。
复活赛的神，你什么意思？笑话我是吗？
昨晚我输给了一名常年伙伴，他习惯用中年这种接右锯，他的剑很快，我只看到他用的是一把少阳剑。
你不要发火啊！
你是特工嘛？如果你查到他的话，麻烦跟他说一声。不要跟别人比较，你要赢的是你自己。
吴志杰 ，G ID GST225，当年的捷杯世界亚军。福州选手来这砍树，真是可惜了。
凭什么不让我砍树啊？滴水湖电视台，滴水湖电视台，您现在正在收看的是2023 Nbpl 男子篮球总决赛的现场。大家好，我是今天的解说员任栋，
我是任一。
那么今天的话，两支队伍也已经悉数登场了。双抓队和拆火队，今天究竟谁可以获得冠军？让我们拭目以待。尤其是梦游大帝，他的身高将成为他的优势之一。小雷神更是经常带2名女学员共同训练，人送绰号“飞雷雷”啊。
2号位站一边去。
比赛正式开始了。
好，同时我们也注意到拆火队的几名选手，他们的颜值非常优异啊！右这边的进攻，
在双抓队的猛烈攻势下，拆火队现在暂时落后。那么可以看到3号位顶一上场的 The King 选手已经非常的疲惫了。
在这个关键时刻 ，LYD 能不能带领自己的队伍逆转局势呢？
太难了，太难了！双抓队的阵型固若金汤 ，LYD 根本就切入不进去啊！
我们一定要提前进圈。
直到最后一刻都不可以放弃希望。如果死心的话，比赛就已经结束了。
老戴，你最辉煌的时刻是什么时候？是首届节杯上被誉为风之地的时代吗？而我的话，就是现在了。
经过了短暂的休整之后的话呢，我们继续回到比赛现场。两基地关键的第4节，终于迎来了自己上场的机会。
看到他们接球进攻，持续的接球进攻，谁能够阻挡我们梦游大帝的步伐呢？
是 LYD， 他盖掉了梦游。
比赛即将结束，这将是拆火队的最后一次进攻机会。
LYD 将球传给了图图，梦幻转身，急停起跳，0秒出手，他能否创造奇迹？
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. DAY, Calamity Rising.
返魂花县，12英豪重临战场，不朽桂冠，众少年虎视眈眈。让我们欢迎集结号 GS， 欢迎 GL Ventus， 欢迎 EWG 星辰 Gaming， 欢迎 A 队微博 Gaming， 欢迎暴打战队 OUG， 欢迎 GD 积极。恭喜本周的周决冠军就是 TE 战队。
恭喜，然后配合自己的人马连斩，这边2刀带走叔叔，再吃一个花，这个里面又有一段妖袭，再开始。
疯了，扎克依靠这个封印建筑拿到了太多淘汰分，金色斩马刀跟他合二为一。
本周的3排周决冠军就属于 J Team。眼底犹存母笑声，耳畔仍闻鹰鸡鸣。不做困兽犹斗，英雄力争峰峦。接下来，让我们有请周冠队伍登场。剑指巅峰，无畏向前。让我们欢迎 J Team。 速回初心，战至巅峰。让我们欢迎 T1战队。逐龙在临，群雄逐鹿，谁能刻下总决赛最后一章？让我们一起见证2023 NBPL 春季赛3排总决赛，现在开始。
这应该是我们离冠军最近的一次了吧？
我真的很想看看总决赛的舞台长什么样子。
他们说有这般实力，凭什么不能夺冠？
难道你也认为暴打的荣光已经完全消失了吗？
以前的你只会玩佛，却妄想成为世界第一。
以前的你叫谭许杰，而现在所有人却叫你神。
很多人说我们运气好，我相信这一次也不例外。
打架我们从来不带怕的。
无论结局如何，对我们来说都不会是遗憾。
想要转变你的身份，需要的不仅仅是勇气。我已经迈出了这一步，剩下的就交给时间。
故地重游，去年的我们也是冠军，而这一次同样不会错失这个机会。
经历过捷杯，也夺得了周冠，如今再一次来到决战之地，距离冠军仅一步之遥。
神的领地，不允许你们踏入半步。
即便是神，我也会亲手将其击败。
任何妄想挑战神的凡人，都将毁灭。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NBPL Grand Finals. We are kicking off our spring finals with trios. I mean, we had solos yesterday, but we're kicking off the trio finals today. We've got 2 days of trios action today and Sunday and be crowning our first champion of 2023. My name is HitBrain and I'm joined by Raven. Raven, how are you doing? You all right?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited for today. I can't wait to see with this new patch what all these trio teams are cooking up. I'm hoping people out of the gate do something really special to get ahead. Usually the first day though, I know traditionally when there's a new patch, everyone likes to fall back onto that dreaded monk, the tried and true traditional. But I know that a couple teams always are super innovative, like T, my favorite team. I'm hoping they come out and show me something new tonight.
Okay, so talking about a new patch and changes, what are the major things that we maybe could be looking out for from the changes on the new patch?
Well, you're definitely seeing different variations of Viper because of the F3 change. Normally, Viper was looked at as a character that goes in, locks in out an ability, and sets up for an execution. But now there's an added benefit of running F3 where it heal debuffs them, which is really great for mirrors with the Viper, Wu-Chen, Yodo comp, but also it does a ton of damage. Now, traditional has come out really strong, and you see Farias kind of die out because of this new attacking power that Viper has. But the thing that I'm really excited for is to see whether or not Akos comes in. Yodo, Akos, and Takeda all kind of fill that role as being this really bully character that can do a ton of damage outside of transforming. And I'm really curious to see if more teams experiment with Akos. We saw it when we casted together for Last Chance Qualifier, 1 or 2 teams running that Akos, but I'm curious to see what Akos is going to look like in the most powerful team's hands.
I mean, the key thing to kind of think about as well from those Last Chance Qualifiers was we saw mostly Takeda. Like, there was a monk in every game, but like genuinely singular in some of those cases. Like, there was not many monks getting played. And we saw a lot of teams leading on the Takeda and the power of that. And then it was kind of like Yoto. And it's cool to see that people are actually leaning away from these monk comps and going, we just need to go for like balls to the wall points. And it was paying off for some of those teams in the Repouche. Some of those teams who were sitting higher up in the tables basically just got a whole bunch of points put together by Takeda games, and then just sat comfortably for the rest of the tournament. And the whole time, our storyline and what we were following were the teams at the bottom end of the table, the teams that were still scrapping to get in, because there were a bunch of teams that had already kind of pre-booked their spot in the grand finals just because they were using these very aggressive teams really effectively. And I think the reason why it works so well is partly due to the Realm of Yang, meaning that there's less people in the in those final circles, so then monk instantly goes down in value because that comp comes alive in the final circle when there's lots of people, and you can basically farm kills and points in the final circle. When you're now down 10 odd players per final circle, that's 10 less points you can earn. So people are starting to try and find earlier picks and earlier kills using these Takeda comps. We are having a quick look at TXJ here from TE. He had 231 kills this split, an absolutely monster performance coming in from TXJ, and I'm not surprised to see it's TE who we're having a look at on this one. I think when we're really looking at it, there's a couple of teams that do jump out to us as like the major names to be watching. No real surprise that TE are going to be one of those names, and unfortunately there is no KLA. Unfortunately, due to them breaking some rules, they're not actually going to be here at the grand finals. We won't go any further in that, but it does mean one of the main teams who I was watching as our kind of black horse, our black sheep of the finals is actually not here. And I think TE kind of just got a much easier running now, because I feel like KLA was such a wild card for them, but now that they're out, who else is there to challenge them? J-Team, I think, are very good, but also very inconsistent. So depends what type of version of J-Team show up. We'll have a good idea by like game 2 or 3 if J-Team are actually here to play today, or if they're just going to be struggling all day.
Well, like you said, without KLL here, they won 2 of the weekly finals, and I think personally they were the strongest Transformer team in the league. Now looking at these prize pool, it's looking really juicy for first. And now one of the things I find super exciting about the grand finals, because this is not a weekly, it's not a weekly grand finals, these teams are playing for top 3. So these teams are going to be pulling out all the stops and playing for the win. And like you were mentioning about KLA, who challenged them and why they were so important, is that only the top 6 teams really went into the realm of Yang, and the realm of Yang really gives you a huge advantage moving forward. And if TE knows that one of their hardest opponents are not going into Yang, you're going to see them go in more. Same with GG, WBG, XCG. All of these teams love going to Yang, and especially the Dark Horse. I have to go with them as my Dark Horse favorite, J team. They just find a way to win. They are incredibly consistent when it comes to these very, very high stress lobbies.
All right, hold on. Are you actually calling the 2-time world champions the Dark Horse?
I have to call them the Dark Horse.
Oh, I feel like they're just a front runner, right?
Nbpl, I feel like they're always ironing out the kinks throughout the season.
Yeah.
And everything when it comes to competition is peaking at the right time, just hitting your stride of when your team is by far the best, right when it matters, and it's right time. For some reason, J team always times themselves perfectly for when it's showtime and it's grand finals.
Yeah. So okay. I would hesitate to call J Team a dark horse. I feel like it's very. We're looking at like our top teams. J Team and TE are probably the 2 teams that we're going to be watching. I think TE are the ones who I think are the more favored of the 2 teams who are our top spot. But I couldn't bring myself to call J Team the dark horse. I think you're very correct. They are plagued by inconsistencies. They are plagued by mistakes, and some games where they just don't seem to show up, or some days where they don't seem to show up. But if they do show up, I think they definitely have earned their spot at this point. I'm actually going to say I've got 2 dark horses who I'm going to be watching. One right now is in this bottom end of the table. It's OUG. These guys actually have won before. Not the overall tournament, keep in mind, but they have always placed relatively high. In Season 2, I think they were 2nd or 3rd. My other team, who's a little higher up in the standings, is GG. I think OUG or GG are my 2 big dark horses of these grand finals. I think GG have struggled all season long, but they found their footing towards the end of the tournament and really kind of came into their own. So I think they could potentially have a real strength here. My concern is if the meta moves away from Monk, because I feel GG's strongest when they're playing a Monk comp. And if the meta has moved on and people do start to go for the ACOS or the Decadas like we saw a lot in the last chance qualifiers, I think that's at that point, then GG may struggle. But I think they're going to be my optimistic dark horses. But I do still, I can't say how much I think this is TE's grand finals to win. I'd be surprised if they don't, because, I mean, this organization, this roster, joining this organization this season, they were formerly FPX, and FPX were always the favorites, and they never came through in the finals. Season 1 and 2, FPX fell short. They didn't even make it to Worlds. I know they did make it to Worlds, but they struggled. FPX as a team has struggled. Moving on to TE, it still feels like some of those nerves, when it matters, have started to come through for this team.
Oh, I always think that when you're at the top, you have all eyes on you. So it's very, very hard to get. It's not as hard to get to the very top. It's hard to stay there, because once everyone starts studying you, they start countering and you start deciding the meta. And it's very easy, like you said, to kind of get in your own heads and over adjust instead of doing what got you there. Now, we're already seeing it, TE running that Takeda Viper instead of that Yodo Viper. One of the first adjustments I've seen to one of these tried and true comps that I call Attack on Titan that really monk slayed a lot of the Transformers out there, but it's kind of turned into this assassination comp instead, where it's there trying to pick off people going into Yang or coming out of Yang with having that Yang depletion. You find a lot of really, really great third-party and fourth-party scenarios, and Takeda is an absolute bully when it comes to this thing, especially when you have really, really pristine execution that TE has. Yodo gives you a lot of bend because she's able to jump cancel, keep a lot of her ult charge, but Takeda, in the long runs, as it starts scaling up more and more, literally can 1v3 teams. Yodo really good at killing one player, definitely a group of players, but Takeda can legit 1v3 a full team when he's really, really scaled up. So I like to see that coming out from TE. I'm hoping to see some Akos out of here. Now, you were saying GG has been kind of like, I would say, J team, putting it all together and really coming together at the end. And they're really known for their Monk player 330. Same thing with Sleepwalker on WBG. Those guys have been in the league forever. I've seen them at Worlds. They've always been pointed out as some of the premier Monk players inside Nbpl. And actually, when we were watching a lot of the Cicada Temi zipping comms, I actually saw them do really well when it came to those compositions. And from what we've heard in China, that composition, the reason why it's so popular, it's literally called the brain dead composition because it's so effective versus everything. You can't. I think the best property it has that it's anti-burst. So like any really good execution team that tries to like surprise you, you just have so many options to peel for. You have the zipping V2 that pretty much puts mortal defiance on everyone. So if you get last hit, you have this nice little pop, knocking everyone away. Takeda has a shove that pretty much pushes everyone from bursting you from range or from close range. And then Temi's wind wall just slurps your stam from you, creates a giant wall around you, and even it has enough peel to get away from those Viper ults. And unless that Viper is V2 that locks him out, he's able to use his ability to iframe the actual stun. So all three of these characters peel for each other. It's really great for an anti-burst comp, and it really shows of why it's dominating the league right now. It's just so durable.
I mean, we'll have to find out when we get into the game and see what the hero select is going to look like. I am buzzing to see what these guys have got lined up for us. I'm hoping some teams do have that spice ready for them. They have got something up their sleeves. I feel like we will have some teams who definitely lean in the tried and the tested. I'll be surprised to see GG not playing Monk in this game, number one. I'll be surprised to see... I think TE actually might not go Monk game number one.
I don't think they will either.
I can't remember what day we're at, what time of day we're at. I think we're, because it's
daytime.
night Holoroth says day. Okay, so, ooh, maybe it is a Monk game then, because there won't be as many Fireflies. So I feel like maybe they'll save those Cicadas and stuff for later in the day when the Fireflies are on the map, and they can jump onto those points and get those ultimates built up nice and early. So maybe game one might just be a very Monk-focused lobby. We are going into Holoroth nighttime for the first time all tournament in game number 2 as well. I'm really excited about that because we haven't had it yet. So it's basically a slightly unknown. I mean, obviously these guys have played on it and practiced on it, but at the same time, this is probably their least practiced time for this map. So I'm curious what that's going to look like and what the game's actually going to end out like. I'm so excited to see Holoroth Night. We haven't had it all tournament long, and we've been begging for it, but the map draw just hasn't got in our favor on that one. But we did finally get it. And that game pretty much instantly comes into this, and this has been one of the things we talked about a lot, is game 1 and 2 are played back to back. There is not a lot of time in between them. So it's hard for these players, and if game 1 goes bad during the grand finals, nerves are already high. You do not have a lot of time to kind of get that mental reset in and kind of rebound from the action of game number 1.
Yeah, as far as strategy, game number 1, you'll see everyone gets nervous. You get butterflies in the stomach. This is normal for any competitor. It's just there are two different philosophies. Do you want to slowly heat up, kind of like take it easy, not take a ton of risks because you don't want to make a big mistake? Or do you want to come out swinging? And one of the things I love about TE is they always come out swinging. A lot of the times they open up with the Viper comp, so we're seeing a ton of monks coming out immediately. And we see GG with the Akos. Love to see it. WBG as well with a Viper team. Where is XCG is also coming in with the Cicada box. The Cicada Tumult zipping coming out very aggressive. TE is actually going the conservative route, running traditional transforms. We're seeing a monk majority game though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 monks as majority monk lobby, and it makes sense just because a daytime Amoris gives these monks a very good chance of surviving. It's a lot harder to survive on Holoroth, where it's a lot more flat grounds. Even though it's better for the monks, it's not as good for surviving. You're able to get assassinated. Now, right here, I'm curious to see how hot everyone's going to be landing. You see Bauda in the south there, chilling, landing pretty safe. XCG claiming the center with no one challenging them, but we got a couple hot drops over here. I know GG loves the top right. They love going there, especially with monks. Sunwing is really, really great for these Kurumi teams because they can use the mushrooms to their advantage and poison other teams. So you're always going to run into really, really strong monk teams in the top left of the map.
Yeah, this is gonna put a few teams that are relatively clustered. J team actually dropping away from the likes of TE and WBG, but that's actually already where a fairly stacked side of the lobby are dropping. So it could get messy up there really goddamn quickly. Looks like GG also do have that very northern drop, so for them it might also get a little bit messy. There are a bunch of teams in their areas, but it's a pretty clustered start to the day. As you can see, the crowd are ecstatic for game number 1. This TE just going to be spotting out a couple of people. We're actually cutting over to GG, who've got themselves in a fight here versus EWG. Zhao Lue being juggled around right now as he is getting himself a little bit too low. Pop back, knocked down. 3-3-0's kind of trying to slide in and sort this kill out for himself. He's able to get it, and he's able to heal up. Tutik pins him against the wall, pops the bell. 3-3-0 is saved by the rest of his team as Miss Kia comes in. But now Miss Kia catches him with the claws, able to secure another kill onto 3-3-0, taking him down, but he's pinned against the pillar as LXM is keeping the pressure up onto Tutik. Tutik gets the grapple onto LXM, comes in with the nunchucks, trying to finish up this kill, but he is going to get taken down by Miss Kia, who's also on the A-coast himself, and GG get the squad wipe.
I'm loving that. That's that A-coast coming out, swinging with the claws, clawing out their competition, claiming those fireflies, and that sustained damage from the A-coast change is the reason why I just believe he has a place in this meta. Now going into Temple, we got GS versus GD. Kurumi with the big parry, tossing Yushan across. It looks like a cleanup now. GS in this 2v3 situation, but GD K gets taken down. They're able to clean this up. That Kurumi parry, though, just really, really shredding the other team, getting a ton of momentum for this Transformer team. And they really, really want to get this kill off spawn to get their scaling going, where they get a ton of loot, get their monk, get their Yushan with gold weapons, gold armor, and they're able to just roll the lobby unable to die with their Kurumi being the foundation of this team. Now J team, I mean, you didn't say they're darkers, but I think they're doing really well this NBPL season, but traditionally, for some reason, even though they're 2-time, the lobby never really gives J team the respect that they deserve, being the 2-time defending champions. Now TE, everyone says they fear this team. I'm really, really excited to see them set up for Yang. It looks like they landed safe in the top left. It looks like they're starting slow. This is very rare from TE. Normally they start very, very fast, but I'm happy to see that they're going to slow it down a little bit, and we can really see their maximum potential this time around.
They did drop near J team initially, so it was interesting that they were there with, I think, JL, and I can't remember who the 4th team was as well in the area, but it just looked like they honestly just got a pretty quiet start while the other teams did get into some action. TE quite happy to forego that fight and actually just grab better loot and get themselves into a position where they feel comfortable to fight. XCG, just having a quick look at these guys. Right now they are leading the charge with 3 kills. Also starting off with the most starting points on the higher end of the starting points. C had the most starting points. So because of that, XCG are currently in first. I mean, expect that to change. We're only a couple of minutes into game number 1. Running that Takeda comp, which we did see so much during the Repouche. This comp has just had so much power, so much effect. And it really leans into clearing out the lobby, getting kills early, and using the realm of Yangs as a safe place to take a fight where you're not going to get third party. Grab yourself some kills and some buffs, and then just continue that power and that presence on the map and just get as many kills and kind of snowball the game away as quick as possible. Now, there are a lot of monk comps in the lobby, so I'm curious how this is actually going to end out, because typically when it's Takeda comps and on the map, like, what happens is more teams do go out a bit earlier, just due to the fact that the teams are just looking for fights. They're looking for points as quick as possible. OUG have found JJH here. JJH do just send a warning cannon shot to OUG, and do decide to head off in their own different ways.
Like you were saying, these monks, being so many monks in this lobby, I love to see this because I love seeing stacked end games. Now in this current meta, a lot of the time, everyone just ends up getting fried. They can't hold their ground. But now that everyone's playing for a top 3, no one's going to want to take a risk here. Everyone's super capable of just spotting you out. And when you take a fair 3v3, you're just not going to fully dominate the other team. All these teams are pretty evenly skilled, with, I would say, the top of the lobby maybe having a 60-40 edge. But when you take that fight, at what cost will it go when another really, really strong team rolls up and finishes you off when you have no ults? That's why you're seeing not a ton of action here compared to the last chance qualifier. All these teams are taking it very, very slow outside of their off spawn fight, and you're seeing most of the Monk teams not really getting a ton of kills off spawn, and you're seeing a lot of the fast bursting comps, that Takeda, that Temi, that Akos, that Viper coming out hot, getting a ton of kills.
Right now, though, having a quick look at Bowder. Bowder haven't had any action yet for themselves. I've got a little bit of loot there. I see a purple dagger, I believe, from one of their players. Oh, it's a longsword, actually, onto Malman, as Lion has the pole staff sword. I can't remember the name of it now. Oh, God. What's his weapon called? Pole sword? Pole sword. Thank you. That was a weird brain fart. My brain just decided it didn't know what everyone was using. As speaking of pole swords, Jing using the cabbage variant. I love this skin so much. It's such a good skin. As WBG, it's actually been a quiet one for them as well, but they are a team who typically do start to come alive a little later in the game, so I'm not overly surprised by that. It's a surprisingly tame early game. I think because it's the first game of the finals, everybody's kind of just getting a feeling, a footing of how everything is sitting. And with all the monks in the lobby as well, they're probably quite happy with the state of this game. They're quite happy to basically play this as chill as possible. As GG,
42 alive. There's just not that. No one has really taken a ton of risk here. Everyone's setting up for Yang, coming up at this 23 mark. It's about to be announced, and we're seeing GG set up for the assassination play. You see Moonbane going down, GGJ team, Bowda, GD all converging on the center right of the map. EWG going to the bottom. JJ8 going to be uncontested at the top center. But this first Yang is really going to dictate a lot of the tempo for this lobby. We're seeing TE work their way to the top left, and I like to see this, them working this really, really slow, going to an uncontested Yang so they don't really get dropped on by some Viper hiding in the trees or hiding in the bushes. And we're seeing now J-Team, JD, Bowda, GG having this huge cluster, very, very dangerous trying to go into this Yang. With JL moving towards making a play on the box in the center. That's generally the conservative play. As long as you have a Temi, and this is what I think about Trios really, really revolves around this season, is having a Temi. It just gives you so many options to make plays versus monks, versus vipers, for boxes, everything that you see in Immortal War that gives you such a big advantage for success.
Absolutely. Well, the Roma Yang's spawning up. J-Team look to be bolting towards it. They can see GD in the distance. They're going to try and jump in and maybe take this fight. Roma Yang comes in. J-Team are going to not be able to get into the Roma Yang. They were too slow on the rotation. And now we have JJH versus TE inside this Roma Yang here, as Godly just going to get himself up in the sky. Transformations coming out from both sides here as TXJ going to be looking for the grabs onto the likes of these JJH members. Is right now just going to jump into the face of Godly, taking a fair amount of damage from those repeating crossbows here. As TXJ trying to find those grabs, but he's just struggling to be able to do much of anything here. It's just desperately trying to get onto water, but his health bar is being shredded away. Godly on the other side actually doing a pretty good job of staying up, but they do finally find that grab onto Chichalui, but they don't think they're going to be able to get the slam, and actually TXJ goes down. Godly able to find that kill. Beautiful pickup there, and now JJH with the advantage are going to look to try and take command of this fight. Both teams have got the Yuetians transformed, but it's a man advantage over to JJH. They just need to wait out this Yuetian transformation, and then they should have the pressure, the power to win this fight. As VVV going a little bit low here as well on the other side of things, getting jumped onto by Godly. LYD unable to keep any real pressure off anyone as VVV goes down. LYD has been left on his lonesome, and this is going to be a fight win here for JJH.
JJH pulling out the upset. Man, that was an exciting fight because I normally in these mirror matchups with monks, it's all about the monk fry strategy. Who can damage the monk fastest? And now we got J-Team versus Bauda, the old school OG teammates. Armor Circle Kurumi coming out, and Eagle coming out with the grab onto this Yodo. Yodo's getting absolutely cooked and taken down, and Bauda just bows out and leaves immediately, sacrificing this Yodo. Not really all in. They want to keep their gear set up and possibly get a rest. Let's look at their money. They actually don't have enough money for the rest. They're just living this out. Just going to try to play the outskirts of the map, see if they can scrounge up enough coin to res their teammate back up. A little bit of a misplay there. Wuchen should have been a middle porter and Yodo did have all. It looks like Eagle just made a great play with that really tough terrain, able to pick up that Yodo. One of the hardest parts of taking fights is the actual terrain. Now we're getting a replay. GD versus XEG. Another juggernaut, and it looks like another upset is going to happen. XEG is grabbed, and that Temi is getting juggled off that cavalry back into the crosses, getting cooked. And now we're in a 2v3 situation with Kurumi still up. XEG just getting absolutely pressed against this pole. This Cicada Temi not able to get anything going. Their offense absolutely stuck. Just crushed by this Monk team. So the two top Yang teams, XCG and TE, do get taken down. What a great day for the up-and-coming New Blood. And we may be crowning a new team today, Hitbrain.
I mean, we do still have the games on Sunday. So it is a 12-game finals. One thing I've learned about NARAKA is it literally comes down to the final game. Game 12, I guarantee you, will still have so much on the line every time. If somehow one team gets a big enough advantage that they can't be contested in top spot by the 12th, I will be shocked. That'll be the first time ever. We are watching right now XCG taking himself a fight here versus WBG. Sleepwalker has thrown down the ultimate, wasn't able to actually connect any stunts onto anyone, but XCG feeling comfortable to set this one up. They've used all of their Takeda charges actually there, so not really going to be able to do too much more on that one. XCG playing this nice and relaxed actually, deciding not to go any further forward as Jing does launch in forwards. NiHQ able to get some damage off there, throws down the F ability. Sleepwalker now getting jumped onto as NiHQ. His health bar's going low, but he's got the Z-ping to keep him up, and Janan comes in with a full spear rush, and NiHQ boggles in the next one. Out they go with the teleport out to safety. XCG, they needed that kill because they've got the debuff on them.
Or the buff, depending on how you look at it, just giving them the confidence, getting that double spear rush round. Now TE also having that debuff, popping the monk odds, Monk's duking it out, Shove's going down and pushing him out of the healing circle. TXA has the advantage with the buttery rocks, absolutely decimating the other Monk. Sliding down the rocks, not getting the healing circle from his Kurumi. Now TXG, just a formality, gonna clean this up. Looks like VVV is absolutely dominating his fight, staggering it, and it looks like they are going to get their second lives, crushing GD. Man, I just can't expect anything less than TE. They're just such a strong team. Now, XCG, they do have only 41 seconds. They have their backs against the wall. It looks like they're going to go down to this Yang depletion unless they somehow give all the money and res like one of them out of this. But I don't even think that's in their bag of tricks here. Maybe one of them has a soul bloom because it doesn't look... Oh, it looks like they're chasing their bounty right now. But with only 18 seconds left, man, this is one of the worst ways to go out. Just not being able to find an engagement. And it's one of the benefits of having a Wuchen on your team for the opening game. You're able to just disengage, get that teleport, fully run away if you're losing a fight. Yeah, and all of it goes down. Sad times.
That is a rough way to go out. That is a very, very rough way. And like you said, it's the Wuchen completely destroyed them. They would have got that. They would have got in. They would have been okay. But unfortunately not going to be the case. You can see that J-Team once again are on the edge of the Realm of Yang zone. Actually, no, that's a Moro's Blessing, so they're actually going to look to try and contest that Moro's Blessing. JJH are going to jump into the Realm of Yang, and it looks like GG may join them. At the moment, it's just JJH who've jumped in, and looks like they might actually just get a free Realm of Yang at this point. J-Team decide to move away from EWG and from the Moro's Blessing. So J-Team, they got denied the first Realm of Yang. It feels like they're not going to be able to get this Moro's Blessing. So they're a little bit sore on the old loot front. Meanwhile, TE obviously quite happy right now. They got themselves purple weapons across the board, only blue armor. So they are a little bit easier to kill, like you like to call them blueberries, where they're pretty easy to fit. But TE definitely in an okay position at the moment, but it is game number 1 as JJH, they just get a free Realm of Yang. Nobody contested them.
Yeah, a ton of the strategy I've seen in the CN meta is that second Yang is not worth it, because like I was saying, you just don't have that big of an advantage on other teams when it comes to just a raw team fight. You're most likely to get third party because the circle is closing, and what really differentiates the best teams is their end game performance, how they play in these super congested areas, how well they rotate, how well they peel for each other, and how well their monk does getting multiple ults and getting multiple double grabs. You're seeing the best teams in the league, their monk getting 3 to 4 monk ults in these end games. So they don't really want to take these raw 3v3 fights if it's unnecessary, because the chances of them surviving if they don't win, it's pretty much 0%. But if they make it to this end game, they're most likely gonna at minimum get 3 to 6 kills. And when you're a monk team, that's where you get all the benefit. All these other burst teams, these Cicada comps, they're capable of getting 10 kills early game, off spawn getting 3 to 6, that mid game getting a little bit of assassinations placed off the Yang, another 3 to 6 kills. But in end game, where monks provide so much cover and basically they're a factory for kills and soul blooms, they just don't have that, and they have nowhere to hide, and they're just praying for a good terrain situation where monks aren't as strong. This tower is one of my favorite spots on the map, Hip Rain. It is impossible to die here. There are just so many levels to this thing, and you're seeing even 2 teams use this tower for complete safety to transition to this end game. There's just so many like tricks you can do moving in and out. It is really, really hard to lock down anyone here. And if you're looking to camp out, make it to the end game, not getting all in by any of these Yang depletions, this is one of the best places to be. With a bell, you're able to ring every minute, so you can see any team that's looking too aggressive coming in on you. No one can really sneak up onto you. And just that multiple layer rooftop, you're seeing a lot of these teams take refuge over here with this zone coming in, just because it is really, really difficult to hold down any of these pro players with their movement mechanics on these multiple rooftops.
It feels a lot more like a game from last year. Like, this feels a lot like a season 1, season 2 game, where everybody is quite content just to play this at a much slower pace and kind of sit on the top of roofs and just wait out the final circles. Prior to this, I mean, all season long, it's been way more aggressive. You don't have downtime like this anymore traditionally in NARAKA. And maybe that's just because there's a lot of monks in the game and people are wanting to play for those final circles. Maybe it comes down to just people being a little bit nervous and don't really want to have a bad first game and then let that kind of affect their mental going in for the rest of the 11 games they've got to play for the grand finals. It's hard to say at this point. What is easy to say, though, is there's 39 people left in the lobby. Normally at this point, we're like, I think 7 minutes we expect to see, I believe the number's normally about 21 to 23 players left. So the fact we're 39 players at 11 minutes left in the game, that really should show you how many people are left in this game. This is going to be a very, very clustered final circle. What that does mean is we won't have as much downtime in those final circles, just due to the fact that like everyone's going to be on top of each other. It's going to be a very, very clustered state of the game. So expect that moment to get very explosive. If we do actually end out here in the city, though, there's going to be a lot of buildings for people to hide in, and then suddenly those monks lose a lot of value.
Exactly. This is exactly what you want to happen if you don't have a monk on your team. All these monks, they're not going to be able to farm as many kills. They will be able to dictate a lot of the spacing, holding wherever they want on a rooftop, just because you can't really challenge them for their positional superiority. Now, what separates teams here in these endgames when no one can really attack each other is the range. You're seeing a ton of teams here. You don't normally see this in ranked, but you see all these teams holding 6 repair kits, because what allows you to take positioning is superior firepower. The better J's you have as far as range, you're able to pressure your opponents to the best position. And generally, the best position is really, really up high. If you can isolate where everyone is in front of you, you don't have to worry about your flank versus being dead center, where you have to worry about 360 degrees. If you're up top, you only have to worry about what's on the bottom of you. One of the great places to be in any battle royale. Height or ulti height is one of the best positional places to be. Now, it doesn't mean that just because you're a monk team, you're going to win this end game. You have every advantage once you get here. But I've seen this Takeda Temi that we're looking at right now, XCG, do a ton of finesse to find their ways to a victory. In all of the chaos, a lot of the times, if you pay attention, when a monk de-transforms, that is the time where you'll see all of these burst comps jump in, because they're not worried about getting double grab and just executed. They only have to worry about the Yushan, and with a Takeda, that one character can just bully the entire team. So you're going to see all the action go down when monks ult and when they de-transforms. One of the exciting things to see in such a stacked lobby. I miss these lobbies, HipBrain. I'm not a big fan of having only 18, 20-man endgames. I like these 40-man endgames where everyone is playing for top 3 instead of just qualifying.
I don't know, man. I love like a good action-packed mid-game. The final circles are fun though. When you've got this many players, the final circles are it's chaos. It's absolute carnage. There's a lot to kind of keep your eyes on. Like you were saying though about the Takeda comp, obviously there's so much burst in that comp. When you got the Tammy to kind of give you the sandstorm for safety, you've got the stagger from the ultimate as well on the Takeda. It's very, very oppressive to fight into. Is right now Mora's Blessing has spawned up. TE tried to get their hands onto it, but EWG did a pretty good job of just gatekeeping it and not letting them near it. EWG very stacked on the Soul Jade front, as you can see, and actually it's like J Team have found that TE as well. Are going to head away from them, but it looks like nobody's overly interested in fully committing for this Mora's Blessing. Are quite happy just to kind of keep an eye on things and move away, but now it's going to be over the 2-tick. He's going to get his hands onto it immediately. Cannon fire's coming in. Karumi actually does a great job of getting them some safety, and they grab the golden armor, they grab any other goodies they want from it, and they're just going to head away and heal up. Uran is going to be quite content with that one. Lovely play there by AWG. Really patient on that Mora's Blessing.
Yeah, they actually waited till the lobby stopped paying attention. With that umbrella, you're able to block a ton of shots, and TE just doesn't want to risk it. We're seeing a very, very conservative TE. Now, as long as your monk has purple armor, Transformers is just so powerful. You just need your monk to be able to survive a ton of bursts. And the thing about these monk situations is that if there are more monks ulted at the same time, monk becomes way stronger, because it's less likely that the lobby will focus any one monk with range attacks, as long as you monk ult at the same time. Now, the tough part here is you don't want to be the team to ult first. If you're the team that ults first to ult, first to lose, because your monk de-transforms first, and when he de-transforms first, other monks are still active and can grab them while they're stuck in animation. So you definitely do not want to go first. That's the reason why there's a chain reaction of monk ults, is all of these monks pay very, very close attention of where their timing is relative to the rest of the lobby. And now we're seeing TE, Yushan, having to create some space for his team in order to find a good spot so that they don't get lobbied. Now, this is actually the team, HipBrain, that I learned the whole position 1 and 2 and 3 from. FPX, during the first Worlds, now known as TE, their Yushan exemplified this playstyle where he bullied other teams so his teammates could get to these good positions, and they never got lobbied. It's one of the reasons they got second behind JT.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team who are very forward-thinking. I actually do think that transformation from LYD was him getting chunked out and being forced to ult. Then he just read the situation well, used it to buy space for his team, and is able just to move on from that. Does look like TE don't really have like an optimal position. They are kind of just playing the cliff edges right now. J-Team going full squirrel mode and quite happy just holding onto this tree for themselves. It's a very good final circle for Monks. There's a lot of high ground. There's a lot of flat ground for them to use as well. This is an ideal place for those Monks to transform. The question is when are the Monks going to pull that trigger? Who's going to be the person who's going to be forced to use that transformation first? VVV taking a little bit of damage there as Ventus, actually, Santi gets countered, gets himself chunked out pretty heavily there, but is going to have to heal from the Kurumi tether to keep them up. There's a lot of Kurumis, there's a lot of healing in this lobby. EWG on the low ground actually are taking quite a lot of cannon fire as we just pan away from them, seeing just a whole cluster of teams being forced off the high ground as the zone moves once again. J-Team forced out of their tree finally, as Juan almost gets grabbed up by Eagle there. J-Team just repositioned down onto the lower ground. They're going in for the transformation. Eagle, he's thrown it out. He's going to be looking for someone. Kakaishi's also transformed as well. Eagle, he's just holding. He was purely doing it as a way to gain a control of the area. As now Eagle gets the push back onto Kakaishi. ZK has been hit. The tether's onto them. They're trying to get back into the zone as quick as possible. They are able to do so as WBG's Jing has taken out VVV. Eagle heavily chunked out here, but Kakaishi also a little bit low. The healing from the Kurumis, though, are keeping them up as Kakaishi continues to get chunked low. Eagle now de-transforms. He has that belt to use. He's going to try and get the charge attack off. Eagle, low HP. Armor has been taken away from him here as Kakaishi is low. J-Team's 101 TN able to secure the kill as he de-transforms now. Godly charging in as they do get a kill onto them. Two-Tick finishes up Moon. Lucky takes down Ann. It is absolute carnage, but Eagle goes down in the midst of all of this action. We've got the Kurumi tethers trying to get Kakaishi back up. GD desperately trying to find a heal. In comes a Viper Stun. Isn't actually going to connect onto too many people as LXM catching out some players here on the low ground. K goes down to 101 TN. He's just picking up kills left, right, and center for his team. Miss Kia here on that A coast. Can he make it work for him? Have they been able to pick Eagle up as well for the side of J-Team? I haven't been able to see. VVV was picked up in the middle of all of the action that was going on, but VVV going very, very low. Eagle goes down once again, unfortunately. As soon as he's picked up, Water from JJH is able to pick him up, and it is just an absolute cluster of teams in action right now. ZK trying to find a pickup, trying to find a heal, but it's going to be very hard for him to do so. 101 TN's in the areas. We do see Balder getting eliminated from the lobby. AS avoiding Godly's grab there, just off the corner of his screen. So many Monks are transformed. 101 TN has also thrown out a transformation himself. It does look like they've been able to pick Eagle up again, but he's already incredibly low. Flamers coming down. WBG have been taken out. And JJH are absolutely destroying this lobby, picking up kills left, right, and center. THJ about to lose his grip on the high ground, is going to have to slide down fairly soon, or he is going to be in danger. I believe he was able to find at least one grab there, but it didn't result in a kill as he jumps back down into that low ground. There's still 24 players in such a tight circle. It's absolute carnage. It's TE now are starting to pick kills up with the cannon. Down goes J-Team as they are finally out of this lobby. Eagle, he's the first out, and he's the first out again. Taken out as it is now just down to GD. You're picking up a kill onto GG. It's so hard to read this fight. There's just too many players, too many actions. The sandstorm's coming out. I don't know who's casted that, because it is just an absolute cluster of action and players just standing in this final circle, each one looking to try and find a kill. As the kill feed reading like a final credits in a movie. OUG picking up a bunch of kills as well onto Lucky and Chalui. As Dongxing able to secure himself a kill. Actually, the King takes out LYD from TE. TE losing another player there, but they do answer back with one thing from JL in response. As Miss Kia on a sliver of HP, trying to avoid some of this action, is able to hold themselves up, but GD once again putting together a whole bunch of kills. OUG get eliminated from the lobby. We're now down to 9 players. TXJ needs to avoid the hands, just tap dodging away from Kakashi as Kakashi's desperately trying to find it, but he does de-transform in the meanwhile. Miss Kia drops down with that low HP, is going to try and get himself up the tree and try and get some healing done for themselves, is able to get some armor back as LYD still in this fight, but back somewhat, not into the zone though, gets countered, gets chunked down a little heavily here as Miss Kia is waiting for the prime opportunity to throw that ultimate down. He gets himself caught up in the air. LYD has gone for the transformation. BBV from TE trying to hold alive for as long as possible as they take down Juan. GL taking out Miss Kia, finally finishing them up. BBV is going to go down to K as K desperately trying to hold on to this as GD take game number 1.
What a endgame. We saw almost 4 ults coming from OUG the King. Now, OUG the King used to be a solo player, and I'm happy to see that he's found a comfortable role for his team being on that monk, but they were dead center in all of that chaos, and I was keeping track of how many ults he got down. With 4 minutes left, he was able to get 3 monk ults to go off. Now GD ends up taking it, but what you got to see there is T on the top held the best positioning during that whole end game, with only 1 or 2 teams challenging them, not being in a dead center, and we saw J team initiate that whole monk chaos. They were the first monk team to ult and one of the first to take the first casualty. Now with that crewmate, they were still able to keep a res and keep the fight going, but they were severely scuffed at that point, being one of the first teams to ult. Now, the most amazing thing that I saw from all of that was just how the lobby was able to just stay alive and kind of stay active, and all of that. Monks everywhere. It's just, I haven't seen that stacked of an end game in months. You just don't see that anymore, even in these weeklies, even on the first game. This reminded me of what Worlds looked like, where everyone is trying their absolute best to get the most value out of every single character on that team, and that's what the highest level of NARAKA is looking like right now. Everything is made in these end games, and even though you saw TE go into that end game with their blueberries, not having much loot, it didn't matter at all. They still were one of the top 3 teams going into that, claiming a great kill multiplier and getting the most out of their Yushan and Moon.
Absolutely.
Having good weapons is just enough to pick off kills. They don't need the armor. They don't need everything else. Good armor, good weapon. Transformers can do everything from there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really solid game coming in from a lot of players there. I think that position was amazing. I do think now that we're moving on to nighttime horror for game number 2, though, teams may go for those more aggressive comps, those ACOSs, those Yotos, the Takedas. You know, these comps that are very, very explosive. But there is a world where they're actually saving hero points for the final half of the day, and then looking to try and pick up these comps in these ways, play around with things there. I really don't know what the mindset's going to be, because we've come out from the Repouché where like teams were leaning way more in to the Takeda comps and away from the Monk comps. So it's interesting to see that actually they come into this game and go, no Fireflies, this is a Monk lobby, everyone picks it. We had 1 ACOS from GG of all teams. I feel like it was bizarre, because at the beginning I was like, I expect to see GG playing the Monk because that's what they're best at. They just said no. We've not been playing Monk good all season. It's not been our season, so they've shaken things up. They pick out the ACOS, and first team to pull it out here in the grand finals. It had some success. I'm curious to see the overall points, because the problem with those final circles is it's actually very hard to read who's got what points, because no one really entered that with many kills. And then it's just like a kill feed that's constantly scrolling with people, and I can't be jotting down who's getting what kills where. So it does become a little hard to kind of match exactly, or map exactly where people are at that point. So I'm very excited to see what the overall points are going to be looking like coming out from this final game. Because I
don't think one team was completely dominating with kills.
No.
And for the first time I've seen actually in NBPL, we're having 2 night games. One's going to be on Holleroth and one is going to be on Morris. So that means you're going to see exactly what you like seeing, HipRain. Those high, fast-paced games. And I imagine there's going to be a ton of Vipers coming out just because at least in EU and NA, the Viper comps have been overperforming. And I see that same thing happening here in CN, especially with Feria pretty much going extinct. I'd be very surprised if people actually play Feria on Holleroth. Now, in the beginning of NBPL, and when Feria first dropped, everyone was playing Feria. Everyone was saying this character is a little bit too strong. And with the changes to her mech having a lot less hit points and her main primary fire doing a lot less damage, she's no longer this moving ballista. And everyone discovered that she has a very big vulnerability to Vipers. Now, San, the Feria to Mulch Monk was very strong if you had 3 ults, but the second you don't have 3 and you run into a Viper comp, these Vipers were able to pick those comps apart. And I saw it happen within just 1 weekly of the NBPL. I believe it was GG. They absolutely cooked the lobby, dropping almost 30 plus points in 1 game. And they were one of like 2 Viper teams in that lobby, and they crushed all of the Feria teams throughout the lobby, early, middle, and even end game with super sneaky strategies, getting that Viper stun off where people least expected it. And these teams were not able to react, and when they did react, they overcommitted their Monk and Feria ult. So I'm very curious to see what this Holleroth has entailed for everyone. What I do imagine, we're gonna see a lot of Temi. Like you're gonna see Temi ults everywhere.
Yeah, I do expect to see a bunch of that. I hope we do. It's gonna be a weird game. It's gonna be a weird game. It's hard to say because we've never seen Holleroth Knight in competitive at the NBPL. It's always been a map which has never made it through the map draw. So yeah, having 2 nighttime maps is also interesting because they're obviously going to want to share a similar theme where they're going to be teams that are going to want those Fireflies. So the question is where do they use as hero points? Maybe that is why we saw so many teams actually lean away from the Takeda comps in that first game, because they want to save them for both Holleroth and then Morris later when we got the nighttime maps. I think that's probably where we expect to see that. I'm very excited to get into this game, but we can finally see the overall points. It's quite a big game, so a lot to calculate, a lot to look at. Let's have a look. So, GD right now got themselves 13 kills. That is a 25-point start for them. TE had 9 kills, 17. JL had 8 points, which is 14. OEG actually were tied with them in kills, but a little bit lower in the placement points than J-Team, all the way down at the bottom there. Only 3 kills, barely got a kill multiplier. That's a rough start for J-Team.
Yeah, your dark horses are doing really well. OUG and GG, they're playing super solid in that end game. I haven't seen GD performing super well. They're kind of inconsistent, I thought, during all the weeklies. But this is what I was saying about J-Team. I don't know how they do it. They just find a way. They're just in the really big moments, they find a way to clutch it up. But I saw some really excellent play from TE, even though they did lose that Yang fight. But with that mental composure, it didn't matter to them that they lost versus a team they normally beat, JJH. They come back in that end game and they pull out 9 kills and get that big multiplier plus the second place to get 17.4 teams. And that's the difference between these other Monk teams, and it's why they don't go into the second Yang. TE doesn't go into the second Yang, saves up, plays his endgame, and gets 10 more points than JJH, who beat them down in Yang. JJH had a way better fight with that Monk Ditto, and it's very rare that you see TE outplayed. They are the most feared Yang team inside the league, and they have the highest win percentage. But it doesn't matter because their endgame is just as good.
Absolutely. I feel like this game's not a great game to judge everything off. I think we are getting it's very much the feelers game though. I'm surprised to see, obviously, XCG had a rough start. They're a team who are normally relatively consistent. Do expect to see them a little bit higher. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not surprised to see Bowder with a donut. They just haven't impressed me for a long time, unfortunately. So not overly surprised by that. J-Team, again, genuinely not massively surprised. They're a team who either have an insane performance or just completely crumble apart. So, the question is that going to get to them? Because I think J Team, it's very easy to kind of read the playbook for these guys on how they play based on their first 2 games. If they end on a loss, their first game, and then they lose this next game, that proves to me that their mental is just a little shattered and they're going to struggle going into game 3, 4, 5, 6. And it may just be a rough day for J Team, and then they'll be playing catch up on day number 2. If they can make a bounce back, then it shows that actually they've improved on that kind of mental side of things from them, and they don't struggle as much as they maybe used to in previous seasons with kind of fighting the mental side of it, because that is definitely their major weakness. But as well, watching the cheeky replays there, see that TE just landing grab after grab, double grabs coming in galore, but it is going to come down to GD and Taishi able to win that game for them. And we'll see our MVP, it's the Kurumi MVP actually, coming in for the side of GD. That is going to be Dongqing here with 14,000 damage, 22k healing, and 5 kills under their belt. Really good stuff coming in from Dongqing.
Oh, it makes sense. He has the Hepta Detached Jade. For those of you who don't know, that is the gold jade that gives you a ton of melee resistance, but also adds a second stunning attack that heals you off longsword beam. Now, most of the times in Transformers, the Kurumi is always using a longsword because it's one of the highest damaging and safest weapons you can use that allows her to support her team super well. And you're seeing JD getting a ton of momentum. It makes sense to me after seeing that replay. They did fight XCG, taking down one of the other juggernauts of the lobby, and that probably got their juices flowing. And generally, if you're not in the top 5 of teams, getting a big win over one of your superiors just gets that momentum going, and you can take that to endgame. And it looks like GD carried those vibes to the endgame and just absolutely dominated that end game. That's great to see it from GD. I like to see more action. I don't like really when the lobby like has 1 or 2 teams that just pull so far ahead and it's not very competitive. With GD up there, I already know that XCG, like you were saying, still really early. There's a ton of NARAKA to be played. This is 1 out of 12 games. We're going into game 2, and it's going to be spicy. This is the first game, very defensive, no fireflies or anything. But this next game, Holoroth, we got firefly cages that you can go all over the map, grab some more ult charge, and we have guaranteed fireflies. To this day, I still discover new fireflies on the map because the map is so large and there isn't really a complete map out there that has every single firefly out there. So with these fireflies, you're going to see a ton of really aggressive timing attacks. Now, the interesting thing is, what do you think, Hip Raid? How many teams make it to endgame? Because this endgame was like around 39-40. How many make it to endgame do you think on this Holorath?
Okay, I'd like to see it return to like the 21 mark, realistically, 20 to 21.
You take over or under? Over or under?
Over or under? Under, I guess. That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm going to take over.
It's hard though to say without seeing the team comps. I think if we see more monks coming out here, first of all, that just shows to me, oh my god, these teams are terrified of playing anything but monk. But it also would show us that, okay, this is going to be definitely another more slow-paced game. I think though, because of the fireflies and seeing what we get off the back of that, I expect it to probably be a much smaller final circle. But for you guys at home, you can actually answer for treasures. Which team just won game number 1? Was it A, GD, B, TE, C, XCG, or D, OUG? Make sure you put your answer in the Twitch chat. Make sure that you do check those whisper boxes as well, because that's where you'll be contacted if you do win yourself a treasure. So make sure it's a limited edition great treasure. Lovely. I can't actually remember what's in those. I'm awful at remembering what's in what treasures. That's not my area of expertise, unfortunately. But game number 2, I expect it probably to be a lot faster paced. I think this first drop is going to be hot drops galore, people grabbing fireflies and just looking to get those kills on the board. Because remember, you get a rebirth, you get a second chance. Sure, you don't want to have to start looting up again, but Holorath, I find, is a very generous map. Like, people get geared very quickly on that map, and it's not just because, yeah, there's a Mora's Blessing at the beginning of the game, and yeah, there's a bunch of other little bits like that. I just think this map seems to have like higher drop chances on good gear, man. Everyone gets geared on this map so goddamn quick. So I expect that with the fireflies, plus the rebirths, people are going to be happy to fight early, and it's probably going to be a very bloody early game.
That is true. The map is so large, there is a lot of loot. Now, The reason why I say over 21 players will be alive is one of the first adjustments that went into the previous Worlds Championship when these Viper comps came out was the birth of what we call Sandformers, which was Yushan, Temmie, and Monk. Now, we saw with Faria replacing Yushan in the comp and going to a more range style, but with Vipers coming back, this was the first true counter to Viper comps. In fact, you'll see in old Worlds fights that when a Viper team saw a Yushan, Temmie, Monk running towards them, they would immediately turn and run away. They would never take the fight because each of their ults could counter each of their ults, and they would always outlast and win. There was no way to burst them down, and not only was there no way to burst them down, they would always be snowballing their ults offensively onto them, and it was one of the rare instances that there was a hard counter. So I'm predicting that more of these teams are gonna run this Yushan, Temmie, Monk, the Sandformers that we had seen in the past that we haven't seen before. I saw a little bit of it going into the last week of NBPL. A couple teams started running it as the Viper meta showed up. And this is one of the things I love about the CN meta is that all of these teams are very, very, very tactical. They try to min-max every situation. And for the first time, I would say in NARAKA, it's probably the most balanced I've ever seen it, as far as there always being a solution to what your opponent is doing, and you're not seeing just one cookie cutter mold that fits all in solos or in trios. For a long time, solos was dominated by Matari, then it was dominated by Justina, then it was dominated by just like a weapon nunchucks, and in trios it was just dominated by transformers. But now you're seeing so many different variation, and I love this part of this current meta. And I'm really, really curious to see what the team are going to run. Are they going to play a very conservative Monk game? And my prediction is they're going to still play very conservative. This whole day, I feel like is going to be very conservative because they're going to be able to regroup and come back day 2 with their aggressive plays depending on where they land today. And I feel like most of these teams' philosophies is going to be consistency, consistency, consistency. As long as we get to that end game, we're going to give ourselves an opportunity to pick up a ton of kills.
I would like to see some teams, especially those lower down, like J team now, to actually say, okay, we can't play like that. We have to go aggressive. We have to get points on the board. We've got day 2 to make up for the problems. So I felt like you don't want to be... I feel like today, at least a couple of games today, are the games where you have to like gamble it and just say, okay, we need to have a big game or we just lose our grip on this lobby entirely, and any hopes of placing in a reasonably high spot goes completely out the window. So for me, I would like to see the teams actually really show up and have a very, very aggressive game number 2. I think you've got the perfect setup. It's going to be a lot of Fireflies. You're going to be able to take those early fights if you pick your Takedas, if you pick your Yotos, if you pick your ACOS. I completely forgot his name there. If you pick your ACOSs and stuff like that, like, you've got the ability to pick these hyper-aggressive team comps. So I feel like this is the time to do it. We'll have to see, because it does look like we are getting ready to go into our second game of the day, Holler Off at Night. The first time we've had that in trios, all split long, and it is in the grand finals. Let's see what the team comps are going to be looking like. Give me some Takedas. Give me Yotos. Come on. There it is. That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of zipping Takeda Temmie. Interesting. No, not as many Vipers that I expected. We are seeing a very interesting comp coming from JJH, the Temmie Akos Monk. No. TE going out with the Temmie Takeda. This, I like to call it box comp, and the reason why it's called box comp is with the Temmie, you don't really want to go with Yang since you don't have a Monk, but you're able to challenge every single box that spawns on the map. Now, before Yang existed, a bunch of Morrises only spawned on the map, a bunch of chests essentially spawned on the map, and most teams had a variation of Tumult to secure these boxes for loots. That's where the idea of box comp came from. And now we're seeing probably the strongest version of the box comp that you see with the zipping buff, having a ton of heals, and Takeda discovering his true potential with his V3 being able to scale up, get more ghost shoves. As the team gets more weapons, Takeda is actually able to get more ult charge and his ult becomes stronger where he has up to 4 ghosts and he's able to shove people around. And with Temmie, that synergy between those 3 characters is probably the strongest right now that exists outside of Transformers. Now, with the nighttime game being the way it is, like I was saying before, Takeda, if he gets ult, he can 1v3 a team. So I think you're going to get your wish, Hiprain. These teams are going to go fully aggressive. Takeda zipping, having some of the best synergy off spawn. Probably one of the strongest duos comps, actually. And we're going to see that in this action today with all these teams landing really, really hot. It's looking like only a couple teams landing relatively safe, but a ton of teams in the north. 7 to 8 teams in the north.
I think it's going to be a pretty hectic game to start us off with. As J Team actually dropped just next to the winners of the previous game. GD decide they do not have the gear or the setup to actually take that fight, so they are just going to grab what they can, while GD also grabbing whatever they can. We are going to cut over to Alliance, though. Got themselves in a fight here with XCG. XCG have some ground to make up, as they were the first team out of the previous game. They've already caught onto Jean. They've now got Lucky here in their sights as well. And Alliance, with a man disadvantage, are still being able to catch onto XCG against the wall. Lucky takes out 2. Not going to be enough to hold on anymore. He only took out 1, mind you, as Lin is going to try their best. Gets a whole bunch of damage off onto IHQ. Almost turns that fight back around as XCG do get a squad wipe started off.
This spot right outside of Plume Castle has a double Firefly spawn, and you're seeing XCG dominate that position. And now GG on the backside of Imperial up in the north. Is GG going to be king of the north? We will see here. It looks like their Akos does have ult online, but they're not challenged. There were 7 teams out there, but we are going to see JJH versus WBG. WBG didn't have a good game last time, so will they be able to get a good start today? Temmie ult does come down. Purple Greatsword on water, and he gets a ginormous parry on Sleepwalker, deleting his full health pool with that purple armor, but the Akos ult coming down. And with these claws, he's just going to be able to win neutral for free, finding these openers. There is a Takeda ult, but that great sword chops WBG in half, and Sleepwater gets cleaned up by water. Just an absolute tsunami on this Akos with this purple greatsword, dominating this. Now, this is one of those weird innovative comms, Hiprain, I was talking about. Akos, Monk, Temmie. I have never seen this comp ever, and they're opening it up right now in these grand finals. You love to see it.
I think this is the time to show, your full hand. If you've been practicing something that might be a little bit different, a little bit more strange, it's now or never really for these teams. So they are pulling it out as ZK. They're able to get a whole bunch of damage off onto Godly there. J-Team able to secure themselves a kill. They're looking to keep the pressure up onto JJH. Lovely early aggressive one. Ult charge comes out from ZK. Is it going to get himself somewhat caught out? Does catch onto Water with the vertical strike and the ult charge as well from the F. Water bops him back with a great sword though, battering him away. Tries to go for the scale rush as ZK catches on. They're just playing dodge around each other, but J-Team are going to be able to finish this one up. ZK does get taken out, but they will be able to get the revive off as J-Team have won that fight. Really, really clutch stuff coming in from J-Team as they got themselves their first 3 kills on the board. Got 3 kills last game, but weren't able to get too much more off the back of that, unfortunately, as JD have found themselves, have found themselves versus the members of JL. There goes the Wushen ult out as GD just gonna get some healing and then maybe go in pursuit of JL.
So GD chasing JL, trying to find their way out of here. It looks like they use their ults here, but Fang is about to get his Viper ult online. They did port out low hit points, hard grappling out. Now this is one of those unique situations that in trios, min-maxing your Jades depending on your team composition is super important, and having 1 or 2 different distances for your grapples allows you to reset to this point, and they're able to get to this no ult zone. So even though GD has 3 ults, it doesn't matter right now. They're going to have to beat JL in neutral Takeda, Temi zipping versus this Viper, and the Viper's gonna come in with the silence, flying in, and JD is able to get that Dragon Rush, stunning the zipping, and 100 is zeroing her. And now JD, even with their big advantage, now sees themselves on the back foot, getting absolutely outpositioned by JL. JL consolidating, cleaning this up.
Oh no!
But they trade out and now they bring it back down to a 2v2. It's super close. Even though Viper's at 1 HP, she's able to get a little bit. And now it's coming down to a 2v1 for the Windfang. Just gets absolutely blasted though. Looks like he's gonna be taken down, and they're able... JL able to clutch it up with a no ult situation, playing it perfectly. What beautiful NARAKA we're seeing here today at Brain.
Yeah, JL honestly played that so flawlessly. Really good escape into turn, into team fight win there. Now, XCG getting himself in a fight here versus GS. The Sandstorm goes up in the middle of the snowy area as Luay does get himself popped back from the counter, and the Wushen ultimate out of safety is going to get thrown down. OUG actually get themselves in a fight with EWG. They've got the Bane's Breath burning away at the moment as they are feeling very comfortable. EWG, even though they own the Bane's Breath, are still going to lose that fight. Really, really rough one for them as XCG getting heavily chunked out here. GS actually can use this as an opportunity to jump forward. They do find themselves one kill. Luay goes down as Xiaonan able to secure himself that one, and that is another little fight there for the side of XCG, but they're going to be quite happy to take even more kills under their belt, up to the 6 mark now. Really, really big stuff from these guys.
I'm loving that XCG is running that Takeda Viper. I really love that variation. I don't really get to run it on my team. I've been trying to convince them to run that variation. I just feel like it's super, super strong. But the Akos coming out strong. We're seeing JJH leading the pack. Very rare you see Monk variations leading the pack off spawn with kills, and they're up to 7 kills. Now we're seeing OUG and WBG on the left side of the map running the caves. Usually this is like XCG's stomping grounds normally, where they have a Monk on their team and you're able to use a lot of this open area to take good engagements. Everything is about terrain when it comes to these team engagements, but it looks like OUG has a bounty on them, and because they have a Takeda, it is very, very dicey to go and fight a Takeda in close quarters. The same thing with a Yodo. You're kind of flipping it on who comes out on top, and it's really just who wants it a little bit more, who wants to push all in, and it doesn't look like any team wants to do that. Every team is setting up for Yang. We're hitting that 23-minute mark. Yang's being announced. All the teams trying to figure out how they're going to play. We see TE in the south have a Yang uncontested, JJH and JL to the right finding a Yang. It looks like J team may find the northern Yang. Now, something that I found interesting during solos, when there's so many players trying to get in the Yang, it's actually really, really tough to spam that E button to get in. And we actually saw Spider have a really, really tough time getting in a Yang. And I'm wondering today, are there going to be enough trio teams trying to get in this Yang, and are some teams just not going to make it in because they're not able to spam that E? Now we're seeing Alliance though fighting GD, the winners of the previous round. Takeda ults are being popped out. JDK trying to create enough space. Not sure where his teammates are. He's getting a ton of value off these shoves, and he's fighting this 1v3. He does have the bounty on himself. Maybe that's why he's not with his team and they're just willing to let him get taken down alone. Man, you're just seeing such conservative play that their one teammate is bountied and they let him take the 1v3. And like I was saying, Hipporain, he almost took him down. He got a full shove, hit all of them with their armor switch. But now, this is what I live for, seeing these Yang fights, and I'm hoping to see some great mirrors, some great action here with the Takedas going at it. And we're going to see TE versus WBG, two of the strongest teams inside this Yang brawling out, and it looks like it's going to be a mirror. I don't see much. Yeah, it's going to be a mirror. So I'm curious to see how they open up. Everyone takes to the skies. VVV, one of the most dangerous fraggers inside Nbpl, take this guys and immediately get to slam onto Jing, having that F1 up, and now the Takeda ults are going down, coming into the center, brawling out, going after the enemy Takeda. He's ready at 1 HP, but with the zipping heel coming down, no one is getting taken down at all. The zippings are actually going at it right now. VVV looking on who is the lowest, trying to make sure that his team stays alive with that ult. Last ghost coming out, and now all ults are done. It's mono via mono. Who is going to take it now? VVV super healthy, but his zipping gonna get taken down. TE now losing one of the members. Can they trade out the kill? Jing super low, but now LYD also getting taken down. Now VVV's in a 1v3 situation, getting absolutely exploded, and WBG pulling out an upset, taking them down. We do have J Team versus JJH. Will there be an upset here? JJH having a great first game. Will they be able to have a great second Yang? It doesn't look like it. J-Team showing why they are the champs, why they clutch it up in the biggest tournaments, and they end up taking them down.
Huge win there for J-Team. That was really tragic for VVV, by the way, because he got countered when he died, so he dropped his purple pole sword, which means he's going to spawn without that when he gets his respawn, so that's a little rough for them because they're going to be running around desperately looking for kills, and they're going to be missing a purple pole sword, which is a major tool for them to be able to find those kills. Is Bowder have the Vermilion Spurs Might. They got it actually from the realm of Yang. The BBG maybe thinking about taking it. This is the most consequence-free fight you can have. Both sides have the Vermilion Spurs Might, so they're basically both free to die, and it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, like, it sucks in a way, but like, because you lose the buff, but you don't actually lose anything for it. You're not going to lose your weapons or your gear. Jing is going to get bot back here as he is trying to find an opportunity to get good charge with the ult off. Does jump in forwards, gets a bit of damage off with the charge down, as they do actually see one member go down. Sleepwalker has already lost his life, and WBG on the back foot. Bowder should just be able to close this one out. Jing gets caught in the whiff, gets caught nice and low, and PP, the only one left standing here, as he is actually able to take down Bowder's Moon. There is a respawn around here, so it could be a little bit scary, but nope, PB is just going to respawn. He is down.
I'm not surprised that when they have this Vermilion Bird's Might Phoenix buff, they don't want to really res and run it back again. But what they do want is to get as many kills as possible. Even though they trade out kills, not getting 3 kills, they still get 1 out of it, so it ends up being net positive. Now, this is one of the tough spots after you get this fight on this burst map. We got GG coming in with this Viper Akos comp. Temiol comes down to peel, but Viper still has her ult up. Now, they're going to pour out, reset here, heal back to full, and will the enemy team be able to get away? Akos ult does come down, but we're going to tune into XCG versus EWG. Euron already taken down. He was in the solos finals as well. Now in the trios finals, one of the few players to be in both. XCG in hot pursuit of EWG though. Ults all popped, nowhere to run, flat ground, just getting juggled by the strongest Jades in the game. Merciless doing a ton of work, but we got Ventus with the third party now. XCG's Wu Chen, this is your one job. You need to be able to protect your team with a good port here. This is really tough. We saw in last chance qualifier how breathtaking it can be if your Wu Chen doesn't get you out of these sticky situations. Ventus pops the Temiol onto the Wu Chen. But where did they go? It looks like Ventus's ankles are broken. They're looking left, they're looking right. They completely lose them. They're out of there. Good job on that team's Wu Chen. Now we got JJH versus J-Team. I believe J-Team did win there, so this is kind of all extra credit for them. JJH is running that Akos Temi Monk, and it looks like their Temi is already taken down, so this is a 2v3, and they're next to a no ult zone. So as J-Team closes the distance, Godley knows that the inevitable is coming. He's about to get detransformed. Now he can press it himself to give him the advantage here, but it looks like he's going to sacrifice himself for his teammate to go on and try to find reses, play on a little bit more, try to get a res maybe later. He does have 8,000. With enough discount, he should be able to buy one of his teammates' backs.
If he's not able to do that, unfortunately, that is our only monk comp out of the lobby, which is really tragic for them. Not even going to get close to.
Are you happy?
No, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. My feelings about monk comps are not a secret. And we are seeing EWG actually getting himself a fight here versus Ventus. it doesn't last long as they're ejected from the lobby and the cliff face at the same time there. WS98 does eat an ice block to the head. Does get stunned for a second there, but it's going to be okay. As they are just going to move away from all this and actually head over towards wherever the circle is going to be moving towards now. Could have possibility of 3 of the different biomes. The circle is literally, the dead center of the circle right now is like the trifecta between each of the biomes. So that's quite interesting. We could have it could go anywhere. We could have a snowy one, we could have a deserty one, and a slightly grassy lands one. We'll have to see. For now though, J-Team looking and turning their attention towards this realm of Yang. They won their first one. They've got golden weapons. They've got the momentum, and this is what J-Team needed. They needed this game to go good for them because they had a bad game number 1, and it looks like they didn't let it get to them. They've recovered from that first game. They're bounced back and now are looking towards potential run with Yangs. We are just going to get a replay of TE taking a fight here versus GD. Seeing exactly who won this fight, because I have no idea. Not TE, apparently, because BBV's already out. Oh, that's rough.
Top 2 teams going at it right now. It looks like GD carrying that momentum from the previous game, and this looks pretty early into the round, 60 minutes and 30 seconds, but we're gonna get J-Team versus WBG. This is one of the classic battles inside Yang. Both of these teams pretty evenly matched, with the Takedas taking to the skies, and now we're seeing the Juggernauts going both out of Takeda on Takeda action. F1 being popped, getting the first slam. Now ZK, J-Team trying to look for that big flame, good, getting that big overhead slam with the R&B. Eagle getting a big parry. Now we lost the zipping though. This is not looking good for J-Team, but they can bring this back, having one more gold shove with this Cicada and this gold pole sword. WBG just needs to buy the time and get a good flank off. It looks like they're going to clean this up. Sleepwalker is doing a ton of work for his WBG team, and J-Team is going to be taken down. What do you call this? I would say they're evenly matched, but WBG doing a great job. Even though they're really known for their Moncom, I've seen WBG and GG really adapt to this new meta with that Takeda shove, and now we're seeing, as I was saying before, GG versus GS. Looks like GS is just trying to survive here at the Yushan Ruins. Looks like they lost a team fight to Bauda, but getting a port out, disappearing into the zone, kind of trying to deny the kill, unable to do it though. Bauda picking up that kill. That top left of the map with all those portals can be really, really tricky. And one of the best places to rat it out in these end games, if you find yourself not in a full team, you're able to go in and out of the portals. Even though there's a slight cooldown on the portals, it's one of the best ways to create a lot of distance to lose people. Now, GG are going to be actively hunting for a couple kills here with that Akko's Viper. This comp isn't as strong in these end games because they do not have a Temi, and it looks like TE, they're like, they got alligator blood. You just can't get them out. They just always find a way to get teammates back. And besides buying your teammates back from the vendor, you can get a res from one of the Morris chests. Now it's extremely dangerous because every team does hawk and go in there, but if you're sneaky beaky enough, you're able to find these reses. And this is the type of plays that separate a lot of teams from other teams, that they keep their heads in it, they keep staying active, because you don't want to go back at the end of these 12 games where you lose by like 2 points. And I remember in the first FPX versus J-Team, they only lost by a couple points to J-Team in the first Worlds. So they're keeping at it. They got that res, and they're staying super active. We are down to 31 players though, HitBrain. I did take over 21. You may be correct. You got your wish set. We got a very, very active lobby, but we will see as the zone closes. Do we get under the 21 player mark?
It's going to be a tight one. There's definitely less players than there were in the last game, though. So I take that as a win in a way. J-Team right now, though, they've got 2 minutes left to find themselves a kill, and I don't think there's a single player near them right now. So what they could have done was funneled the cash together. But I don't actually think they have enough for a rebirth charm, so they can't do the rebirth trick. either. They haven't got enough gold to get them all up either. So this is a really rough one for J Team, and they got 8 kills. This is an amazing game for them. All they needed was a good multiplier on this, and this would have been them set up quite nicely. But now they are running away from any other teams in the area. I believe they rung the bell and may have got some information, but I don't think they did. Eagles finally found J-Team, GG. XCG are coming in, and this is J-Team's opportunity to actually recover from what could be potentially a hard game, but there's a Wu Shen on GG, so if this fight goes remotely bad, GG just leave the fight.
This is the tough part of, like you said, running into these Wu Chen teams. Now, their objective here is to burn the Wu Chen out, so they're immediately going on Wu Chen, popping to the Geto and getting
the
overcomer, carrying away with the horsey. Now 3-3-0. No.
Did they get a Soul Bloom? They got a Soul Bloom.
Didn't get the portal, but Ventus is coming in with a third party, and GG is in shambles right now. Getting juggled by the Merciless as well, and then so many teams are coming in. Bowda coming in with the fourth party. It's a mosh pit. J-Team just absolutely getting devoured now by the third party. XCG losing one of their members, but being able to pour it out, and Ventus capitalizing, claiming some of this loot. Bowda on the outsides. I'm not sure how many no, J-Team just in shambles. 2 of them getting taken out, but if you want one person to stay alive on your team, you want your Takeda. That Takeda, I've seen Takeda's clutch it up in these end games. As long as he has ults up, and as long as he gets lucky with one of these end games where there's a ton of foilers, a ton of trees that he can hide in, he can still find himself, his team's a good multiplier, as you were saying earlier. Hit Brent.
They got that one Soul Bloom. That's all they needed to keep their hopes alive. They got that extra kill up to 9 now. As long as they stay alive long enough to get a decent multiplier on this game, they're going to be sitting quite happy. And Li Heng getting jumped onto. This is actually going down as he is nowhere to run. OUG just swarming him as Li Heng goes down. OUG, Xinyu able to pick that kill up. And we're down to 23 players now left in this lobby. LYD taking a fair amount of damage as well there. Is desperately just trying to heal up. Is just going to blink away. Head over towards a safer spot as he is on the edge of the Bane's Breath, but just going to use the purple bush to hide and wait this one out as Miss Kia is now being run down by WBG. This is GG's last player as well. They're being forced into the zone, and we're now at the point where like a lot of those solo players are just getting killed off. As I say that, ZK is killed off and J-Team are eliminated from the lobby. Miss Kia doing his best just to hold on as long as possible, try and get as many placement points for his team as he can. Not going to be able to win the lobby off the back of this one, but is able to rejoin into the zone. We have got the meteor shower that looks to be coming down relatively soon, actually, so that could really change the dynamic of this final circle. As Miss Kia is able to just about avoid away, immediately gets caught out now and up by GD, as they are just playing the runaway game, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be a hard escape. They're just getting repeating crossbows. They're getting every tool in the trade thrown at them as PP is able to secure that kill. Down to 20 players. Raven, I was right, mate. It's under the 21 mark.
You got exactly what you wanted. This a full rush down Ooga Booga game with all these Temis. Look how many kills are on the board. We got WBG with 8, Bowda with 7, Ventus with 6, XEG, even though they died, with 9, JJH with 9, J-Team with 9. Just such a high kill game, but we're seeing GD having back-to-back good games. As long as they hold on here, as long as they play this very, very conservative, they're looking at a very, very big game. Now we're seeing WBG getting toasted by this burst arrow scatter shot coming from OUG. OUG, I think they probably are the most improved team I've seen in the league. They really struggled kind of incorporating the King when he came over from solos. He played like 3 different roles before finding where he's comfortable in each different comp.
Yeah.
And they are really, really consistent right now. At least going into game 2 and game 1, they have made both end games. And as long as you make end game, that is the way you win these tournaments. You cannot win if you are dead.
Another team here on our screen right now, JL, they've had an absolutely killer performance so far. They had a great game 1, great game number 2. Right now in the overall standings, they are sitting in 2nd. They're not that far behind, only 10 points behind GD. TA getting knocked out. They could really grow that gap right now. You could see OUG, a team who came through the Ricochet, through the last chance qualifiers, who are in 4th right now. They are only a fraction of points behind TE, so it is within the possibility. But the overall standings may be shaken up quite heavily after this game number 2, as Ventus able to finish up Bowder. And again, unfortunately for Bowder, it's been a better game for them. They're a team who I've been very critical of all season long. I think they've really not performed overly well. They got 7 kills this game. This lobby has suited them. This style has definitely suited them. And I think Bowder's struggle in the Monk games because I don't think that meta suits them. But when we get these Takeda games, when we get these hyper-aggressive games, these kind of comps really suit Bowder. And they made it work.
Bowder, all their rosters are involved were really known for their Viper and Rush sound comps. And now we're seeing that going for that gold box. It's always very
Blood
dicey.
Ripper, man.
And the gold jades and the gold armor, putting that on the Takeda. He is just the juggernaut of the team. As long as Takeda is alive, there is a chance that you are just going to continue to farm a ton of kills, especially going into these end games. It's all about getting that last hit when it comes to everyone having some type of dot damage, either fire burn, either venom tip. You're seeing a ton of all the tricks of the trade coming out going into these end games. Remember, these guys are playing for top 3. They don't want to just qualify and somehow make it in the middle of the pack. They want to be considered the absolute best. They want a chunk of that big prize pool at the very top. And a lot of that cash is stacked in the top 3. So everything that these guys are doing, they're looking to maximize it every single point, every step of the way. And we're seeing a buttery rocked end game with all these little cliff ends and cannons coming out, building a ton of damage off. Ventus is trying to dictate the top of this map. If they're able to hold the top of this map and isolate and possibly push GD off, you're going to be in a great position to win this. Now, GD knows they don't want to go in the bottom. Bottom is death here in that end game where everyone's going to be struggling, falling down. Now, there is a little tricky strategy that you can do in these end games where if your full team holds at the bottom, you can just pick off all the strikers as they come down. And we're seeing GD execute a Temi ult onto WBG, but it's going to be a ton of grief trying to get a ton of pressure with these different levels of these buttery rocks. WBG ends up not getting much value. Now we're seeing the ult coming out from JLFong trying to claim this high ground, and Ventus getting stunned. Are they going to be able to capitalize on these kills? But Ventus's Takeda able to peel off, creating enough space, and none of the kills getting traded, just ults getting trades. But you're seeing OUG in the kill feed finding a lot of stragglers here on the low ground, picking them off. As I was saying, this strategy being very great. OUG finding more kills, doing super consistent today. JJH on the brink of getting eliminated, wiped out by OUG. The demons lurking on the low ground.
OUG is starting to get a whole bunch of kills put together. These guys, remember, came through that last chance qualifier, and they were one of the dark horses we had coming into today, and they are having an absolutely phenomenal game number 2 as they tidy up Ventus's WX98 and climb into 3rd place overall in the standings. They got 9 kills in their pocket. They are in a shot with actually taking the whole game, the whole day, but GD able to grab himself a couple of kills in response as GD do get bot back there by JL. One Fang is going to get himself taken out, though, on the tail end there as AS is trying to get some damage down onto these GD members. OUG sliding forward, and that's going to be the end of JL. OUG now has to fight off versus GD. SS boxed into the zone, is able to recover and get himself back in, but eats another charge from that Takeda F there. Has his own one to throw out, but he's just being juggled around. He can't move. He's desperately trying to find it. Does get that opportunity, does get that opening. Kakaishi gets chunked out. SS launches himself onto the low ground, gets a whole bunch of health taken away, is able to recover some of that armor, though, is going to heal up a little bit more as on the low ground, GD and Ventus are scrapping it out. Also Dongxing down there as well for the side of GD as Sansi getting himself heavily chunked out, bopped into the zone, finished up by Zinyu. K knocked back into the zone himself as he launches into the GD members. OUG SS slides in as well here to see if he can try and find himself a kill. Is going to get himself caught out by Kakaishi, but Kakaishi low HP. SS losing his armor. K's going down. Kakaishi finally falls, not before taking so much health. GD is knocked out. PP, he's just not giving points over. He knows he can't afford to give points away, so he just runs into the zone, escapes the clutches of OUG, and OUG will take game number 2.
Great play by OUG, holding that high ground, able to weather the storm versus GD. You saw the Takedos match it out, but with OUG's Takeda having that Phoenix Blast was just enough pressure to push and dominate GD. A lot of this mirror matchup is the Takeda on Takeda battle. Both the Juggernauts locking horns and just going at it. You're seeing the ghosts being shoved back and forth, and they're not only trying to kill each other, but also kill all the people supporting that cast. And you're seeing everything invested into supporting that spear at the tip of it, the Takeda, with either a pole sword or, in this case, Phoenix Blast Longsword. And OUG, the Cinderella story, coming down from the Last Chance qualifier and performing in this super stack lobby versus the best team in the league. Looks like TE a little bit frustrated going into it, but you know, there's still a ton of Naraka to be played, with that second game being a Night Holoroth. New map, as you've been saying over and over, Hip Rain. Very aggressive. Less than 21 people. You were right. You got what you wanted. An aggressive game. And now we're going to be going into the third game, a Firefly Morris. So going to be still another aggressive game. Exactly what you want. I'm very curious to see how these teams are going to choose for this next game, though.
The King having playing cards of himself with the King as the King card. That is so good. I love that. As OUG do take that game number 2. I didn't expect to see one of my dark horses strike so early in the day. I thought they were going to kind of just be consistently good and then a threat on Sunday. But no, OUG just go, nah, we're not about that. They took the first game of the Repichet. They come into the second game here on Horror, going, this is our meta. This is how we play. All of the Repichet was hyper aggressive. It was all of these Takeda comps. It wasn't Monk. Monk really fell to the wayside, and it felt like a lot of teams felt way more comfortable playing this style than they did the Monk style. And I feel like a lot of our top teams lean heavily on that Monk comp to kind of be as good as they are. And when the meta shifts away from that, it feels like the other teams actually have a moment, have an opportunity to jump up. Like JL, they're pulling out the ACOS there. They looked amazing on that. Or was that JJH? Oh, it was JJH who ran the ACOS. I can't remember. I had a brain fart. One of those teams ran an ACOS, and they looked really good on it. I mean, we saw GD, who looked like they were going to take that overall, but they didn't. It was OUG, but it was very close between the pair of them. I can't wait to see the overall scoreboard and see how the teams are faring after that game number 2, what the points look like. That was definitely a better game for J Team, but unfortunately, they kind of fell apart because the opposite of what typically happens, like you're saying, the Takeda versus Takeda comps, they focused the Z-Ping. They didn't focus the Takeda. They just went straight onto the Z-Ping, burst them out, and then suddenly the healing was gone. And there was no one to support the tip of the spear. And the Takeda just lost all of their support around them, but they were the final one to fall. And that was just the undoing of J-Team. They were able to survive a little bit longer and got an extra kill because the Roma Yang debuff forced them to take a fight that maybe they otherwise wouldn't have wanted to. And yet they were quite happy to maybe win that fight, or at least get a kill or get a soul bloom, but it only gave them like another 2 minutes, 3 minutes in the game. And I think they were the next team out anyway. So it doesn't really do much for the placement points either. But it was still a better version of J-Team. I think they suited at this more aggressive style than the more passive style that we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, as you were saying, like, this game had a ton of kills. Look at this was the most kills I've ever seen in one game spread out amongst other teams. You're seeing GG with 5, XUG with 9, Bauda with 7, J-Team with 9, JL with 8, JD with 7, Ventus with 8, JJH with 9, WBG with 9, OUG with 14. And all these teams have to be feeling good with all those kills. Now, we're seeing something super important, though. How much the placement multiplier and the placement points play into your overall points. So even though JJH had 9 kills, they only have 14 points compared to WBG, who got second with 9 kills and they have 17.4. But in first place, OUG absolutely rolling the lobby. And you were saying before, with the J team losing their zipping first, that support role, and a lot of people are confused on what a support role is inside NARAKA. It doesn't mean that you're just healing there forever. It just means that you cannot die first. Your role is to support the other 2 players in front of you, but if you go down first, your ultimate is so important for your team to stay alive. The zipping role inside this Takeda to mulch comp allows the team to fight for so long, because it basically gives your teammates a second life. So if you go down first, they don't get their second life. So essentially, you don't get a full 6 lives to fight another team. You only get 3. You cannot go down first as your support role in any team composition. Same thing with the Wuchen. We did see during the last chance qualifier that bubble team porting their team into zone. That is seared into my brain, Hipper, and I can't forget it. And seeing the faces of that team with their Wuchen. Now today, I've only seen Wuchens doing the right ports, saving their team when they need to. I'm hoping the same thing doesn't happen to another support player, but we're seeing the demons of the bottom, OUG, picking up all the kills on the bottom as all these teams fall down, and they're able to then alpha their way back onto high ground, fighting GD to win it out and winning this game. Great job by OUG. We're going to see what the MVP is looking at. A Temi coming out. Normally you see the Takedas being the MVP, but this time the Temi getting MVP, and a ton of his damage coming from those cannons.
I was curious if we were going to see the Takeda or the Temi here, because the Temi has 9 kills. The Takeda did 20k damage, so it was up in the air what they got, but they got the Universe Slash, the Armor Pierce, the Great Sword Sap, the Cavalry Room, the Longsword Sap, and the Flame Breath there coming in from Xinyu. Just a really, really solid performance from these guys. And OUG, they strike hard in game number 2. Obviously, got a little break now, so they can kind of sit back, go, okay, that was great. We need to replicate that a whole bunch more. But they have slingshot themselves up the overall standings off the back of that. A really, really solid performance from these guys. And the question is how are they going to perform throughout the rest of the day? Are J-Team actually going to make it to a final circle at all today? They've been going out very early all day long, and that was definitely an upset for TE. The question for me on the side of TE is, is that going to get to them, or are they going to be able to bounce back? They are a team who have always struggled when it matters. I think that's been TE's biggest failing as a roster and not just an organization, because this roster has played together for longer than that. And it's always been our major criticism of these guys is they struggle at like finals or grand finals or bi-weekly finals. Like, it doesn't matter, as long as it's got the word final in it, it's an important game. That roster, the one on TE right now, do seem to struggle. Game 1, yeah, it was pretty good for them. They didn't win it. It was definitely a good game for them. I think they came 3rd overall. But this game number 2 now, they were bad. They looked lost. They had 2 kills. They went out nice and early. They didn't really achieve much. And I feel this fast-moving, hyper-aggressive meta that we're starting to see develop in NARAKA is maybe leaving TE a little bit behind.
Yeah, TE, like you were saying, the lobby and all the other teams kind of joke with them that even though they're afraid of them, they're not as afraid of them when it comes into the finals. They normally do super, super well in the qualifying rounds. They absolutely annihilate everyone. Everyone's kind of scrambling for that top 7. But qualifying is different than the top 3 finish, where everything is for keeps. Every point matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we'll be back with game number 3. So we'll see you in a moment.
地水湖电视台，您现在正在收看的是2023 NBPL 男子篮球总决赛的现场。大家好，我是今天的解说员任栋，
我是任一。
那么今天的话，两支队伍也已经悉数登场了。双抓队和拆火队，今天究竟谁可以获得冠军？让我们拭目以待。尤其是梦游大帝，他的身高将成为他的优势之一。小雷神更是经常带2名女学员共同训练，人送绰号“飞雷雷”啊。
二位站一边去。
比赛正式开始了。
好，同时我们也注意到拆火队的几名选手，他们的颜值非常优异啊！右这边的进攻。
在双抓队的猛烈攻势下，拆火队现在暂时落后。那么可以看到3号位顶级上场的 Skin 选手已经非常的疲惫了。
在这个关键时刻 ，LYD 能不能带领自己的队伍逆转局势呢？
太难了！双抓队的阵型固若金汤 ，LYD 根本就切入不进去啊！
我们一定要提前进圈，
直到最后一刻都不可以放弃希望。如果死心的话，比赛就已经结束了。
老戴，你最辉煌的时刻是什么时候？是首届节杯上被誉为风之地的时代吗？而我的话，就是现在了。
经过了短暂的休整之后的话呢，我们继续回到比赛现场。两 TD 关键的第4节，终于迎来了自己上场的机会。
看到他们接球进攻，持续的接球进攻，谁能够阻挡我们梦游大帝的步伐呢？
是 LYD， 他盖掉了梦游。
比赛即将结束，这将是拆火队的最后一次进攻机会。
LYD 将球传给了图图，梦幻转身，急停起跳，0秒出手，他能否创造奇迹？
我觉得这个赛季的话，王场跟我们的磨合啊，无论是磨合还是什么的，就一步一步变好了，知道吧？就他无尘啊，还有音视频啊这些东西，一学就会嘛，就慢慢跟他说，他就会自己懂了，然后反正就变得很强了。到了总决赛的话，我们对总决赛的期望是前5吧，怎么说也是个前5，就。反正我们实力也不差，对吧？然后复活赛第1也是第1，总决赛好歹也拿个前5。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 3. Amazing game number 1 and 2, to be honest. I think the major thing was we haven't seen either TE or J-Team win yet. TE had an okay game number 1. J-Team had a horrendous game number 1. Game number 2 was slightly better for J-Team. They got a decent amount of kills, but the rest of it didn't go great. I mean, we can see the overall scores right now. Honestly, I'm surprised to see Balder in 11th and not 14th. If I'm going to be completely honest with you, they've been a little disappointing. I mean, I'll flame Balder all day long. They've not been a good team at all. I mean, Alliance, I guess, having less starting points and only being 1 point behind them should really show you how bad this has already started off for Balder. It is game number 2. We still have 10 games for the whole grand finals to go. 4 more today, 6 more coming up on Sunday. So things have room to move around. Nice to see WBG doing a bit of climbing, but J-Team doing a lot of sliding as they have slid down from that 2nd spot into 7th off 2 games. TE have lost their top spot and have moved into 4th as GD, OUG, and JL all lead the charge right now, but the points are close. It is 0.2 points between OUG and GD going into this game number 3.
And even though it's a 25-point difference to 47, that's one game. A lot of these really, really strong teams, XTG, GD, J-Team, TE, these guys are known for dropping really, really ginormous games, 25 to 35-point games. So it's light work for them to bring this back, only 2 games down, and everyone's going to have a better idea after this first day of how these teams are going to play the second day, and the adjustments are going to be made. So I'm still curious to see how the rest of this day is going to be played out with the 3rd game going into the Firefly Morris. Now, you were saying before you love for these rushdown comps, and now there is a counter strategy to these rushdown comps where you just play super, super safe, and as you hate this hip brain, Monk strategy where you're able to dominate the Yang. Now, the one part where these Temi Takedas do fall short is versus a traditional Transformer team inside Yang. Now, the question is, can the Transformers actually get into the realm of Yang as they're being hunted throughout all the map? Can they secure enough loot to get blue armor for that first Yang? But if they do, they're able to perform super, super well, and we're seeing a lot of these different teams. You saw GG not open up with their normal Monk composition, even though they do have, I believe, 330 on their team, one of the best Monks in the league. They end up playing a very fast comp with the Takeda Temi, but this is when they might be popping out with these Takeda Monk or a Yushan Monk Kurumi, the traditional Transformers, to counter these Viper comps on the Firefly Morris day. Now, Morris, traditionally a lot better for these Monk comps because the terrain benefits them a lot more. It's a lot harder to get assassinated. They don't get caught out in the open. Now, the left side of the map is that Viper territory where you're going to see Vipers jumping from the top. And with Fireflies being so prevalent on the map, it's not going to surprise me to see half the lobby go Vipers next game. Now, we do have a question for everyone. How many kills did Team OUG get in Game 2? Is it A, 10, B, 12, C, 14, or D, 16? If you get this answer correctly, you will be able to get a chance to win a limited great treasure chest. Just enter in the chat box what you think the answer is. I'm actually not sure what the
I can't remember. Honestly, if I'm going to be real with you, this is the first time where I'm like, I don't know the answer to this question.
I believe it's 14 or 16. That's what my memory is.
You can't give them the answer. I mean, we have no idea. Don't
I said 14 or 16. I don't know. I said I don't know.
It's multiple choice, and you've just given them the 50-50. You could be right. They got good kills. They did well. Anyway, do you know something we haven't seen today? We haven't seen teams camping the Morris, the Realm of Yanks. We haven't seen a team try and jump another team who are on their way to get it, because when you're a Monk comp, the last thing you want to be doing is throwing down that Monk ult outside the Realm of Yang. You want to be able to save it. You don't want to burn your ultimates. So if there's a team who are going, we just don't care about committing ults, and we're just not going to go into the Realm of Yang, jump in, commit ults. They either get a kill as the rest of the team get into the Realm of Yang and leave someone on their own, or they're forced to then ult up or try and take a fight, win the fight, and then get into the Realm of Yang without using their ultimates. So it's a very effective method to try and farm kills, or at least a fight where you can basically force an advantage because another team is unwilling to use their ultimates at least immediately, and you are willing to burn it. So we have had teams across the season throw that down as like a way to play out these Realm of Yangs. where they just don't go for it and they don't care about the items and the buffs and stuff like that. They just want the kills. We haven't seen that today. I mean, game 1 was very passive. Game 2 was very aggressive. So I was surprised that we didn't see at least one team commit it in that previous game.
I believe it's just there wasn't as many Monk teams in this game too. So
True. Yeah.
The one Monk team that you did see in the lobby, you happily pointed out that they did get assassinated, trying to get into Yang desperately, unable to make it. And I'm sure during this map, we're going to see a couple more Monk teams, and we're going to see that assassination play going down, where these Yodos drop their F3 to block out either the Monk or the Yushan. Or it's generally very hard to catch the Kurumi, because as long as she's tethered to one of her members as they enter the portal, she's able to teleport to her teammate. Now, this used to be a huge problem for teams because, of course, one of the first primary targets is that support player on the team being the Kurumi. Now, a lot of the time you do want to end up silencing the Yushan when it comes to Transformers when you're on that Viper, because if you silence a Yushan, it opens up a ton of plays because the Yushan's not able to block the stun, so you could potentially team wipe the Transformers. But as this Yang meta has developed, there have been a bunch of tricky things that you can do to mitigate this risk. And I think one of the reasons that you're not seeing a lot of that Yang griefing, as like we like to call it, where you're getting these cheeky kills as people try to go into Yang, is these teams who normally go into Yang are not going to the contested Yang. They're reading the map, they're reading the initial lobby of where everyone is and where they think they're going to rotate, and they're going to the less contested Yang. And this kind of goes in line with everyone wants to play this first day fairly consistently. But like you were saying before, Hipbrain, a lot of the new blood and new up-and-coming teams, your dark horses, are doing super well because they're coming in with this super aggressive strategy. OUG coming in hot with that Takeda Temi and popping off in this game too during a nighttime Firefly day where horsepower and killing power means the most. Now, going to see what these team compositions are going to be going into game 3. We're about reaching that halfway point, and this is where teams start heating up or start cooling off. You were pointing out that J Team and TE, they started at the top with all those initial points, but they're slowly making their way down to the middle. Yeah, we're seeing a ton of Monk comms coming out.
Yeah. A couple of Yotos, actually a singular Yoto. Did we have a Yoto last game? I think we did. It's JJH who are going to be running that one. Monk comps, God, there's a lot of Monk. We actually seen the Ferrier version from GG, so actually they're running that more traditional, I say traditional, the Pacific Rim comp, which we did see a few teams pulling out. Interestingly though, they're using a Kurumi instead of the Tami in that comp. To me, that screams that Tami is just so flexible right now and belongs in so many different comps that they don't want to use their hero points up on Tami on this comp in particular. They'd rather just have a healer and play it a little bit safer. And I guess, like you were saying, the mech has been nerfed and the amount of health it gives is lower. So having some level of a healer, whether that be a Z-Ping or in this case a Kurumi, means that they do have that level of healing to kind of keep them up for now. As well, I'm going to look at where everybody is dropping here in game number 3. Can see that J-Team and WBG are going to be dropping down by Sungwing's Rest. Pretty clustered on the left-hand side of the map, actually. A lot of teams may catch each other as they're moving up. Alliance dropping right near the shipwrecks off in the center. I say it's clustered. Actually, this is very spread out. Now we step away. There are clusters on the left, but a lot of teams have kind of just got safe drops to themselves for game number 3.
You really want to get a good drop because whoever gets first blood here gets a ton of coin, and now OUG taking down GG Miska. Now this is one of the Firefly spots to the east of the map. Like three or four Fireflies land around here, and they're with this Viper comp, and they're able to assassinate that Feria Kurumi Monk. A little bit of an untraditional comp, but now WBG and J-Team fighting it out at Sunwing Firefly spot. Looks like Sleepwalker, tried and true, one of the staples of this team, able to pick up a grab and take down one of the challengers. I wasn't sure what that team was, but now Ventus is coming in with that third party, coming in from another fire spot. Even though they don't got armor, I'm sure they're coming in with some ult, and the Akros coming in hot with the ult, absolutely shredding WBG with those staggers from that unblockable lunge, getting a ton of value. J-Team finding his res.
They're not going to get away with it. They tried for the res, and they just give away more kills, more points. They tried for the sneaky backdoor res, and it just did not work out for them. That is unlucky.
That's
GG
the power of that Akros I was saying hip rain.
I love it. I love it. But we are actually seeing GG getting himself in a fight versus OUG. SS is going to be able to pop the stun. They should be able to finish up 3-3-0 in mech, and that is an easy win there for OUG if they are able to take themselves that fight. Cutting over down to XCG in the no ult zone. TE coming in with a Dragon's Rush there on the spear, trying to get the damage down. Gets another full charge off. Beautifully played by TE as they just absolutely slaughter XCG. And it has been a rough day one of Grand Finals for XCG. They have not achieved much right now. 0 kills, and they are 10th overall in the standings.
Yeah, surprisingly, TE with the triple ult ends up still taking down XCG in that no ult area, not even needing ults to follow up to finish off their rivals right there. Now going to JJ8 here at Wreckage. Spear being one of those great weapons inside trios, having all that stun effect. When you get that parry, you get that Dragon Rush, holding them down. And with the addition to these pulsar, you're seeing these great big bursts coming from these teams. Their position 1, their aggro frontliner, their monks, their Yushans, able to come in with a ton of damage. And in trios, you don't really have a lot of energy to move around. But with this extra mechanic that the Pulsar brings, you're able to just move around and re-space yourself, bringing in really ginormous blue attacks. Now, going into this, we're getting TE versus Bauda showing up with a Moonbane timing onto TE. TE's Monk ends up matching so he doesn't get staggered. Oh, it looks like, I take it back, TE was able to get the Moonbane. What? No damage going down because I believe the crewmate popped their F3, able to give that 90% damage reduction. Now Bauda is going to be taking a ton of damage from this Moonbane. Even though one of TE's members is taken down, they do have the Moonbane, that 4th player on their side, and TE VVV with that tether is going to get this res now. TXJ trying to kite around, survive, just buy time for his team using the bell, and the double Moonbane coming down, toasting that Yushan completely. But it's just a blue Moonbane. Somehow he's just tanking so much damage, and TE turning this around, even though they initially got taken down. Bauda now on the ropes, trying to get out of this Moonbane, reposition and stabilize, but LYD's not gonna let it happen. He's on top of Lion. Lion's gonna have to sacrifice himself for the greater good, and Bauda losing out versus TE, but managing the damage though, Hiprain, managing the damage. They do get out with their blue Moonbane onside the Kurumi, and it looks like they're gonna use it back and repay the favor onto TE. They're gonna drop the Moonbane on top of TE, and TE's gonna disengage, but Bauda's gonna be able to get that res on their teammate.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to pick them up, but that was rough, honestly. TE, that fight should not have looked that bad for them, considering they had the Moonbane down and everything, but I guess at the end of the day, they end up paying the price, and they do still get themselves the victory in the fight. Only getting a single kill, though, and a fight where they lost a player. They effectively traded 1-for-1. So, not amazing for them on that front. As Xiaonan, low armor here, because he's only rocking that gray, and Jing is just obliterating his health bar. They have been able to take out Sleepwalker. Has got some healing coming in from the Kurumi Tether. They're trying to keep the pressure up onto Jing, as Jing doing his best to deal with them. But OUG have actually come in as a third party into this fight to see if they can pick up some kills. But SS immediately losing a little bit of HP there. Transformation will be wearing off fairly soon. And OUG coming in on that third party. Catch out onto Jing. Jing, half HP, no armor, is eating grapples after SS is just keeping the chase onto him, and this should just be enough. Down goes Jing. OUG able to pick that kill up, able to take themselves that fight. Great little third party from our front runners, who right now have 5 kills in their pocket as well. So they're having an amazing game. Ventus looking to try and get the stun off here with the Viper. 2 tickets caught, and EWG will be losing them. Having a quick look at the overall standings, J-Team haven't been able to achieve anything. They are 0 kills right now. They do have a traditional Monk comp, though, so when the Realm of Yangs come up, when the late game starts to come up, that might be their moment to strike and see if they can make this game go for them. Same for TE, but TE have been able to pick 4 kills up, which is a major difference between the two favorites going into today, as Uran is being finished up by Ventus. Nice and easy there. Ventus using their power, but they were able to get with that man advantage and turn that fight on its favor, getting 2 kills picked up. As in a different location, JL right now are just grabbing loot, getting themselves set up. We'll have those second Realm of Yang starting to spawn up fairly soon, so expect to see some action when they come around.
At that 23-minute mark, you're going to see the Yang being announced, but first, Bauda able to salvage that situation versus T. Moonbane bring their teammates back, and now they're going to be fighting JJH. The Viper is going to come in, trying to get the silence, but they miss it. Bauda's Monk able to ult in response to it, but he's getting shredded. Almost 60% of his health being shredded immediately, and the Yoda wall's going to come out. Kurumi with the great counterplay, popping the healing circle perfectly so his Monk cannot be pushed out, and the Monk's going to tank it perfectly. Finally crowd controlling a lot of the players here. Unable to get the double grab, but able to tank a ton of damage and de-transform with the armor. Yushan ult still able to come up, and Wu-Chan is porting out. Now we still have Yushan ult still up, so their JJH is not going to be able to come in with that Viper ult to assassinate him. They're going to have to fully disengage here. Now, if JJH really wants to push the issue, they can come in and clean them up, but it looks like they're just going to let them go. They can't really play for Yang here. There is a little bit of Fireflies in the south that they could get. It's probably taken at this point. It looks like they're going to go and check out the cave to see if there are Fireflies. Now, they may run into JJH beforehand. Now, TE's to the right, fighting for Yang with GD and XCG. And in the north, no one is actually contesting that box. And with J-Team and I believe Alliance there looking to challenge to go in. And we're seeing the grief. The grief.
It's happening. We called for it, and it's actually going down. Eagle already losing a lot of HP. Juan gets himself caught by the uppercut, and the griefers have been griefed themselves. They're holding their ultimates. J-Team are quite happy to just not go into the Realm of Yang. They did burn a single Yueshen ultimate there, but ultimately, Alliance, they got turned on hard here, and they are going to pay the ultimate price. J-Team say, sure, we don't get the buff, but we're just going to take the double kill and move on from that. Huge.
Yeah, with TE versus XCG now, 2 Titans going at the rematch. XCG and TE both going into Yang repeatedly, now finally going against each other. Kurumi Circle is going to be coming out, and TE is going to drop Monk form and trade out with a Yushan from XCG, trying to stabilize here. Xiaonan holding the line in front while his Kurumi tries to res the Yushan, unable to. TE's able to secure this kill and take down XCG. And with that, we were talking about that Yang grief, and the problem with Temi for Yang griefing, you're not a Viper. Yushan can immediately spot that grief coming in, and all he needs to do is ult, provide the buff to his team, and your ult does nothing to the Transformers, and they're able to come after you with the threat of Monk ult looming in the background. And what a great play from J-Team. That's the type of stuff that you want to see from the veteran teams, showing up even under pressure, making the right calls.
That's one of those plays as well where you go, it should tilt you for that happen, and you're like, damn it, we really wanted to fight for that Realm of Yang. But the fact that you turn it almost cleanses your mental. You're like, that feels so good. They lost for trying to cheese us, and we didn't have to burn as much. Like, they burnt a single ult to win that fight. Meanwhile, the Alliance burned everything. They threw all of their abilities down, hoping that they were going to win that fight, and it did not pan out for them at all. J-Team going to be very happy off the back of that one. TE, though, 8 kills in. They have known that the last 2 games weren't perfect for them, and they want to strike back. They do have Ventus, who also have 8 kills this game, though, so lobby could be contested by the likes of Ventus right now. J-Team, they're a long way off from catching up, but OUG also sitting on 5 kills. So they are not willing to give up that top spot. You know, they've fought tooth and nail. They've had to play a whole extra round to get here to the grand finals in that last chance qualifiers. So OUG having an absolutely phenomenal recovery from everything as TE are going to keep the pressure up here onto GD. TE, obviously, with that Vermilion's Birdmite, are feeling very comfortable and confident to go in onto this fight as K, getting himself somewhat chunked out here, is just going to throw down the transformation, and that's just going to buy him the mobility he needs. There's a whole bunch of teams in the area, though. This could get real messy real fast between all of these teams. As K trying to turn it around actually onto LYD, gets a big chunk out of him. K also eating a fair amount of damage himself, still has some time left on his transformation though, so it's going to be able to use the mobility that he gains off that as Xiaonan tries to jump in on to a member of TE. TXJ has been somewhat caught out. The bell's going to get popped, his armor's taken away, and there comes all of the damage. The transformation is going to have to be forced out by TXJ, but Xiaonan, he answers in kind, throwing down his own transformation, and you can see with the bigger health bar, he just has better armor to work with, so he's way stronger than TXJ, whose health bar is being absolutely obliterated right now. TXJ is going to have to use that Birdmite nice and early as VVV finds himself being grabbed out. The slam comes down. VVV falls as well to JL, who come in with that third party and looking to tidy up some of these members as Anne is going to be going down, and it is just a cluster of teams fighting here. One Bang forced to use the transformation, able to find himself one grab, gets the second grab, double slam coming down, looks for the re-grab onto one, is able to get it, and that is going to be a member of GS down and out. Nowhere for them to go. Another grab coming in. One Bang just doesn't miss, and he is farming kills for his team. They need it. They've got the Realm of Yang debuff on them, and this is one way to cleanse it. One by one, they are cleansed. JL able to get that Realm of Yang debuff off them and have a fantastic 4th party into a very messy fight. But here come the front runners, OUG. They can see that everybody was fighting in the area, and they smell blood in the water.
What an absolute mosh pit here just north of mine. TE coming in hot with the buff, keeping their snowball going with, where were they at? 8 kills on a Transformer team this early in the game is phenomenal. And the reason why is they're able to get so much loot from this and set up for this end game. Normally, teams kind of slow down between 3 to 6 teams when they have a monk, but having 8 kills, this is what I was saying, that even though TE was fading down a little bit, they started out early, they had a bad second game, they are one of those teams that are capable for these 30 bomb, 40 bomb games, getting over 20 kills and securing that first place. Now we're seeing GD hold the line there, surviving the pressure from TE, able to have their Yushan create an opening, and with the second Yang coming out, looks like GG's posturing, looking to go in, and so is GD. I don't think TE will go in knowing that they have 8 kills. It's a little bit risky, but we're seeing J-Team also posturing to go in, establish their dominance, so we may be having a GD versus J-Team. But before then, we have OUG getting super aggressive, finding these kills. I'm happy to see the Takeda variations of these Viper comps and the Akos variation doing a ton of work. I'm kind of sick of that Yodo. The same way that you're sick of monks, I'm sick of Yodo. That character is so annoying to fight against. And now we're going to see who's going to step to the plate. J-Team is stepping up to the plate. Bunch of blueberries. If they win this, they're going to go on and profit a ton. If they lose this, I don't see them making it out of here unless they find a great situation that we saw here north of mine where multiple teams were fighting. You're able to get in and get out, getting that soul bloom to get out the Yang depletion. But we're going to see if another team is willing to challenge J-Team here. But before that, GS versus OUG, still looking to fight, probe for weakness, and without the Wu Chen ult up, they want to play this a little bit slowly, but it doesn't look like GS is going to let them go and rat it out in these tunnels. They're going to flush out these rats. Although I see GS, this is a monk going into close quarters versus a Viper Takeda. Highly ill-advised because in a lot of positions where there's a low ceiling, monk is not able to ult. So he's not going to get the pure value of being this character with a second health pool. And with that bow shot, it looks like GS is going to give it up. They are really, really scaled. I don't see how they were gonna to win that fight. Maybe I guess they could just play off Yusha. Now we're gonna go to TE versus WBG. WBG's Jing looks like he's a lone wolf, maybe a solo player getting picked off right now. Forced out. It's gonna use the Moonbane very wisely to create space. Now for TE, this could be grief where they just get double hit. Now Jing is actually getting hit by the Moonbane.
Oh no!
And he gets blown up and taken down by LYD's pistol.
He took 2 Moonbane shots in a row and then gets pistoled. Eagle gets golden jewel swords, got the purple armor as well off the back of that. They just got a freebie on the Realm of Yang, so they lost out on getting into the first one, but they want to fight, and then they get a free one on the second time. I'm sure J-Team are quite happy with that. Maybe they wanted to find some kills, knowing that they need to get some points put together, but this does set them up for a better end game. We'll have to keep our eyes on them, because last time they played the Monk comp, they kind of fumbled in that final circle. They transformed first, like you said you don't do, and then they were the first out for it. Eagle just got bullied the entire time, as it does feel like now the teams are starting to play that more relaxed, chilled last couple of stages of the game. 31 players left in this lobby, so not as slow as our first game of the day, and it doesn't look to continue to be too much slower, because JJH finishing up EWG and taking them out as our 4th team out of the game. Unfortunately for EWG, they will be waiting now for game number 4. Wow, we're already at the halfway point. Have to wait for game number 4 before they can play again. As SS and the rest of OUG are quite happy just waiting around inside the mines. Like you said, they got the Takeda. Like, they want people to come to them. If people chase them into the mines, they have so much power in those close quarters, so much burst capability. So one of those things that they will just be keeping their eyes on.
And you're seeing teams like GG, even though they have 0 kills on the board, they have full purple armor. And in these end games, these monks are super dangerous. With 30 players on the board, GG is one of those teams capable of picking up 10 kills. It's all about how many ults you can get on your monk. 3 to 4 ults these monks are able to get in these lobbies. All of these monks are super elite as far as knowing different little tricks of the trade to get those double grabs, get those soul blooms, farm up that ult using that cannon. And a lot of these guys are basically using no energy glyphs at all, just full damage rage. So every cannon shot that they shoot with the ton of repair kits they have, they're able to farm that ult back up, but it makes fighting extremely difficult. As you see GS's monk move around, every time he dodges, that energy bar is going up super slow. He practically just has 2 dodges, and he is the monk for his team, essentially. Always in that monk from him. We're going to see JJH versus JL going down. Viper, Rain with the Cavalry Bloom looking to get in there, but Fong able to zone him out with the nunchucks. That gold focus just absolutely zoning them out. This Viper doesn't want to get juggled and get 100-0, but they're going to keep it up, and the silence is going to go down. They get it onto the Yushan. This is really bad for the Transformers. If Rain decides to pop ult, he's not going to be able to counter for his team, and Fong stuck and a victim of this, not able to get any peel, but it looks like JLAS is able to get out and get that ult off, forcing water to go down, and the port is scuffed. Wu Chen not able to get out of line of sight to put that port down. JL's been able to jump on, deny the res, and it looks like JL's going to be picked off, but Ventus coming in with that third body. Fong realizing that, gonna pop that ult to iframe. This Viper ult grabs going down. Fong, even though he's stunned, will his teammates be able to peel for him? Healing circle goes down. He's getting shredded. He has to jump up and down. Ventus shredding this monk, chopping him down. He's able to de-transform, and then Bell able to survive the onslaught from Ventus, and Ventus backs off. JL able to survive such a fierce third party, and looks like a fourth party is coming in from, it looks like GS up to the north, able to pick off Ventus's port out of there, and now JL using the Serene perfectly to disengage out of this sticky situation, and now JJH coming back in. Rain being like, hey, how you guys doing? Did you survive? Can we pick up a kill? No, it doesn't look like they want to commit. No ults in hand, but that fourth and fifth party hip Rain going really nuts, transitioning into this endgame with 27 players alive.
That was absolute chaos. As OUG actually now has 7 kills, looking to pick up a couple of extra here. They jumped onto Dongqing, catching him out pretty low. The wind wall actually comes up to make sure they don't get caught by the grab, sliding straight into the zone. Xinyu dodges away on the grab, but it lands onto the king, so now OUG have to turn. They have to fight this to keep the king alive. He's able to wiggle out, and they do separate away. They've already got a kill onto K. GD running at a bit of a disadvantage here. Is OUG quite happy to tank the zone to avoid the grabs from Kakashi, as Kakashi is trying to catch onto Dongqing. Dongqing able to just stand below him and away for the moment. Kakashi about to lose that transformation. He will be swarmed by the members of OUG. Kakashi, I don't think he's going to be able to live this for too much longer. SS is just stepping back, playing it nice and chill, but actually they got K on the transformation as well. And GD just desperately trying to get away. In comes SS. They're trying to catch him out, but they're unable to connect. There goes 1 kill. Kakashi finally falls to OUG off the back of that one. OUG very low though, so probably do want to just step back and get some healing done before they look to chase anymore.
What a great performance from OUG. They haven't had a bad game so far, playing every single composition super well, with 8 kills with this Viper Takeda Wu Chen. 57.7, 10-point lead above GD. Now, GD is that Transformer team, so they're going to pick up a little bit as we transition into this game, but they do lose their Monk. Actually, I take that back. OUG takes down their competitors. Number 2's Monk getting chopped off. The legs being chopped off from this Transformer team. Without the Monk, there is not much hope for this team to get any more kills. But TE coming alive with 9 kills. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring going into this endgame. Now, GD... with Yushan having this endgame with mine, there is a ton of maneuverability, and Yushan, out of all the 3 characters, has the most amount of mobility to stay alive in here. So he still can salvage that 3 to 5 points in placement going forward. Now, OUG, even though they're a bunch of blueberries here, going into this endgame, one of the great things you can do in these type of situations is salvage by going to these chests, say, picking up the leftover jades, maxing out your health, maxing out your melee, maxing out your attack depending on what class you're playing, but then transitioning to spotting out the box situation going down, because a lot of the time there's a gold armor in there and a purple armor, and as long as you come in hot with this third party, seeing which team riskily goes in there, and you have this Viper, you can rapidly scale up and yoink some kills here. Now, it looks like OUG has a ton of great jades on their cannon, and the same way that monks are become a factory of getting ult over and over, these Vipers are the same thing for those teams, where that giant V1 stun, having that 5 seconds to just absolutely delete and melt someone's health pool, becomes so critical in these end games. Now, when they do it, is super important, because there's so many Yushans on the map to counter, and it looks like GG, J-Team all want this posture on the left. I'm not sure if a ballista might be in place here. Doesn't look like it. Just Yang circles. A lot of the times around the mine, with the addition of all these different ballistas, these end games end up being super spicy, because teams just consolidate and hold on to it. We're seeing, like I was saying, that box able to salvage a purple armor, and OUG looking really prime. Who do you think is going to take this hit, Brain?
It's so early to call, right? It's so early to call. J-Team, though, getting absolutely railed by cannons. They are geared to the teeth. Golden armor on 2 members. No, sorry, golden armor on 1 member. Golden weapons, I believe, on everybody right now. They are super strong. The problem they have, though, is they had such a bad position, but they just get absolutely railed for it. Rain comes in looking for the stun onto the J-Team members. They're able to actually break line of sight into a couple of those players, as it is just carnage for the cannons. Water is liquefied by Eagle as they make quick work of that. 101 TN transformed to buy space, but Water is going to be able to get blinked out and resurrected. But J-Team, this has been their major failing for the entire season. They are so bad at finding positions on the final circle, and half the time they just get railed by cannon fire. Rain's again looking to try and jump in onto the J-Team members. J-Team are just being bullied in this little area they've got themselves set up in for And with the zone moving, they're going to be forced out anyway. But Water may find himself in danger. SS is looking for the stun onto multiple members inside the zone. Water should be finished up nice and quickly. OUG sorting themselves out a bunch of kills as JJH have been eliminated from the lobby, as GG has gone for the transformation. Same for Bowder. They are able to find a grab onto LXM, who is going a little bit low, but keeping himself up with the heals, able to just about squeeze away from that fight and from that action. I don't know where J-Team are. They are still in that area, just waiting to try and farm up some cannon shots and also not transform yet, as we are going to see the mech come out here. LXM is going to get that mech up, does take the cannon fire there from the mech on that right click, but is able to just about survive this one out for the moment. As Bowder going to now drop into this low ground and go in for the healing. J-Team are in the area, though. A couple of cannon fires do land onto them on that area for the moment, as TE just holding themselves quite comfortably atop this this boulder, just using it as a position to get the cannon fire off. They have a transformation that they can throw out, and Eagle has transformed himself. Will be looking for a grab, able to grab onto Malman, looks for the second grab, unable to get it. Malman gets slammed, is able to survive just a little bit longer. They look for the re-grab onto him, unable to connect it, but they do just about get enough damage to find the re-grab. Eagle's going low, jumps into the Kurumi ultimate, as 330 actually steals the kill away from the members of GG, from the members of J-Team. GG securing the kill. Eagle gets himself taken out though by 330. Just rubbing salt in the wound at this point, as now he's going to go for the transformation. They're going to try and get the tether, try and get the resurrection off onto Eagle, as Bowder's Lion TT is going a little bit low, but ZK is just too low. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one. Is just about alive for now, as 101TN holding on. J-Team have suddenly springboarded themselves up to 6 kills out of seemingly nowhere. But they've got 2 members down and 1 member in transformation with low HP. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on for too much longer, while TXJ for the side of TE quite happily holding this high ground, finding himself the re-grab, not actually able to get the slam off there onto those members, as VV going a little bit low, is able to hold on, actually taken down by AS, as we've still got 11 members all scrapping for this high ground, for this final little bit of area where they can go for the fight. You can see the overall health bars and armor of all of the individual members on the map on the left-hand side of the screen, as One Feng gets himself a slam onto Ann, able to take him down. And this is actually JL holding this high ground, holding the advantage right now. Another grab does go onto TXJ. TXJ heavily chunked out. One Feng does lose that transformation, though, and is now going to have to give up that high ground, as Malman tries to just inch his way up a little bit higher, a little bit more comfortably into this position, as JL on the low ground also got those health bars and those ultimates to use. The 330 gets onto the top of the high ground, is now going to be looking for those grabs, unable to connect any. 101TN is still in this game, still desperately trying to avoid being grabbed, trying to just get as many placement points for his team as possible, but now he's been jumped onto, and this may just be the end of days. No, he has the transformation. He's going to try and jump forward into TE, getting the slam down onto the TXJ. TE having to find an opportunity to heal up here, as 101TN has just been a bit of a menace on the low ground, is going to force the transformation out from TXJ here, as he is desperately trying to just jump around and avoid away from the members of TE. Somehow we have got J-Team in this lobby still, waiting to see if another player, another team can just be evicted before they are. As there goes the transformation for 101TN. He's just going to try and play on the high ground, but unfortunately for him, he has been grabbed out in mid-air, and that should be the end of J-Team, finished up by JL, who have got an absolutely solid foothold in this game. TXJ, low HP, grabbed by One Feng, finished up as Bowder are just tidying up this lobby. I gave them a lot of flack this game, but they came alive.
And GG's able to clutch that up with Bowder coming in hot with a ton of kills here. We were griefing them. Yeah, Brandon, they might have answered the call right here, getting a ton of kills themselves. We saw TE clutching it up, able to claim a ton of placement point multiplier going in this end game. Now, I was hoping I was going to see TE pop off here, come in with that 30-point game. Unable to do it, but JL, it looks like, getting the most amount of points for this game. we just saw them constantly in that mid game, coming in with those third parties. It was super aggressive considering there how many monks were in this lobby. And in that mine area, super exciting for monks. A lot of technical stuff you can do there with all the different positions there. You saw TE's monk try to take the high ground at the last second, but he ended up sliding down. By taking the high ground, he's able to avoid a ton of damage. Unfortunately, he did slid down, so the lobby is able to get a couple longsword beams on his leg, so he wasn't able to find a double grab there. I'm really curious to see how these points end up. We're seeing a ton of these teams. This is the most even I've ever seen a lot of these lobbies go, where the top 3 or 4 teams are getting like 8 to 9 kills all together. So a lot of these teams, I would say, have a ton of momentum moving forward. And we're reaching that halfway point right now after this game 3, going into game 4. We're going to see these teams start to heat up, feeling very comfortable, hitting their stride, and I can't wait to see what else these teams have in store for us. That second Firefly game coming in, I believe we're going into a daytime game, so it's going to slow back down, get that nice monk stacked end games. I can't wait to see what's next, right?
Yeah, man, it feels like there's some teams who just are struggling. I mean, I've covered TE and their roster for long enough to know this is kind of what they do in these finals. They do seem to crumble. They definitely look more put together than I've seen them in previous runs, but I think they're still making quite a lot of mistakes. I don't think they're playing like the formidable TE that have been the best team and the team who everybody's been talking about all season long. You know, they've been making a lot of silly mistakes as well as silly errors, and unfortunately for TE, you know, it's not been the greatest day. I clowned on Balder all season long, and they actually had a really good final circle there. That's the first time I've been genuinely impressed by Balder, so good job on that. We'll see if they've got enough in the tank to actually carry on that front. I'm worrying about both TE and J-Team though. I feel like J-Team definitely more so than TE, because TE at least keeping up with the other front runners. J-Team just don't seem to have any stamina after game number 2. Like, they've just crumbled. They had their like bad game 1. They looked to be bouncing back, and then one little mistake really shut them down. And yeah, they did get, I think, about 6 or 7 kills this game, but like, they are just not getting multipliers. They are not getting good enough performances and high enough score and get points. They have slipped from second place into the bottom end of the top end of the table now. They're like 8th at the moment, 8th or 9th now. It's not a great performance coming in from J-Team, and they've got some serious work to do, because they're halfway through the day, and yet they're not even halfway through the finals because they've still got Sunday to play. But like, you do not want to be starting Sunday on the lower end of the table, or you are going to be, I mean, you're just in danger towel at that point. You're in real trouble. So I do worry about them. OUG though, my dark horses, OUG and GG, they're performing. OUG especially. These guys are stepping up so phenomenally today. I'm so impressed by these guys.
Yeah, your 2 picks for the dark horses, GG and OUG. Man, I'm really surprised by OG because they came from this last chance qualifiers. Now, GG is kind of known as one of the top 5 teams in the league, but OUG really finding their stride and momentum. And one of the great parts of being one of these new teams up and coming is when you get these great games, you carry those momentum into these other games. Now, the veterans, like you were saying, there's still a day 2, so a lot of these teams can bring it back, make these adjustments, and a lot of the times, depending on the team, they thrive in different environments. As the lobbies get more and more tense, where teams become desperate, that's where you see other teams shine, where they capitalize on teams actually committing to fight against them, not running away, not having to play this super patient game. We're seeing J-Team kind of have mixed results because they're willing to go into Yang, and whether or not you win in that Yang really separates of whether or not you're going to have a successful end game, because you're going to have gold weapons, you're going to have good armor, and you're not going to have to risk going in and all-inning to get that Yang depletion off of you, as we're seeing here. JL with the traditional healing too from the Kurumi, 20k on the Monk, 18k on the Yushan, and 12k actually on the Kurumi. Ton of damage coming to the Kurumi, and I think this really goes to show how NARAKA has evolved. These numbers are way bigger than they used to be during Worlds now, considering Yang and an extra res and everything. But I really believe it's because the range game has been figured out so much more than it was before. And we're seeing TE, this fight off spawn versus XCG, seeing great follow-up coming from this spear. Dragon Rush, the pole sword coming in hot with the big overhead, and we see Bauda versus TE there with the back-to-back Moonbanes. And this is what I mean by the Realm of Yang. TE versus XCG. XCG's just having one of the roughest days I've seen from them. Normally they are like the super consistent team of the league, and they just can't get their off spawn going. They just can't get enough loot because they're dying off spawn, and then even their follow-up, they're not finding a good footing inside that mid game to scale up. Now we're seeing the great play from JL. When you hold high ground, you end up winning. Positioning over everything. Now GG doing a great job of surviving all the way to the end here to secure these placement points. Unfortunately, or actually fortunately, they're able to clutch that with that Kurumi umbrella, stalling in midair, grabbing those soul balloons, able to pick up her health. But we're seeing the MVP Wanfang. We saw him a lot in this mid game, clutching it up for his teammates, peeling perfectly with that Dragonborn nunchucks, holding the front line. A lot of the times you see mistakes from teams where they do a call out, and people like with multiple teams surrounding them don't cover their teammates. They make the mistake of moving then cover instead of covering then moving. And it's one of the most important jobs to cover your Kurumi, to cover your Yushan, even though you're position 1 when you're going on the offensive, knowing how to play defense perfectly. And they got themselves out of a sticky situation where 4 or 5 teams piled in with 2 Yang depletion teams piling him. He was able to create enough space for his team to disengage and get to that end game right there. It's plays like that, Hiprain, that really separate these teams from being at the top 3 or somewhere in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because now that we've had 3 games, we're starting to get a rough idea of where everything's going, at least for today. We still have Sunday afterwards as well, so we get another extra kind of look in on these guys. But it's interesting because for me, I feel like it's not going to script at all. Like, I did not have JL GD winning a game today on my list. I did expect at least one OUG like good game. I didn't expect them to be consistently good all day. I mean, maybe that's a little bit of an unfair write-off from me on OUG. I obviously put them as my dark horse because I do believe that they're actually a very good team. Keep in mind, OUG they won the regular season 2 last year. They didn't win the grand finals, but they won the regular season, and they were the top team coming out of that. So they're not a team to sneer at at all. They've always been consistently very good. After the performance they've had this split, I wasn't expecting them to kind of return to form in the grand finals. And it's like season 2 OUG's back. Like they really seem to suit whatever the meta does and whatever the lobby does. I think that's their main strength. I feel like both TE and J Team right now are chasing the lobby to kind of, okay, we're going aggressive, so we're going to be playing this comp. And they're kind of struggling to kind of keep up with that. OUG seem to be leading that charge. They're one of those teams up there with the likes of GD, with the likes of GL as well. Who are basically just kind of taking the lobby by the horns and leading it. This is a Decatur game. This is an aggressive game, so we'll take it. This is a Monk game, so we'll be playing for Final Circle. It feels to me a little bit like TE and J-Team are playing catch up on that. Anyway, we're going to pass it over for an interview after that game number 3, and then we'll be back with game number 4 and 5. So we'll see you in a moment.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with the King and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 欢迎路人王，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OUG 的 The King。
好的，欢迎 The King 来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜你们今天，不仅长得很帅，今天全队，而且整个状态看起来非常的好，恭喜恭喜。So first, I have a question. It seems like you guys today, you're familiar with the different hero combo in the Trolls game, and I would like to know which one is your favorite. 那我特别想先问的一个问题，今天其实看到 OUG 在各个阵容搭配上面都打出了一个非常好的表现，想问一下 The King 自己最喜欢哪个阵容呢？
我比较喜欢的还是红叶、武田、无尘。
So to be honest, the favorite hero combo for me is the Viper and Takada and Wu-Chen, and I would like to know why. 为什么自己最喜欢这个阵容？
因为我比较喜欢玩无尘吧，然后这个阵容就能打能跑，就是容错很高。
是的。So I think because for this hero combo, it can also attack and defense, and it can escape. So we have very high rate to survive to the end of the game. That's why I think it's very strong in the Trials game, and I really like it. OK， 那我觉得我们也到了时间要给我们的观众发出福利，准备好了没有？好 ，So we are moving to the next part. Answer for treasure. So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Question is, which hero was the MVP in the game 3? 那今天的题目呢，也跟我们刚才第3把有关系，是哪个英雄拿下了刚才第3把的 MVP 呢？ A 是天海 ，B 无尘 ，C 月山 ，D 胡桃。特别想问一下路人王，你现在在3排比赛当中，你觉得这几个英雄他的强度你自己怎么看？哪个是最强的呢？
我觉得天海永远都是比赛节奏上面就是换不掉的一个英雄。对。
So, in my opinion, I always think in the Trials game, Tianhai is the strongest hero in the matches because its speed is really fit to the matches. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那接下来就要请路人王给我们进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那也有请 The King 给我们来公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
答案是 A 天海。
Yes, the correct answer is A 天海。哎，正是 The King 其实刚才讲到自己认为3排目前最强的英雄。Okay, so we know so far in the grand final, you guys are the highest score till now. So I would like to know how does it mean to your whole team? Do you guys have pressure now? 那我特别想问一下，因为目前为止，其实在本次的春季赛的总决上面，你们目前保持了最高分，对你们全队来说意味着什么？会有压力吗？
照这个节奏的话，我们是没有压力，因为我们打完第2场就说完了，就是打好每一场，明天因为后天才是最关键的6场。
是的，是的。So to be honest, I think we don't have too much pressure because after the game 2, we get the higher score. We just like communicate in our team, made together, and we just want to do our best for the each matches. And because the day after tomorrow is the most important day for us, so we will try our best. 好的，谢谢 The King 接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们目前一个很好的发挥，祝你们接下来也会再接再厉，好吗？谢谢，加油加油 ！Thank you The King for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
关于这次决赛。有一项竞争冠军的队伍有21支，复活赛结束，其中7支战队是承受不了这个强度的，那么就剩下14支队伍了。
替神的意思呢？今天请大家过来聚一聚，我们把冠军定一下。除了冠军以外，各位有其他要求，替神都可以满足你们。
那我第一个来，我没什么太大的要求，拿冠军就可以了。
替神，你说的是Nbpl战神吗？我级别50还没说话，轮得到你在这里装模作样吗
？2年前的劫杯武神就别吹了，不到火罗国不会打，只听过6场的神，还有2场的神吗？
我们有不死流，还有妙杀佛，我们隐身回血。
我承认阁下的不死流很强，如果我如果掏出 F3霓虹叶，阁下又将如何应对？
好了，别纸上谈兵了。单场49.8分的记录是我们队拿的，我需要跟你们这些狗分队来商量谁是冠军吗？
你们队的小虎确实挺猛的。
啊？
算了，无心酒吧，你不是说你在小区篮球赛狂砍81分算了？复活赛在座的大佬有谁参与？
复活赛怎么了？有些队伍进周决还痛哭流涕呢。
我愿意捧杯，替大家哭。
哎，小兄弟虽然没有见过什么大世面，但是早些年在江湖上还是有一些响当当的名号的。
反正总决赛夺冠粉丝见面会已经安排好了，树立一下在女粉心目中的形象，你们就别吵了。
粉丝见面会是给熊猫人办的吗？长得像个方块一样。
你什么意思？
你还是管好你家昊天吧，见着飓风哥多动一动。没事，走2步。总决赛是引地气还是起飞加蒸发啊？
算了，我不跟复活赛的人一般见识。总决赛我们都已经备战半个月了。论战术，我们有世界第一5成；论成绩，我们有上届节杯冠军。你们拿什么跟我们比？
哎，小雕啊，拿冠军还得是有资格的。你们神经刀了1个赛季，我们可是统治了整个常规赛啊！
替神，你们统治常规赛已经2年了，你看我还收藏着你们去年打准决赛的纸尿裤呢。
江湖上兄弟们给你面子，叫你一声替神，真要说成绩，你们还得坐在最边上。
哎，既然都说到这个份上了，那是没得谈喽。我就直说了，这次总决赛和以往不同，我不是针对谁，我是说在座的各位都是垃圾。
唉，都睡了1个赛季了，该起床活动活动了。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into game number 4, Act 5, as we are having a quick check-in on the overall standing. Alliance, it's this game's going as well as that. Well, today's going as well as that assassination attempt went. Pretty bad, pretty poor showing from these guys. WBG very low down in the running. XCG, like you said, they've been plagued with inconsistencies all day, and they're a team who've been historically very consistent. So a little out of the blue from these guys, but the top of the table, OUG, are sitting at the top. They started with only 8 points today, 62.9. Right now, the Dark Horse are sitting at the top. They took it in game number 1, and they have not let go. JL are a little bit behind them. Then you've got GD behind them. TE, they have some work to do if they want to catch up to that top end of the table. And I think right now, for both TE and J Team, their overall goal is to actually just hit the top 3. Hit the top 3. If they can hit 3rd, they can then look to contest 1st on Sunday. But right now, they're having, well, I mean, J Team especially, having a pretty rough day, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I'm super surprised by the top 3 that we got right now. JL,
Yeah.
OUG, GD. Normally you don't see these teams at the top, but they're performing super well. And it's under the brightest lights. This NBPL finals, like there's no round 2 after this. This is it. Like how you do today is going to represent your entire season. Now,
yeah.
I'm kind of at this point I'm cheering for OUG to keep it going just because they're up and coming. The King is transitioning from solos, and it's a great representation that if you put whatever you put in work in, you can be successful at. And a lot of people didn't really believe in the King coming from solos. Will he have the same impact? Because as a solo player, he was one of the elite. He was in the top half of the league. But he said that it was kind of lonely competing at solos, and in trios, this team play synergy, your team play mechanics is a ton of fun, and you're seeing it come together for OUG, where they're peaking right now during this first day. Now, I don't really count out the veteran teams like like J Team, TE, GG. These teams just are mentally solid. Now, it is still day 1. We're going into game 5. There's still 2 games. All of those teams that I mentioned are Yang teams, and as long as they win their Yang, you can see an explosive game coming from them where they make 20 to 30 points. And it can happen with just a snap of the finger. These teams can just pop into it. And how does OUG respond after that is what I'm curious about. Because when you have all the momentum going for you, it's very easy to get ahead of yourself. The same way that if you're doing bad, you get frustrated and tilted. You can get tilted and overconfident when you're doing super well and overextend and kind of take for granted the strategy and tactics that got you there by playing patient, playing very solid. And if you give any of these really strong teams an inch, they may take a mile on you, especially with the adjustments that these guys are going to be able to make going into day 2. They're going to be able to go back, see what they did wrong, and more importantly, see what tricky new things that other teams popped in with, and check out those POVs, and the coaches will set up these teams to come in hot the next time. Now, what I'm really happy to see, HipRain, is these Akos comps doing super well. Also, the Takeda Viper, getting this Yodo out of there, out of the meta. That character is just so annoying. And to me, one of the easiest characters to play in trios. Now, granted, a lot of fun for newer players if you're looking to have a fun character, but for competition, one of the most frustrating characters to play against because she has so many I win buttons and she just gets to do constant damage to you for free while you cannot pressure her yourself. So I'm happy to see Takeda Viper doing better and Akos Viper doing better. Now, I do imagine WBG also, you saw during the break, Sleepwalker make that little bit of a joke that, oh, I've been sleeping the rest of the season. And hopefully WBG can wake up, start performing a lot better. They're going to have to start taking these risks. They haven't been going into second Yang, and it looks like they're going to have to start doing it if they hope to catch up and close the distance. As long as you're within a 1 or 2 game distance, I feel like you're able to play consistent, not let the games get ahead of you, feel the pressure of like, oh, I got to hold this team at bay. Instead, really what you have to do in these situations as a competitor is play your game, and the true enemy comes from within. You got to stick to what you know, stick to what got you there, and just perform the best you personally can and not worry about everyone else. It doesn't matter who's in front of you, they have to go down if you want to be one of the top 3 teams in the league. Now, Alliance, I don't know what they can do. They're playing Temi, Monk, Feria. No team is running this comp. It's basically been phased out. I feel like Alliance has lost the memo, HipRain. I don't know what they can do to get out of this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Alliance, someone has to be last, right? And it's always Alliance. It's always Alliance or Balder. Like, it's one of those 2 guys every time. Unfortunately for them, there's not much more I can say or do for them. I think, you know, they've definitely had issues across well, the last 3 seasons. They're not inherently an awful team. I just think compared to the other teams in the league, they are visibly weaker. And I don't think anybody could argue with me on that fact. I think right now, a good performance for them is to just make it into the top end of the bottom side of the table. If they can do that, I would take that as a W. Also, remember that I can't remember exactly where the points, where the money breaks are, but there's a lot of money up for grabs in these grand finals. I did a quick check on the old maths. The amount of money that like first place gets is bonkers. I can't remember exactly how much it was. I translated it into dollars, and it is a serious amount of money. It is a serious amount of money up for grabs.
6 figures, right?
Guys. Pardon?
Is it 6 figures for first?
Yeah, it's oh god, hold on. I actually did Google it. It might still be open in my tab.
Going into this night, Morris, as you're looking that up, we're seeing the Viper comms come out. When it's nighttime, we got Viper Ning coming out with the assassination plays.
Oh, I love this.
WBG with their patented, they always go this bunk comp when they get this nighttime game to kind of counter comp. We're seeing Ventus and GD coming out with the Akos, hoping to see that perform, and GD as well following WBG's lead with the monk comp. Will these two monks make it to endgame? I don't think they will, just because Hipperain has cursed all monks and they seem to not be able to survive to get this strategy going. They're gonna have to take refuge in the realm of Yang, try to hit that power spike and get a ton of great loot, so they're not a very juicy target to jump on. But I just don't see it happening. The effective aggression from the current meta right now that we're seeing in Pro League, it's just very hard to survive as a monk composition if the majority of the lobby aren't monks. Now, as we're seeing the spread of the teams, the name of the game so far I've seen throughout today is landing safe, getting solid loot, and taking that first fight. We're even seeing a ton of teams just staying super safe, laning away from the complete crowd, happy to not be on top of anyone, not take the 50-50 off spawn. But to the left, we're seeing 5 teams clustered up. Woo! It's gonna be a tough one on that left side of the map. The right side of the map, though, very free and open, and the bottom right and the bottom left, a great rotation spot. We're gonna see JL and GS run it down for some fireflies. Viper coming in hot with the dagger off spawn.
No.
You hate to run into this. Just dagger off spawn is one of the worst situations, but Takeda coming in with the F1, peeling for his teammate and taking down the Viper. Now, when Takeda gets that slam, he's able to take his weapon away, but we're seeing the Akosol coming out, the claws coming out, and the sustain clawing down, winning this neutral over and over, getting the staggers, just jumping back and forth, impossible to CC, and this is the power of Akos off spawn. That sustain damage absolutely taking down GS, and JL continuing their reign with OUG at the top, and JL might be taking a lead soon. 62.2 points with that Akos playoff spawn.
That was absolutely huge. Yeah, you can see the power of the Akos, and you know, no weapons, no problem. We are seeing Sleepwalker's actually transformed. Has he got himself stuck on a net? I don't know what he's trying to do. I think he's trying to get a bit of height, but
he's stuck.
He's just oh god, Sleepwalker. He got clowned in the advert, and then he just clowns himself in real life. Oh, that is so sad. Okay, well, WBG don't have a monk for this fight, so it's on Jing to carry it. Sleepwalker's still stuck on the net. What did he transform into? A giant fish? That did not go good for him at all. Godly jumping in. JJH now pulling in, and they're just going to finish up WBG. All of their transformations are gone. This is not the fight they needed. Godly gets the slam, the pole sword into Jing's face. The Karumi healing is there to buy a bit of space, but when you are rocking without either transformers, these fights just get infinitely harder to pull off. The pole sword's doing a lot of work. Water taking a lot of damage in the meanwhile, and in comes XCG with the third party. NiHQ throws the ultimate down. Sleepwalker's toasted. Caught in a net, the trap is sprung, and down he goes. NiHQ with the ultimate on is going to try and keep the pressure up onto Chilui here, just keeping his eyes on the prize, but PP dashes out in front of him, and he changes target, can't make his mind up. They're happy with their 1 kill.
XCG finally getting on the board here with a great timing attack on Wreckage. Now, initially on the map, I don't believe Wreckage was actually in zone, but it looks like they got a bounty onto, is this JJH or JJL? Regardless, they're going to be wiping them out with this Takeda and Viper. It's just so much pressure off spawn. Such a huge advantage. Now we're seeing TE against EWG for all the money on the map. We're seeing the Viper roll being popped. Can EWG hold anyone down? And it looks like TE able to line aside, but no, VVV does get caught out. Now it's a 2v3. TE is gonna have to clutch this, but EWG with the double parry. Their Viper carrying this fight with the stun, but now Bauda, the bottom of the league, coming for the top of the league. TE does get taken down, but I believe they're able to pour it out, and now EWG, a victim of their own success. Bauda in hot pursuit. Temi, Takeda zipping, trying to close this out. They do pick off one of them. Two-tick does get taken down, but now Bauda gonna go back and see if TE does show back up to see if they can get some of this loot. All of that money location, TE, one of the S tier teams in the league, loves landing in that spot. They love landing cave. They're landing that spot in that money spot, as we like to call it. Able to get around 12 to 14,000 coin from that spot and scale up perfectly, getting a Moonbane, getting some Jades out spawn. And look at J team into the north, slowing it down, going back to the tried and true place out. Consistency is everything. Get to end game and you're going to do better in this league. Now XCG, they've been dormant this entire day. They need to step it up. With this off spawn timing, I'm hoping that they continue this hunt and keep finding more and more teams. It's interesting to me that they did put the purple armor on the Wu Chen. Maybe it was probably one of the weak points in whatever they're doing today. Their Wu Chen just does keep getting taken down. Now Ventus opening up with the silence, able to get Alliance locked in, and they're able to pick off Lin with the no ult zone. Looks like Alliance in a very scuffed position, not really with a ton of loot, but they do have a purple dagger onto this Yodo. He's going to do a ton of damage with each of these lash coming down. Their Alliance Wu Chen does get taken down, and they're able to, yeah, it looks like Ventus is able to pour it out, but they're already back in, but it doesn't matter. Alliance just immediately throws some blue attacks and is able to take down Ventus. And down to a 2v2 or 2v1 situation. Ventus trying to clean up Alliance here. Gray armor. He does get a parry. Now it's down to a 1v1 situation. Can Sanzi clutch this versus Lucky? Akos versus Yodo. New school versus old school. Wait, Lucky with the R&B. Both one hit. And Villains can't do it. I'm sorry. Hitbrain. EU can't do it.
They respawned in. They came back. They just thought you ran back it and won the 1v1, turning it into a 3v1. Now OUG have got themselves a fight here with Bauda. Malman's already gotten down. Jinyu's keeping the pressure up onto Lion TT. He's going to get cooked as well. In comes the Viper stun. That's the finalized. And OUG just getting a nice and easy squad wipe off the back of that one. And that puts them up to 4 kills. So JL now have a little bit more work to do to catch up to them. Speaking of JL, they have now got Ventus in their sights. In the no ult zone, which isn't amazing for them, does finally get popped. AS does have his ultimate up and available, so may just watch and see him. Look to throw that one out as he does an arrow shot to the face. A couple, armor stripped away. WX98's feeling comfortable to step up and actually take this fight here. But with the Bane's Breath coming down, this could get a little bit hairy for Ventus. AS has popped the ultimate. He's going to jump in, and Sansi is just getting stagger locked down. One Fang coming in forward as well as the Bane's Breath from JL is going to absolutely rip everyone from Ventus to shreds. The stun does connect onto Jing, but that's not going to really matter because another teammate will be going down onto the side of Ventus. The Wu Shen ult out, and JL need to keep the pressure up. I don't think they're even going to be able to get Sansi out though, as it was too short of a teleport, and now Jiu, he is just one shot away from going down, and AS is keeping the pressure up onto him. The grapples are coming down. Don't quite connect onto him this time, taking up into the trees to get away. JJH also in the area, hunting for a free kill. There's the grapple, there's the lockdown, there's the finalize. Ziu goes down, catches himself the knock-up. He's just desperately trying to escape. Gets the clang, is finished up. Godly secures the kill. Nice and easy. JJH take away the kill and deny JL an opportunity to catch up and maybe overtake OUG, at least for now, as Dongqing could get caught out. TXJ doesn't spot him though, and is just going to head away, moving on to a different part. Wait, he's just going to carry on. Going to grab himself some loot. We got those Mora's Blessings spawning up soon though. And that is where I expect to see a whole bunch of action break out. Does look like there's a key up and available. Is that someone's vault, or has someone already opened the vault? I can't ever remember that. I think someone's got a key then. That's it. Someone's got a key, so they may go open that vault. I guess we'll see where that gets used. Alliance do get a rebirth off, and J-Team are looking to contest this Realm of Yang. It will be spawning up now. They've got GG in the area. We are going to see GS get into their one. Oh no, Anne's been third-partied! He got in! He's out! He's not going to be in any danger. J-Team almost got given a free win there by TE. As now J-Team going to get himself aerial, going to look to try and take this fight. And he's still in the middle of healing. He hasn't even got a full heal off, so J-Team can use this as an opportunity to jump in. ZK loses a whole bunch of HP. Ant's just getting juggled around on the side. The Sandstorm comes down. ZK's throwing that ultimate out, catches onto Anne as Xiaohu loses a whole lot of HP here. As the Sandstorms are doing a fair amount of work. The healing coming in from 101 TN is going to keep him up. Anne has just spent this entire fight healing his health bar as he's taking so much damage. ZK is trying to jump forward, does get himself that F1 off on to Lue there from the ultimate. Counter comes down. ZK's low HP is able to heal himself back up, eat a whole chunk from that Takeda on the other side, fires back with his own one, but now all of his charges are used up. Trying to get some damage off onto these members. J-Team playing this fight a little bit tempered now, but their ultimates are down. ZK immediately jumps forward, gets himself caught out, but turns it around nicely onto Lue. Cuts through his armor. Nice and simple, but his health bar is going a little bit low. He's been juggled up. Health bar going low. He needs the healing from the Z-Ping. It's coming in. The armor's there, but he's just stagger locked. More healing coming in from the Z-Ping. Lue gets caught up in the air, being juggled around by J-Team. Health bar's low. Not going to go low enough to go down yet, though, as he's trying to finish him up. There goes one. J-Team have the man advantage. They have lost a player as well, so it's been answered out in kind as they get the uppercut. They finalize this kill. Anne, who spent the entire time healing, is low HP and the only one left standing as he's trying to do some damage with that spear, but he's not going to be able to do too much. He's almost caught Eagle. Cannon shot coming in. It's actually somehow 1v1. ZK has ultimate once up again, though, and down he goes. That was a clutch fight.
It came down to the wire there. What a good closeout from Eagle and ZK having that last second parry. It could have gone any way right there, but with the presence of mind, seeing that focus attack coming in with the flank, able to get that 180 parry, and it's plays like that that really sear into your brain as a competitor. Like you want to clutch it up for your teammates, and you want to have that crazy play and that 180 parry, having eyes in the back of your head and catching that great flank. J-Team is able to secure their position and kind of turn their day around. It's all about momentum when it comes to NARAKA. Having that early game win, having that Yang win sets your team up for success to get to that end game. And then it's really on you to not mess it up. When you got these purple armors like JJH is set up right now on all three of their players, plus the buff, you can go on, continue hunting. When teams run into you, they're immediately intimidated the second they see that you're full purple armored, and they're going to be taking way more damage from you because most likely you're going to have these great Jades. You saw the difference right there of J-Team using their Jades to their advantage. With that Merciless on the staff, they got multiple juggles, even though they were at a health deficit, to turn it back around on GS. GS saw the low health, ended up overextending, trying to close out a kill, and they end up getting juggled by the backline, sitting there supporting their Takeda in the front line. Now transitioning into this endgame, with these trees being in play on the Morris and all these Vipers being in play, this is where you don't want to be if you don't have a Wu Chen. And if you do have a Wu Chen, you want to be super safe. But as I say this, EWG is going to jump into... It looks like they cleaned up JD, and JD for the first time during the day, not really making it to this end game. They've been keeping up pace with OUG. Unfortunately, The monk doesn't pay off. Hip Rain. The monk didn't pay off. I didn't think they were gonna make it. You curse all the monks. They're being hunted down as a rare creature in this lobby.
It's time to be extinct. Let's go out like the dinosaurs in a blaze of glory.
We do have Alliance lurking in that tree right there, looking for a cheeky play. WBG's at the box. It doesn't look like GS is going to be able to get an ambush play here. Going into Celestia though, with this Temi Takeda, this comp really shines around in this area with a ton of buildings. The Temi ult does cut up everything perfectly. It looks like Alliance is looking for this third party though. This is one of the situations where you want to slow it down, not get caught in the middle here, but WBG doesn't care. You want to jump in on us? We're just dragging you out in the open away from these buildings, and Sleepwalker's going to be popping this ult, leading the tempo, gets one grab. Does he get a second one? Unable to get it, but WBGPP has forced to pop healing circle. He's getting shoved out of the healing circle by the Takeda, but he makes her way back into it. He's going to be fine, but Sleepwalker's getting absolutely melted by that venom tip. He does get another grab though. Sleepwalker, the premier monk of the league, getting the slam. Hopefully Takeda's going to be able to solidify the kill, but it looks like GS is going to be taken down. First kill going down, but Bauda coming with the third party. What is WBG's play there? It looks like they're bailing out. Not. It's going to stick around to see what happens to GS, and now GS being left to the Lions. Bauda coming in hot, looking to pick up and clean these skills, stealing them away from WBG. Takeda with spear, cleaning up the Temi. Bauda with the kills, and now Alliance bottom of the leaderboard. They're trying to find their way on the come up. They're unable to. They're just happy to seal the deal with picking up some loot. A little bit of a misplay by Alliance. They could have used this surprise attack to take advantage, especially with a Viper and a Yodo. I'm surprised they didn't force the issue. Now J-Team is a little bit more stacked than them, so they're a little bit hesitant, but these are the type of plays that kind of hold you back though. Alliance had a great opportunity to come back there, but I understand their hesitation. They finally have a good game going, 4 kills, and they're setting up for that end game.
Yeah, J-Team, I actually feel like this is maybe the smart play, is just not to kind of risk it all on this and then forced into a Roma Yang debuff. Maybe read the room and see if you think anybody's going in or not, and then if no one does, maybe see if you can grab a freebie. It looks like they did take it, and they're going to be going up versus EWG, who are playing on a Yoto comp, so this could be a little bit of an exciting one down in that Roma Yang. Right now, we are just keeping our eyes on JL, as we do see that's a very aerial Roma Yang between EWG and J-Team. ZK immediately catches out. Jalue loses a lot of HP. Eagle charges forward. So much damage coming out. They use the ultimate to try and zip out, but remember, they don't have the sustain. J-Team, they've got the Z-Ping. They can keep this going. Looking for the lockdown there with the Viper, but they are able to break away thanks to the Sandstorm. And actually, Jalue, still low HP, is being chased down by ZK. The final charge from ZK, able to secure the kill as he's just finishing up Yiran. Low HP, slowly but surely getting them down. And J-Team, they just made that look easy.
You love to see it from the world champs finally picking up their stride, and this is what I mean by the veterans. They stick at it. They keep doing what's necessary to win. It's not by luck that they're 2-time champs. That is so crazy that they're able to pull that off. And they actually, what a rare case to choose Draco Storm. Usually teams go, wait a minute, no, I read this wrong. They are with the Blue Mystic. It just looks like Draco Storm. Ventus is the one with the Draco Storm, but we got GG versus OUG, and for the first time, OUG is against the wall. They're Yodo forced to pop off ult, and GG's gonna clean up Shinyu. Where is his teammates? Are they all taken down? GG does have a bounty on them, and EWG is looking for this third party. Now, GG with this Akos, wish I could see the scoreboard. They've been doing super well with this Akos all day. GG with 2 kills, 42.2, staying very, very consistent. As long as you are in that 20 to 30 point range of first, you are still very much live to take this tournament with 7 more games to go. They are on game 4 now. TE in there on XCG, one of their rivals, and they're just getting the best of XCG all day. Inside Yang, outside Yang, XCG just keeps getting taken down and eliminated by their rivals, and TE continues their hunt to take back their place on at the top, and OUG for the first time is actually eliminated. They pretty much have made every single endgame except this one. J-Team is coming in to take the loot from TE with that buff. They're able to really, one of the best things about having this bell buff is it gives you the location of everyone around you, and it allows you to basically choose the perfect engagement. On top of the fact it gives you that 20% damage reduction, making your whole team impossible to kill. And we still have Alliance running away from EWG. They had a bounty on them earlier.
Yeah,
I don't really know what Alliance is trying to do here. It looks like they're just
5 kills. It's kind of working.
It's working. It's working. They're chilling, but a lot of this battle royale not getting focused. It's all about showing strong body language as a team that you're not afraid to fight. And when you're disengaging this much, they do lay the trap and get the silence onto the Viper, and they get the stun. EWB in a tough spot. Is their Wucham going to be able to port them out? I believe they do, but Alliance fighting back. As I said, that they did blow all of their ults, so they are super vulnerable to any team. And as I say that, TE spots them, blood in the water, all ults pop. They Wuchen, does he give him a good port? Yes, he gets them back into Celestia. And Alliance playing this really well, actually, Hiprain. They're playing this super well, able to play this hit and run play style that the Yodo Viper Wuchen comp does.
Yeah, well, it's a weird one where they played the bait game, and then it actually turns out that yeah, they tried to look like they weren't ready for a fight when they were absolutely ready to turn on a dime. EWG found themselves in a little bit of a skirmish here with TE, landing that cannon shot there on to TXJ. Second one goes a little bit wide. The third one does hit though. They are slowly but surely able to kind of get some real damage done to that armor and just pick it away at the health bar of the TE members. They land a grapple and they feel comfortable to step up. Another cannon shot comes in. Not going to land that next one, but TXJ is losing some serious health right now and has to play this pretty carefully as VVV charges into the fray. TXJ slides in. Remember, they've got no armor, so they are vulnerable as hell. They're going to throw down the ultimate, and EWG, they're down a player. They've just got 20 seconds left. They've got to take this fight and get a win here, but with Yoran going down to TXJ, 2-Tick should be next to fall as well, and EWG, they're probably just out of this game. There is going to be no hope for them to get in on this, and down they go, eliminated from the lobby. And I was earlier looking at the kills and looking at the amount of people left. There were 40 players left a little while ago, and I was like, wow, this is a slow-paced game. All of a sudden, we dropped to 24 with 9 minutes left. Like, the game just lit up immediately out of almost nowhere. And these teams have just started to put a whole bunch of kills on the board. Alliance, funnily enough, being one of those teams with 6 kills under their belt.
That's why I call Yang Depletion actually a Yang buff. It super motivates the team with Yang Depletion to go on and use their confidence and go for any kill they can see in front of them. Normally, they wouldn't probably do that. They probably play something slow, but since they have that extra buff, that 4 minutes of motivation to get in there, you see these lobbies get super hectic and just get thinned out in these post-Yang situations. Now, you were talking about Alliance usually being at the bottom, and now EWG is actually at the bottom. And I did watch solos the other night finals, and Yoran, even though he's in both solos and trios finals for NBPL, he's also at the bottom of both. So not really what you want to be known as for getting there and getting at the bottom, but still respectable. He is there. He is on the world stage. Unfortunately for him, he is anchoring the bottom. Now GG, your dark horse pick, Hiprain, doing super well. And with that Akos, I love it. They got their Akos super juiced up, the gold armor. He's feeling good. He's ready to get the claws, sink his teeth into another team. Will it be J-Team? J-Team also having a great game today, or this round. transitioning to this end game with Vipers running around, it's just so volatile in these situations that you really can't engage past this point. Once the depletion is up, you really want to slow down, because even if you port out at this point, with the circle being so small and everyone being so hyper aware, teams are going to observe when you do have cooldowns on and when you don't. And with that Yoda, with that Akos ult, with that Viper ult, you really don't want to be on the receiving end of it when you don't have ults up. It's just, there's just no upside of it. So I see this going to an endgame. With this next Morris coming up being one of the contention points, you do want to get that gold armor, get a couple Jades. Any Jade, there are a couple, like, I call them Jades of Destiny. And when you get them, your team just has a humongous advantage. Like, pretty much any Dagger Jade gives you a huge advantage. They all provide a lot more stagger and provide a continuous combo. A lot of the Pole Sword Jades all give you a ginormous advantage. Blistering, Overcomer providing a ton of damage, dot damage, crowd control. And this is what you really want to be set up doing when you're in these end games and you don't really have much to do. You're just playing for positioning. What you could be doing is trying to use that extra money that you have. You see TE with a ton of money here. They're trying to use this vendor over here to see if they can get another critical Jade. And that's why you see a ton of these teams camping these areas, so they can take advantage and deny and see if they can catch you lacking to get a free kill here or get you lobbied. Because as long as you get the last hit, that's all you're looking for here. You don't need to do all the heavy lifting. Work smarter, not harder. And you're seeing the rain of cannons coming out in this new meta, this 2023 NARAKA. Now, it used to be only one player who held a cannon on the team Hepburn. Now, all 3 players hold a cannon.
It's so good for farming rage. It's so good for farming rage, the cannon. It's why so many people do it as well, because at these stages, especially developed as like a monk thing, like monks would have the cannon so they could build up rage as quick as possible and have that ultimate up as much as they can. But yeah, it has been that change to the Buccaneer phase where it was a regular like kind of shit firing cannons. Now we just got a full-on broadside, you know, 40 guns, all just letting it wail. It's a very scary phase because, as you can see right now, Sleepwalker as the monk in the lobby, as soon as he transforms, all of the repeating crossbows and cannon fire just goes into his face, and he loses a lot of HP there. Actually, TE deciding to make this as an opportunity to maybe jump in onto these members, unable to actually let that damage stick, as they do just get a cheeky reposition off, but Sleepwalker still eating a whole bunch of cannon fire, trying to move away to a bit of a safer position for himself, as Bill's not quite ready to pop and give information yet. As you can see, GG are currently fighting with J-Team off on the top for that high ground of the hill, as WBG forced to use the Karumi heal there just to get some level of sustain, because there's not a lot of space. And actually, we're seeing WBG Jing go for the transformation. The Sandstorm comes up as well, just to be a real nuisance. Bowder taking a bit of damage as TXJ and all of TE get that slam there from Jing. Do see a massive stun coming in from Alliance 1, trying to lock down members. All of Bowder have been caught with that one, and Lucky is immediately going to fire off with his ultimate. J-Team ZK, though, comes in and seals away the kill, but Alliance cashing in on a bunch there. Leo does grab himself one, but Alliance just remove Bowder from the lobby. ZK with the Flamer, trying to get some damage onto all of these people grouped up in the area. Leo taking so much damage from this Flamer. J-Team feeling very comfortable to step forward and use that Golden Flamer, Golden Longsword on ZK just to get as much power off as possible, as Ventus WX98 is going to finish up a couple of players in the zone. Jing actually takes the kill onto LXM there, as PP getting cooked, and WBG, they may have run that monk comp, but now this is going to be them taken out of the game. Alliance out of the game with 9 kills, as Ventus actually don't get that kill because J-Team steal it with the bow. 101 TN able to secure that kill for his team, and they're now up to 9 kills at this point in the game. Ventus do finish up PP and get themselves a kill in response, though, as TE holding the high ground, trying to hold on to this game and get as much control of this area as possible. J-Team, they fought quite hard for what they've just picked up, and they're actually now starting to be a little lacking in the health department. So just getting the damage off onto Sansi. Sansi's trying to get himself repositioned out, jumping away with that Ekos Ultimate on the run here as ZK putting the Flamer out as well. A little bit of follow-up damage coming down as they got 2 more charges left on that Ultimate to come down. 1 shot there. Flamer coming forward. All it's going to take is 1 more of those to go forward as Ventus is solo. As actually going to be VV taking the kill onto a J-Team member off in the distance as J-Team get flanked by TE. Eagle, his Karen's being camped as well, so it's going to be hard for him to actually get himself into that fight as J-Team also lose another player. They're suddenly losing people left, right, and center. ZK desperately trying to hold on to this game, but TXJ now going to throw down that Viper stun, try and lock down a couple of players here. 3-3-0, caught in the zone, nowhere for him to go. He's going to be going down. As we do see GG's Miss-Kia desperately trying to jump into the middle of this fight and see if he can maybe turn this one around. As we are going to see the Viper stun look to break out onto these members, onto the TE members who do blink out in the nick of time to avoid away from this one as Miss-Kia is low HP and TE finally have their moment. ZK is going to have to somehow 1 versus 3 versus TE here. He does have Jinyu to maybe buy him a little bit of space, but he's knocked into the zone. He has no health, no opportunity to survive this one. And TE take the lobby.
What beautiful play from TE. The boys showing up finally. I knew they had it in them. And you saw what a glorious Wu Chen port there. Timing it perfectly to iframe that Viper ult. That is extremely hard to do and extremely dangerous to go for. The Viper did manage to max range and get out of range of the tether for the stun. And if you grab your teammate and put him back into a Viper stun, you're going to get some death sayers from your teammate, as we saw in the last chance qualifiers. But you're not seeing it from one of the strongest teams in the lobby, TE, with that great port. And you see the relief in their eyes that we're getting it going. J-Team looking a little bit pressed here. I feel like they did all right that lobby as well. Maybe there's a slight misstep. I might have missed it. But I believe they did really well. Ventus also having a good game, I believe. Still being very, very strong. They're one of the dark horses that I studied throughout the season. I don't know if they have it in them to win it, but they are proving me wrong right now, being in the middle of the pack. Now, TE, though, I'm really curious to see how many points they were able to get up with this, because I've been saying this whole time, GG, WBG, J-Team, TE, XTG, all these teams have crazy 30 or 40 point games in them, and all it takes is just a little bit of momentum for them to just pop off and catch up to the rest of the lobby. And I'm happy to see that no one's pulling away. No one's pulling away, HitBrain. It's super competitive at the top. That's what I like to see.
It's nice to see that TE finally had some life in them as well, because it feels like they're games where they've had life, they've been taken out a little bit too early, and then there's been games where they just haven't looked on form at all. So it's nice to see that, you know, they actually can show up when it matters, because there were questions about this team, about TE, and about this roster in general, who seem to struggle when it matters. But they did find some life, they did find some hope. The question now is, you know, we've still got 2 games left to go. We're going to be going on to Holoroth now. Which I believe is morning Holoroth, so we can get snowstorms and stuff like that. I wonder what the comps are going to look like. There still should be some Fireflies up on the map, so I expect to see probably a couple more monks than we did last time, but I think there's also going to be room for some people to be picking up the likes of these Takeda comps, which have just been so effective. I mean, we're starting to see ACOS get used a lot more as well. I'm liking the current state of the meta, where like it feels like there's a fair few pickable teams. I think obviously there are some things shared. Like Yoto comp is the only one which doesn't seem to inherently share a lot of the other stuff, because it just runs Wushen and Viper to kind of get away. I know you can run Viper with ACOS and Takeda, but they feel like they're much more comfortable with the likes of a Z-Ping as their like support, and then like a Tammy for the Sandstorm, and kind of buy space for both of them. But it is cool seeing like variations on the team comps and like various different like comps that are actually being able to get pulled out and played here. J-Team, again, they finally made it to a final circle, but they just crumbled. They saw red, they tunnel visioned on one team, and they got flanked by TE. TE took out probably the scariest team in the lobby for them, and then left just one player left alive, and it was like, placement points are going to be great for J-Team. they're going to have a decent amount of kill multiplier as well because they were second there and they had about 9 or 10 kills by the end of that game. So it's not inherently a bad game for J-Team, and I'm sure they're going to be happy with it. But man, this could have been so much better for them. And there it is. T, 29 points coming out from that game. J-Team 17.4. Ventus with 16, Alliance with 12, and OUG in 9th place with 5.5 points. Not a good game from those guys.
What Alliance coming in hot. They heard the roast. They answered the call, HitBrain. 9 kills, respectable. Unable to solidify the multiplier, but still 9 kills, getting them at momentum going when they still have 2 games. So Alliance can pull this back and salvage their day, getting themselves back into the middle of the pack. And as I was saying before, TE, that they're 30-point games, they're like known for it. The 15 kills plus the first place, getting that juicy multiplier, skyrocketing up to 29 points. And still J-Team veterans, as always, consistency is the key, slowly climbing their way back up to the top. And now this is a question I have, HitBrain. After OUG, after GD doesn't have a good game, are they able to maintain, right? It's very easy to keep the vibes up, to keep the mental up when everything is going right. But what happens when the other really strong teams that you kind of know and fear start waking up? They start showing up. You're seeing TXJ 22k damage, VVV, one of the best fighters, 18k damage, coming in with this 15 kill game. Are you able to keep these composure in these spots? And I'm really curious to see going into these last 2 games. I'll believe in the dark horses and that it may be a new reign of these other top teams if they're able to jump back and stay consistent and make these end games. So
yeah, absolutely. I think that like the main thing for me is I feel like a bunch of teams have got momentum today. It's about, are they going to be able to carry that through onto Sunday? They have a whole day off as well, which is in a way a bit of a painful one, especially if you've had like a bad day or a good day. Either way, I think it's either way is negative, because what happens is you play this first day and you're like, oh, that went really great, and then you're kind of cooking on it for the next day, waiting for the next day to come so you can play on Sunday. You spend all of Saturday just thinking about it and being like, oh, I really just want to get this going. And if you had a bad day, you had an extra day to basically sit and think about how rough that was, and that you'd love to be able to bounce back from it. So it's one of those things where, honestly, I think the players probably would have liked to have had their days back to back, but that's not how it's going to go. And TXJ, he's our MVP off the back of that game. 6 kills and 22k damage, an absolutely monster performance coming in from TXJ on the side of TE, and they finally found their game. It's taken them 4 games to get their foothold in this lobby, but they have finally found it. The question is are they going to be able to keep it up? I think right now for TE, their goal is make it towards that top end of the table. They're currently like 4th, or I think they're 4th right now. If they can at least be in top 3 starting Sunday, their job for Sunday just becomes so much easier. So much easier.
Look at the percentage of his damage coming from cannon. 16k out of that 22k comes from his cannon. It's because of that Rupture Gale Orb and Flame Breath. For those of you who are new to NARAKA or new to the competitive scene, Flame Breath on cannon is one of the strongest combinations in the game, not only for the ultras, but the amount of damage. Now, what Rupture Gale Orb gives you as well is a giant AoE, so you're essentially setting teams on fire every single time you look at them. And what that allows you to do in these end games is TE is able to kind of herd the lobby exactly where they want them and pick up all of the kills. It's one thing to go in, kind of go in blindly swinging, not really know what's what, versus setting a team on fire and last hitting everyone else, then immediately be able to turn and address whoever tries to turn and look at you next and being like, look, you look at me now, I'm gonna set you on fire, and the rest of the lobby is gonna start picking you off. TE is able to dictate the pace of that end game and really capitalize on it. They have, I believe, the biggest win of the day, And it's these type of veteran plays of how you finesse these end games when you're put into position. There is a little bit of luck of the draw of like who third parties you early, mid game, which Jades you get. But once you get into these good positions, what defines these really, really good teams is they get there and they capitalize when they have that opportunity. Chance benefits the prepared mind, I always say, when it comes to tactics. And you were saying going into this next day, if you sit there and cook over it, it could be a negative thing. I call that stewing, when you stew over it and you don't let things go. In Battle Royale, one of the most important things you can do as a competitor is realize that each round is mutually exclusive. It doesn't mean that you're going to do worse next round. If you let your emotions get the best of you, that's going to take away from your consistency. Emotions will fade, but if you want that glory, it's all about discipline and consistency. Now, going into we have a question for everyone for one of these limited great treasures. Which team is leading the scoreboard now? Is it A, GD, B, TE, C, XEG, or D, OUG?
I don't know the answer, actually. I'm going to have a guess. I'm not going to say who, but I have an idea of who it is, but I don't know if things got changed because of the outcome of that last game. Make sure you do check your whisper boxes, because that's where you get notified when the points... not points, when your treasures are divvied out, so make sure you do keep your eye on that one. You'll be contacted if you do win. But now we are going to be moving on to Holoroth for game number 5. Very little downtime between the two games. They get enough time to quickly pop to the toilet and then get themselves back set up and ready to go into this game number 5. How do we feel this game's going to go then? Because I feel like looking at how everything's gone today, the teams haven't really lent into the Monk too much. They have had 2 games on Morris Isle, but other than that, it's been very much a Takeda-focused day, Aiko's favored day. These are the two, mostly Takeda, who've kind of just been running the lobbies, and they've been hyper-aggressive games. We saw a lot of teams get knocked out very, very quickly in that previous game. There was like a moment where there were 40 players left. I look away for like a couple of minutes, come back, and it's like, oh, there's 20 players left. We've literally lost 20 players in the time that we were gone. So it's going to be an interesting one, and we are actually going to have the previous question section answered for you here. As you can see, the overall standings right now. Alliance have wiggled themselves up 1 spot after that game, because to be fair, that was a pretty good game for them. EWG honestly coasting off their pre-proposed points for the fact they started with 10 points today, and they have had an absolutely abysmal day. 7.3 points after 4 games. That is horrendously bad. Bowder, surprising. They've actually done pretty good. They got themselves 31 points today, but it is TE who have jumped from 4th into 1st off the back of this. They have got JL and OUG relatively close to them, so there is room to be caught up with. But speaking of catching up, J-Team have also slungshot themselves up from 6th into 4th place. So they are now setting their sights on top 3. And I feel for both of our front runners, the 2 teams who we had as the teams who were going to take it all, I feel J-Team and TE, it's really on them to make sure that they end today in that top 3 somewhere, because then it means that the next day is about kind of just remaining in spot and making sure that you are able to contest first as much as possible. But we are getting ready to go into game number 5 of the day. 2 more games to go before the teams get a break and then get to finalize this whole tournament on Sunday.
I think you're right, Hiprain, that this next game, you're going to see a ton of Takedas. What I'm curious about is our team's going to counter comp. Now, the counter to that Takeda Temi zipping comp is Monk Takeda zipping, because what it gives you over Temi is this sustained fight where you, at any point, if they get a double grab, your team is just dead. Now, with that Takeda, you're able to shove the other team and force them to pop all of their ults. But the second that Monk ult comes out, you have a huge advantage. Now, the problem with that Monk Takeda zipping comp is it kind of loses to everything else. So you mainly want to choose it in order to counter comp, specifically when you think the lobby is going to be running a ton of this Temi Takeda. Now, it is daytime Holoroth. You're going to see a ton of Temi coming out because it is a lot of flat ground, a lot of out in the open, and you need to have that wind wall, that sand wall, to protect your team as the zone gets smaller, and you want that Takeda to bully other teams and catch them on the low ground. This is where we saw OUG kind of have their pop-off game, where they were playing the aggressive comp that you love so much, and they were able to get a ton of frags. Now, I would love to see a different interpretation of these tactics, but this is kind of where I stand on this prediction. Initially, what people were doing on this map was the Feria Monk Temi comp, and we've moved away to the Viper Yoda Wu Chen comp. Then it moved over to Temi Takeda zipping, just because a lot of teams figured out how to ice off that Viper with just a Temi ult and figured out exactly how to play this anti-burst gameplay, as I like to call it, between Takeda, Temi, and zipping. They just protect each other super well, so these assassination plays aren't going to be as valuable. Now we're seeing Team JL in that second place. Average 6.6 kills, top 5, 42%. They're making most of the end games, but even if they don't, they're still getting a ton of kills. Kills is a great part of morale for your team, because you could be making a ton of end games, but if you're getting no kills and your teammates aren't winning their fights, you can feel that you're not really heating up and you're kind of underperforming, and it does kind of dig at you a little bit. It becomes a lot harder to perform, but as long as you're getting kills and you're making small mistakes as far as the mid game and late game, it tends for the team's morale to play out a little bit better, because you feel like, all right, we just got to play a little bit safer transitioning, and dialing back is a lot easier than feeling desperate and being like, oh, we got to make something happen. And that's where a lot of mistakes happen, when you're just like going in, overextending, just trying to force it instead of letting NARAKA kind of come at you and play the game how it should be played, with great target selection, great timings, great terrain selection, and good counter comping depending on the day. I like to think of NARAKA closer to a MOBA, where there is a ton of technical depth as far as min-maxing your team compositions, your weapon compositions, even your ult rotations, and where you end up rotating on the map as far as terrain situations to take advantage of every little bit you can. Now, going into the last game, my favorite thing to see here, Akos in brain.
Yeah,
we got JJH. Look at that.
There's 3 monk comps as well coming in, so not so many monk comps as kind of expected. Honestly, looking at the hero point expenditure right now, Bowder barely used any hero points. OUG, same for them. JJH have used 2 hero points. You start with 15. Yeah, you start with 15, so they've used 2 hero points all day long. GG, they've been spending. They have been spending those points a lot today. Rocking the Takeda, pretty standard Takeda comp on that front. What's interesting is how, when this map first came out, it was seen as a Takeda map. In both solos and trios back in season 2, we did see people starting to pick it up. They then realized, oh, we'll just play monk as normal, moved away from it, and kind of stuck with the monk comps. And then now that we've had like a rebirth of Takeda in trios, is like a very, very effective unit and hero. We are starting to see more and more people just kind of lean into this comp as much as they can. In fact, I kind of pin this as the new monk comp, in the sense where the players are way more interested in making sure that they have this comp as much as possible versus playing that monk as much as possible. We can't see the current drop spots and where everybody is. J-Team, they got themselves City of Tang to themselves. A lot of people up by Imperial Village in the surrounding area. There's 5 teams here. OUG, GG, GG, EWG, and Alliance are all here. So that is going to be an absolute bloodbath down there. You can see TE also do have some teams in their local area. WBG actually might just get the Freemore's Blessing for free, and we still haven't seen it. We finally seen Nighttime Holoff in a competitive game here at the Nbpl. We still have yet to see the red armor, so we'll keep our eyes on that one if we are going to see it. Still never shown up over 2 seasons and a world championship. 7% drop chance hasn't happened. Nice Q here, looking to try and see if they can win themselves this fight here. as GG and XCG are going toe-to-toe. XCG, it's been a horrendous day for them. They started with some of the highest amount of pre-proposed points. They started with the same amount of points as J-Team today, and they have crumbled all day long. 7 points is all they've been able to earn, and it's not getting better for them. It's just getting worse. GD coming in with the third party, though. Kakaishi got that longsword. If you can get that vertical strike off, might be able to get a fair amount of damage off. LXM is able to dodge away on that one, though, if they do put the wind wall up to try and get them away. Actually, also seeing another team joining into the mix. OUG coming in to see if they can get a 4th party off. GG's LXM has been pinned against the wall as in comes the backup, in comes the turnaround. LXM trying to get the Dragon's Rush off. OUG waiting for the perfect moment to strike and pick away a couple of kills as they've got K juggled up in the sky. The King able to finish him up, and OUG, they're last to the fight and they are going to have all of the control over it. They've got Miss Kia on the low ground. They've not got any real grapples to keep a chase up with, though. So they're going to play it nice and calm as Dongqing coming in the area. SS, though, rocking the purple armor already. He's nice and healthy. Kind of a little lacking in the health department, in the weapon department, as EWG pressuring up onto OUG. They're just going to step away. It looks like Jalue takes a little bit of damage in. This fight is just ongoing. It is endless action as all of the teams dropped in Imperial Village. 5 teams are all going to be scrapping it out. JL seeing if there's an opportunity to get involved, but it doesn't look like they're going to have it.
You know what I love about this, Hitbrain? Even though so many teams landed here, they only engaged when it was super favorable for them. The second that multiple teams showed up on the flank, they weren't super greedy, they got that first kill, and they immediately started to rotate their team together to make sure they had all eyes on the potential third party. A lot of this time you see in my region in NA and EU, in these positions, teams will not back off. They'll never take their foot on the gas, and they'll overextend in these positions, and everyone ends up just coming out here with in the negative instead of there being like a dominant team coming out where everyone's getting loot and only 1 or 2 teams. Everyone just ends up dying and one team comes out just because so many teams end up overcommitting. And as I say this, XCG popping their ults, they do get the respawn, and they're gonna get Senzi immediately grabbed. They are forced to pop their healing circle because Akurumi did get low with their Yushan. Now Yushan is gonna be forced to pop ult, and Ventus is gonna have to retreat. But who is going to take this after? Ventus is looking a little bit more scaled here, and XCG is gonna have to back off. And Alliance, as I was saying, that is going to be lurking on the outside. XCG is on their last leg. They can't lose anyone, and Yushan doesn't have enough time to pop ult and peel for his teammates, and now Ventus is able to clean up XCG, and the curse continues. XCG is just having such a tough day where even Alliance is beating up on them from the bottom. Now coming up, Ventus as well, usually in the middle, doing super well today at 54 points. Now going into OUG, they want to reclaim their position at the top, keep their momentum going, and this is going to be a defining factor. Can OUG keep their momentum going, show that they have this resolve, that it's not a fluke, they're not just getting lucky, they are one of the most consistent teams in the league now, and they're matching TE right now with 3 kills and 3 kills. Everyone did land in the north, and there was no one landing on the left side. I believe whoever landed here in the top left had this for free, but all the teams who died in the top right are now rotating over here. And we're seeing GG rotating in, has that Cicada ult, and Alliance is forced to ult here with the Monk. But this terrain is absolute poopy for Alliance. They have no line of sight to get a good grab here. Even with Kurumi staggering here, it's going to be very hard for Lin to find a grab and find a kill here. GG's doing a great job of kiting in circles here, denying any value from this Monk ult. This is straight a worthless ult here. He does ult here for tempo and does regain tempo so that Alliance is able to kind of zone out the other team, take a good fight here. But now they don't have their most powerful ult, and GG still has their most powerful ult, this Cicada ult. I'm surprised GG is calling out the back out here. They must have seen something that I didn't, or we're not in at the 23-minute mark. Oh, they did. Ventus is at the top, and they spotted out, and they're just not willing to take this fight. Now, Ventus coming in, gonna chase down Alliance. You will not be able to disengage here. Alliance still has a Yushan ult, so he's gonna be able to make some space here and peel. I believe the the Monk is getting absolutely destroyed. Lin is able to get a parry. This Yushan needs to get some slams off. Ventus trying to take down the Monk. Kurumi ult does come down, saving the Monk. Ventus putting pressure non-stop. Lucky's just trying to build up enough ultimate in order to get his Monk back online. Now, this terrain right here, one of the worst terrains to fighting on, and Ventus trying to make it work, pushing Alliance into this corner. Alliance was doing really well. Now everything's snowballing out of control, and GG's gonna come in with his third party. Everyone's falling down this cliff, bodies hitting the ground, Alliance getting annihilated, and now GG coming in with their Takeda ult, mashing Ventus against the wall, doing the same thing back to Ventus. Ventus is zipping, unable to get away, getting absolutely toasted by GG's Takeda. Now Mishka making his way to the top, trying to see where the rest of Ventus' teammates are. They're gonna beat Sansa, trying to salvage the situation and gets out of there. Now OUG and TE, the two heavyweights, going at it. Now, it looks like TE's Wuchen port was burned, and now with that Temiol and Zipping ult, it looks like OUG does have the momentum, but TE with that hard grapple, are they going to able to get away? I did bring this up before. The team with better grapple distance is able to perform this. It's like who has the longer legs, who can get away. And you're seeing the hot pursuit coming from OUG, chasing down TE. TE actually does stop to take a heal. This is super risky. They're not going to be able to get away from here. Leo does pull out the bow to try to slow down any of the grapples, and the Takeda ult does pop out. It looks like TE's going to hold their ground here. Temi ult does pop out. Takeda ult's popping out. Can TE hold the line? OUG wants to claim their top spot. VVV looking to peel for his teammate. Does have his Takeda ult. Shoves Tumulch away, but Leo is getting decimated. But the giant ghost comes in, and OUG gets flanked. WBG's coming in with a third party, but OUG against the road. And the fifth party shows up. EWG's here to party as well. Everyone's invited. WBG rolling in, trying to secure the kills on OUG. TE goes left. OUG goes right. The hunted become the hunters. WBG.
That is so rough. That is so goddamn rough,
those
though,
kills, man.
Do you know the worst thing about that? The worst thing about that is the fact that the revives wore off as that fight happened. So there is no revives for those players. You have to go get a charm to go get them up now. Or go try and risk running to the Karen, which is just not going to happen. So that was a real mess up, actually. TE, it looks like they were able to get their player up who got down. So they should be all right. Unless they died just before it wore off. But for the side of OUG, they definitely have lost a player. They are... they're going to be down there Zeeping. And they need to find an opportunity to get it. But it's going to be a little bit hard as J-Team get himself a free Vermilion's Bird's Might. Not really got anybody in the area who's going to be contesting them for anything. So they're just going to move back towards a safer location. J-Team, 0 kills right now. Got to be a little bit scared when the likes of TE and everyone are starting to get some kills. J-Team actually slipped into 6th off the back of how action-packed the beginning of this game is. And it's nice to see my other dark horse, because we talked a lot about OUG having a good day. My other dark horse are doing pretty good. GG, they got 10 kills this game. They've been playing pretty well, as JJH got themselves the Vermilion Bird's Might. I assume they got that from their Roma Yang. As Sansi. Oh, Sansi! He's been seen. J-Team, they're going to get themselves a free kill off the back of this one. He tries to blink through the portal, but J-Team stay hot on their heels. Sansi's trying to get away. Not going to be happening. Down they go. J-Team get their first kill of the game, and that is a needed kill for J-Team off the back of this. Lovely no ult zone pop there means that Godly is going to be struggling now. Has lost his monk form and means he's way more exposed as Bowder feel comfortable to step up to GG. As soon as I compliment them, I caster curse them. They're crushed, they fall apart, and they lose 2 members. Oh no! No, not like this, Miss Kia. They got 2 teams chasing onto Miss Kia. Miss Kia is trying to desperately get away, trying to break the line of sight using the area, but there is no escape for Miss Kia. Down they go. GG. It's the BG. They're out.
It happens to the best of us. The caster curse They end up getting taken down. But this is the question I was asking. Can OUG keep playing super consistently? And this is the way TE played that situation, the 4th, the 5th party, just a festival popping out just to the east of Plume Castle. TE is able to navigate that situation perfectly, and OUG just gets a little too aggressive, and they're being a victim of their own success. They just see a lot of situations going right for them, and in that spot, because there are 5 teams, you just cannot commit in that spot. The second you see that many teams coming in, you have to rotate out and play the positioning game of putting someone else between you and the other team. You don't want to be the meat of the sandwich. You want to be the bread. Now, JL doing a great job executing the enemy team's Takeda, but Wu Chen also doing a great job porting them out, and not only that, porting them out at a good angle where there's not even a pursuit being able to happen. JL, ankles broken, confused, looking left or right. Where did they go? Unable to find them. Now, looking at the leaderboards, though, we got T in the lead with 4 kills, 81.9, and OUG cannot compete. And there's a potential for the last remaining players to go find a res. And, oh my goodness, even though GG did get taken down, Hipbrain, they had 12 kills. As long as they survived, they just needed to play super ready. They could have gotten a giant multiplier, because when TE got that 29-point game, they had 15 kills in a first. If GG just gets to the end game, picks up 3 kills, they can match that same point. Unfortunate for them to be able to survive this mid-game transition. Now, Bauda actually doing well. So the caster curse is working in the different favor. You're saying that Bauda always kind of a disappointment. They got 5 kills this round. They're climbing the leaderboards. There's one more round after this. If they have 2 good rounds, I can see them fighting for that top 5 spot, and that's definitely and really unexpected if Bauda is actually able to get up there and compete for a title going into game 2. This is one of the WBGPB. One of the tricks you can do in this current meta that wasn't really known before in NARAKA is using Dagger. When you have Dagger in these trios and you're using these very high rage, high discount builds where you don't have much energy, the Jades to the top of your talent tree benefit a lot more to Dagger. So when you use other weapons, you feel like a lot of your movements cut down, a lot of your ability to maneuver in the fights cut down. But when you use Dagger, it actually feels like a normal weapon, and you're able to maneuver super well. And that's why you see a ton of position 1, position 3 players. So that's your entry fragger, that's your support player, using Dagger. They're able to just maneuver so well going into these fights, especially these really aggressive teams. You don't really have that transform ability where you're basically playing another middle game. You are fighting like the vanilla NARAKA with like an extra ability. You are going to be sitting that spacing out, trying to use the best position you can to take advantage of those micro situations between other teams.
Well, it's kind of a cheeky replay of J Team actually taking on TXJ from the side of TE. Get the stun down, and J Team able to get fully locked down. What happened there? They just got melted. Oh, that was horrific for J Team. Lost 2 players. I don't know if they've got revives. I saw they were on the map a minute ago, though, so maybe that was them at the beginning of the game. I can't remember what happened. We'll have a look when we get the scoreboard back up in a moment. JJH, though, looking to get himself a bit of a freebie on this one. There's J Team, so they are all here as a group, as WBG maybe thinking about jumping into this realm of Yang. Waiting it out. They are going to get themselves in there. All of them are there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that is going to be JJH versus WBG inside this realm of Yang. No monks to transform as well, so it's going to get nice and exciting as water gets up into the sky.
There's a monk. It's the Akos monk.
Oh, it's an Akos monk. Okay, so they do have that. All right, let's see how this works out for them as Jing immediately takes off a little bit of damage there. Godly on the monk, funnily enough. Just avoiding away off in the distance. Jing already loses most of his HP, has to pop that ultimate to try and get some damage down, throws down his first F. Sandstorm comes up. Jing's getting absolutely liquefied by the Akos, able to tap dodge away from the leap. Dodges on the second one as well. Still got 2 charges of his ultimate, only gets 1 off. He's not going to last long. Easily finished up. Godly goes for the transformation just to make sure that there's control. Sleepwalker grabbed. Gonna go for the second grab. PP's grab, slams down, and that is a really, really easy fight for JJH.
That looked unbeatable. I was saying that in order to counter all of these Takeda Temi comms, this is a very, very unique thing that JJH did, using that Akos Monk Temi. That just worked out perfectly. They drop down the Temi ult, they drop down the Akos ult, and they're able to absolutely bully the Juggernaut. That Takeda, he just gets completely cooked by the Akos in that leaping form, not able to win neutral at all, forced to pop ult, and the second he pops ult, the Tigers go out, and he eats a full 3-piece, just like a Yoda would do in a Yoda Viper comp, except there's this sustained pressure coming out from the extra duration of that ult, where he's able to keep staying in that tiger form and lunging over and over. And with that Temi ult forcing his hand, putting him against the wall, the Monk is able to follow up and toss a focus attack to close him out. Usually Takedas are super durable within that box up. Now we're going to get Balda versus WBG. It's going to be key for one of these teams to jump up to the middle. There is a no ult zone. The Balda Viper able to get a ton of cannon damage against the team. It looks like he has Flame Breath and the bigger AoE Jade, able to put a ton of pressure onto WBG, but WBG's gonna back out and pop their ults, but the V2's coming out. PP cannot make it away, but he's able to line of sight just barely to get that V2 off, able to create some opening, able to save some of his teammates. PB trying to survive here. Where is the teammates? Where is the peel? His team, GS is the peel. That's not even his teammates. Look at his teammates are completely annihilated. A 4th party and 5th party comes in. GS, TE, smelling blood in the water. But WBG PB able to find a crack in the rocks to hide, to live, to fight another day. Hopefully, Rez, we don't have enough money. But GD also...
He has 2 minutes. He has to get Soul Jade in 2 minutes, and he's on his own. It's over. WBG are out. There's nothing they can do. What they're trying to do is not give points over to any other teams. That's exactly WBG's game plan here. But I mean, it's almost pointless. They're 12th right now. They've got so much work to do coming into the last 7 games of the grand finals. We are cutting over the JL here. Mopping up EWG, nice and easy there. Only 1 player left standing. And Zhao Lue being run down by One Feng. Does have that ultimate up and available to them. JL just going to break line of sight and then just jump straight back up onto Zhao Lue. Caught them by the grapple. There is no getting away from this, unfortunately. Now that ultimate is burnt, and Zhao Lue will fall to the side of JL. JL do eliminate them and grab themselves their 5th kill of the game. So not a bad standing here for JL. They did... win our game number 3. It feels like they've still got some momentum from that prior win, but they are looking to carry forwards. Is cutting over now the J team, who've got PP. They finally find their little freebie kill there, eliminating WBG as J team get their 2nd kill of the game. They've been surprisingly slow in these last 2 games, actually. Not really achieving too much early, and actually looking to play a little bit later into the game. Now, as we're approaching the 10 minutes left on the clock mark, 27 players still left in this lobby, so still a lot to go. A lot of players to go, kind of get taken out, and it's definitely been a very high impact game, very high momentum game. But at the same time, it still feels like it's moving at a relatively relaxed pace. I feel like a bunch of these teams probably okay with that. Some of these teams probably want this game to be moving a little bit quicker, get themselves as much kills as possible.
Yeah, it's Holleroth. Even though it's such a big map, there's just nowhere to hide. And I'm really excited to see JJH explore this Monk, Akos, Temi. I want to see how this does in endgame. Will the other teams, because there's a Monk, focus fire them more? The problem when you don't look like the rest of the lobby is it's very easy to pick you off once you get weak. You can't really do a wardrobe change. A lot of what you can do in solos, you see this more prevalent. You can switch weapons. In trios, you kind of just switch positions and put another team in the middle. I call it you don't want to be monkey in the middle in this situations. You want to just rotate around and constantly have someone in the middle, not you. We're seeing JJH use the cover of these buildings to make it to this end game. This is kind of like a variation of what we saw with the Varia Temi monk, but instead the super buffed Akos being the main offense of it instead of that super strong Varia. That sustain from it has just been doing wonders. This is also right here, you're seeing Ventus able to claim these boxes. Purple armor, gold armor, scaling to the moon, just hitting it big. Actually, 3 armors. Everyone went from blueberries to looking Gucci and rich. We got gold, purple armors. We're super rich. We're set up for endgame. And Ventus, as well as JL, continuing that slow and steady. Winning these tournaments is all about slow and steady wins the race. It's all about consistency, not overextending, and just playing for these end games. You cannot win if you are dead, as I say it. So risking too much and dying instead of disengaging in that early and mid game really shoots you in the foot. And we're seeing JJH really getting it going right here, holding this high ground with the Monkle at hand. I'm really curious to see how their sustain is going to be. Akos kind of plays like Yushan, so I imagine Akos is going to go around, play that position 2, and force their positioning, be able to lunge and force all these cicadas out of there while having that sustain duration of the ult to make sure that no matter what, their team is going to be an advantage. Really, really, really cool comp here. Wonder what do you think we should name this hit brand? We got the Monk, Akos, Temi. I feel like this comp could become more popular.
It's got to be Eye of the Tiger, right? Because you got the Eye of the Storm and the Tiger. It's the Eye of the Tiger.
Eye of the Tiger. I like it. I will start calling that composition Eye of the Tiger. I like it.
It's a good. I like this comp as well. It's very, very effective. I mean, Akos is just oppressive. The amount of like the staggering that he does, it almost feels like sometimes it's impossible to move. And there's a lot of damage that comes to that stagger. It's very much like the Takeda, in the same sense. I mean, they fill a very similar role, don't they? In the sense where like they have big stagger that can, really just turn the tides of a fight with just a massive amount of damage that comes out from that big stagger. Then we do start to see a lot of sandstorms kicking up here for TE, as they are just going to move away from all of the surrounding action. Definitely in a bit of a lull in the action the last couple of moments, but I think this circle is going to remain to be a little bit more of a lull. But after this circle breaks, that's when I expect to see the teams really fight. You might see a few teams just go for a kill. This Mora's Blessing may be a bit of a problem. Some teams, especially because of its positioning on the middle of the bridge, it's gonna be very susceptible to getting jumped onto a lot of ability. So they throw the Sandstorm down to make sure that they can grab it. Nice and easy pickup. Golden Swarm in there as well. That's actually really nice for this kind of more ranged phase that we're in. Start to see that Swarm actually put out a lot of work, a lot of damage. Gonna be able to see what they can do with that one. For now, though, I'd see an OUG actually getting himself relatively chunked out by Ventus. Gonna heal up as much as they can, but Ventus really, really geared and scaled, as you'd say. Could be a threat for OUG, but teams, no one's really willing to commit, because if you commit and the fight goes remotely bad, you will just get the whole lobby turned onto you. Doesn't matter if you started the fight. If you get a big hit and lose your armor, everybody swarms. They go to it immediately. So that's something you gotta get your eyes on. We can see the overall scores right now. Honestly, not a massively high scoring game compared to what we've had previously. Mostly because GG have most of the kills. They're 12 kills and they're out of the game.
Yeah, these sightlines here, as you were saying, you will get lobbied here. This plays very much like, almost like traditional FPS. A lot of how all the other shooter battle royales play out. You want to be very considerate of all the angles that you're taking here, and because there's so much terrain elevation here, there's going to be high ground looking down. You don't want to be in the canyon, but because there's multiple high grounds here, every team has a kind of a safe spot, so no one can truly engage here without getting absolutely fried by the rest of the lobby. You're just gonna get lasered by all these cannons, crossbows, and are we gonna see Ventus going at it? They're putting it all on the line, mashing into J Team here in the canyon, exactly where you don't want to fight. They're getting shoved in the zone over and over, taking most of the damage from the zone. The zipping ult does come out, able to pick up everyone, and now TE seeing the chance to come in here. They have to pour it out because the amount of range coming down forces them to pour it out, but they're not going to be able to get the heal. JL is at the high ground, not committing to any of it, just raining down cannon fire over and over.
The health is so low. Kakaishi's coming in. He's going to get a big old stun. VVV is going to get caught by it. The question is who they're going to go on to. Get a little bit of a scattered room of attention there. And VVV able to get a kill and get out of that fight. Somehow they're okay. I say that, and then a massive shot lands onto Leo from the cannon fire coming in on the side. Leo heavily chunked out. K also looking for a heal himself. It is carnage down in the pit there. Everyone's taking so much damage. JL's AS getting himself also heavily chunked out. He's going low. He finally goes down. ZK from the side of J Team secures their third kill of the game. Sandstorm comes out. ZK actually keeping the pressure up onto one Fang. Going to keep the damage down. The knock-up lands onto both of them. J Team are going to be able to secure both of these kills. Nice and easy. That's one. Here comes the second. That's going to be a lockdown, a finish up, and that is another kill in the pocket of J Team. Grab themselves for as much healing and good gear as they can. J-Team jumped up the standings a little bit more there with those 5 kills they just tied up for themselves as VVV and the rest of TE actually jumped down to try and contest J-Team on this low ground, but are going to get forced away for the moment. As you can see, the pit is being evacuated as everybody needs to move up onto the high ground, and that actually means J-Team having a bad move here are going to get chunked out immediately. ZK loses a lot of HP. Eagle's chunked out. He's going to try and find a position, a place where he can heal, as ZK does get himself some health back. Ultimate comes out. Wushen's there. Means J-Team can heal up if they need to. Looks like that is going to be the game plan for them for now, as Eagle getting so much damage off there onto TXJ. Sandstorm comes down as well. OUG able to get himself a kill onto Leo, so TE have lost a player. J-Team gets the scale rush down onto Jinyu. ZK is holding his life for the moment. He's not got that ultimate up available. He's just trying to build the rage as quick as possible, but the health bars are low. Comes in with a vertical strike, misses it. GE secure the kill. Now massive lockdown from Ann is going to come down. J-Team able to break line of sight. No, GK is caught, but he's able to hold on for just a little bit longer. Sandstorm comes out, repositioning once again. Has that ultimate up and running. SS has been caught. The Heptid attack secures him the kill. SS goes down, but he loses a teammate for it. Lue gets him blocked back. ZK charging in. Heptid attacked again. J-Team are out of the lobby. GS blink back up onto the high ground as they've got to take a fight versus OUG. This is GS 100% secure in the win here with the kills. OUG maybe just looking for some vanity kills, but down they go. GS take game number 5.
And look at the smiles on GS. They are satisfied with this performance. Snowballing out of control with their Takeda ult, able to clean up the rest of the lobby. TE was threading the needle there. They were forcing everything, just really trying to min-max, and they end up overextending, getting taken down. I believe they're still going to be in the lead after this. I don't think OUG or JL is able to come off, but GS having that pop-off game, able to control the top of the canyon perfectly. Coming in at the perfect time, not going a little bit, not too early, not too late, where they don't get the kills, but right at that perfect time, able to clean up the lobby. OUG, the king, looking a little shocked. He's staring off right now, just like, did I play this correctly? Should I still be playing solos? OUG king kind of look like a deer in the headlights. Just what is happening? We were dominating before. We gotta make sure we lock in for this game 6. Now J-Team, I believe they had a solid game as well. I didn't see them in this end game, but GS very satisfied. Rare smiles. Normally you see the teams very stoic, not showing a ton of emotions, but you see such relief coming from this team that things are coming together, and they're able to perform how they actually want to in this end game.
Well, it's a big win there for GS, a needed win for them as well on the back of that game. As moving on to that game number 6 now as our final game of the day. J-Team still yet to pick up a win. That was a very good game for them. There's a whole bunch of little things that went wrong for them. First of all, they jumped into the zone to secure a kill when they were already very low HP. It felt like a little bit of a messy play. They probably could have just taken the L there, found an opportunity to heal, and then jump back into that fight a little bit later, but they decided not to. They decided to go for the kills, losing 2 players to the zone as well in that final circle. It was definitely messy, but they were fixated on kills, and I think that's been their major downfall. Is their final circles have been so aggressive because they don't do much in the early game, so they have to secure as many kills as possible in the late game. And the payoff is that is they kind of tunnel vision. They laser focus onto a certain squad or a team, and they don't really pay attention to what's going on around them, and that's where they seem to fall apart. I think if J-Team want to be as comfortable as possible, they should look to try and get a bunch of kills in the early game when they've got the safety net of the revive. Like, I don't see why teams are so scared to use those revives. They're such a powerful tool. It's a very unique thing to NARAKA, and I know you do lose your loot, but realistically, is it worth risking your loot? Like, at this point, which is mostly going to be blue, you might have the odd purple, and then get yourself like 6-7 kills, or you're better off just to grab good loot and then wait till late game, and then kind of be forced to rush kill as much as possible, because you're playing catch up to the other people who did play more aggressive early. I think I'd like to see J-Team, they don't need to go balls to the wall. They don't need to do what GG did and int the game away because they threw everything into their kills and into just finding as many kills as possible. But, if they can pick up 5-6 kills at the beginning of the game, like that's 2 squads at the beginning of the game, then play relaxed like they have been doing for the rest of the time, I think they'll find themselves in a much more comfortable position in that final circle, where they don't kind of have to play with almost like an element of like, we manically need to find kills and just completely fixate on it.
You bring up a great point as far as J-Team, their tunnel visioning. I thought that in game 1, when right after I said like first ults, first to lose, J-Team makes a very aggressive play and just ults, starting that Monk battle. But now looking at the standings, JS with 17 kills, the most amount of kills for today, with that 32.2, and OUG finally showing up. They had a bad game 4, but in game 5 they show up, 7 kills with a 14.2. GG 12 kills, but they're not able to get to the end game. They die so early, so they're not able to get that fat multiplier. Now J-Team does get 6 kills with good placement at 11.5. Bauda as well, 7 kills, 11.3. TE, another solid performance, 6 kills, 11 points. They do overextend their JL with 6, JJH with 6, EWG with 4, and we're seeing such a good amount of kills from most of the lobby. Now, going back to what you were talking about at Brain, this overextension that a lot of these teams are going for. One of the tactics that you want to think about that makes your team overall way better is damage control. Most people think like, oh, big damage, that's what we want to do, really big damage. You're seeing Ann 17k damage, Lui with 25k damage. Their Wu Chen, kind of hard to do damage on him, but what he does do super well, damage control. Without that damage control, the situations where your team needs to bend, needs to endure, it will actually just break. You need to know when to cut your losses and move on, to go off and go for a res, to back off and just give up the kills to another team. If it means that you get to reset and live to fight another day, you can go and extract your revenge on that team, take back your kills, find another good spot. But if your team doesn't have really good damage control, you're gonna get wiped out here. You're seeing J-Team's overextension, fighting on these buttery rocks, getting all in by another Temi team. You put them against a wall, they're gonna go back and as like a cornered fox, they're gonna bite you back and take you down with them. Unfortunate for J-Team, and you're seeing GS capitalize on this because they're alive. When you're alive, you can find more kills. When you're dead, there's no more options from there. So damage control is the name of the game.
I was honestly, GS played that very, very well, that final fight. An absolutely phenomenal game coming in from them. Dedicator is going to be our MVP, sliding in the back of that game. Absolutely huge game. We'll see what the damage is. It is going to be 25k and 9 kills coming in from Lue. Absolutely enormous game. Switch Dazzle, Meteor, Heptip Patch. Again, seeing some cannon stuff in there with the Bounce Shell and the Meteor. Like you're saying, the Buccaneer phase is very much a key phase in these final circles now. Partly just to build up the rage, but also just the ability to strip health and almost put that blood in the water, because the main thing is as long as you're not the lowest player in the lobby, people aren't looking at you. People are always watching for the lowest player in the lobby. So using those cannons to kind of force the attention of the lobby away from you, but you can survive as long as possible, is kind of part of the game plan here when you do play a battle royale. But a big game coming in from GS, and now that means we've got 1 game left going for today, and we still have 6 games on Sunday coming up. But going into this final game, going back to Morrisile, I'm interested to see what the hero select's going to look like, because nobody's really used any hero points to the point where they're in trouble. I think GG are the only team who are low on points, but like everyone else is over 10 points right now. And even GG, when they're low, they're like 9 or 7 points. So they're going to be feeling quite comfortable going into this final game. They should be able to pick whatever comp they want to be playing, unless I'm trying to think what they played. I think they should be all right. But this final game is going to be an interesting one, because I think J-Team really need to show us that they are capable of actually performing, because they've been so hit or miss, and mostly missed today. I'm not overly sold on TE right now, if I'm completely honest with you. I think they're a good team, but like they're not appearing as the best team. They just appear as another one of the good teams. You know, like you could take the nameplates off, and right now I'd show you OUG's games and you'd be like, yeah, that's probably just TE. But like, because we know who it is, it's harder to kind of pull that distinction. But I feel like there's a whole bunch of really solid teams right now at the top end of the table, and T don't stand out. So this final game, they really need to prove to me that they can stand out. Yeah, they've got a win under their belt, but like, so's OUG, so's GS, so's GD, so's JL. Like, we've had a whole bunch of teams find wins today already.
I think we're gonna get another game 1 run back. And now I don't really. OUG is newcomers. I don't think I would know the difference between TE and them. There's just a level of aggression and a level of finesse that TE has over more games. Now, OUG's definitely been playing very solid, very consistent, but it's mainly slow and steady who's winning their race.
Awesome. Well, we're going to throw ourselves over to a quick break, and then we'll be back with game number 6. We'll see you in a moment.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. DAY, Calamity Rising.
And we are back, folks. Now you were saying that OUG is not one of the newer teams, and they had a lot of success for an NBPL. And for me, at least the OGs are J Team, FPX, and Bauda always strikes like fear into me from those early days with the 60-man lobbies.
Bauda less so.
Bauda's roster is kind of like completely revamped, but the old school Bauda definitely set the meta for a lot of trios, and they were the for me, especially when we were seeing all the VODs coming over from CN, they were always one of the really strong teams. Now they've kind of fallen off now that they've restructured, finding new players, trying to find their new star players going into this, and we're seeing the results. TE consistently doing super well, but OUG able to pull it back just in that second place. I feel like this last game is going to be very defining going into that day 2. Now JL as well doing super well. They had great positioning and discipline in that end game, not committing to the aggression in the canyon. The team that went in the canyon ends up getting nuke. J Team making a small mistake, overextending there, but still playing super solid. I love to see J's team still performing, and they just have the highest expectations. They're the 2-time world champions. We expect them to win here, so that we're watching everything under a microscope, expecting them to be great. And I just think they do the best when they play Transformers, and I'm hoping to see another stacked endgame going into this last day. It is going to be Daytime Morris, which traditionally is a very defensive day. We started on with a Daytime Morris, we're ending with a Daytime Morris. So I'm hoping that we see one of these stacked endgames where we get to see the really complicated play of these Transformer teams. Now, the reason why Transformers has been one of the staple compositions of trios forever in NARAKA, it's one of the most complicated to play. Now, technically, it's very defensive, but it's the equivalent in like an RTS or a MOBA where you're getting to that end game where your hard carry is gonna get there. You're doing everything you can to give your carry the best weapons, the best armor, and really set you up for these very complicated plays that's going to be very decisive to win. And in NARAKA, it's this end game where you're getting these double grabs, where you are position 2, your Yushan, your Akos, your Feria is covering, so your monk can continuously go for these double grabs, and you're constantly jostling for the best positioning. So you're threading the needle where you want kills, but you also want to stay alive and to win that last place. So that 5 points, that big multiplier in the top 2 places, ends up being huge for these teams.
Well, it's a question for you guys at home. Get yourself a chance to win a great treasure. Which team won game number 5? Is it A, J Team, B, OUG, C, TE, or D, GS? Make sure you leave that in the Twitch chat and check your whisper box so you can grab yourself one of the limited great treasures up for grabs. This won't be the last one today. There'll be another one on the interview. There's always one in the interview. So yeah, you go. Yeah, you'll be giving one away. Last one we'll be doing. This should be a fairly easy answer. We did just watch that game. You should know who won the previous game. Maybe us talking about a bunch of teams has distracted you in somewhat, but yeah, going into this final game, I'm not gonna lie, Revan, I kind of hope you're wrong. I hope we do keep up with these Takeda and these ACOS games. I think they're super fun to watch. I don't want like a 40-man final circle where nothing's happened until the last 10 minutes. As much as those final circles can be chaos, and as much as I think you might be right, I think it's Dawn. I think it's Dawn Morrisai we're playing on now, if I remember right. So it's going to be, you know, you're probably in the right line of sight where it's like, odds are Monk's going to be fairly strong. But I do think that we will have not as many Monks as we did in game number 1. I think a few teams have probably felt quite comfortable playing these ACOSs, playing these ZP Takeda comps, playing these Yoto comps as well. You know, these very aggressive, very kind of fighty comps. They like to fight early on them. So I hope we do see a couple of teams pick those up and maybe shake up the lobby a little bit, because those comps have been very impactful. Shaking up the entire way that like everyone's been playing is SS is now holding the King's cards. They're so good. They're such a good little prop they brought on them.
Well, they're definitely in high spirits. I like to see that from the team. Very loose. Not really worried about going to this end game. They're pretty happy with their performance. That's thus far. You love to see it. And the hint I would give you to the answer of the last question, the team actually smiled. I rarely see CN teams smiling after wins or losses. They're usually super stoic, very dialed in, very focused. And you're seeing another side of this OUG team and GS team where they're very happy after their performance and winning. Now, going into this last game, I think it's gonna probably be a mixture of that the Takeda Temi. It's just such a powerful team. Now we're seeing Ventus here a little bit more stressed. You're not seeing the smiles. They're definitely focused in, trying to make sure that they execute correctly, but being very tight going into these games, especially 6 more games after this, going into game 2. You want to keep the morale up for the team. It's not just about kills, it's also about how the team is vibing, how you're synergizing, and how committed you are to winning every position you find yourself in. Sometimes it's slow, but when it ramps up super fast in NARAKA, and you got to be ready for it.
Absolutely. It's one of those games where like the tempo of the game can be so far out of your control. Sometimes you want to play a slower game and the lobby is moving fast. Sometimes you want to play a faster game and the lobby is moving slow, and it's very hard to force it. Like, you can control the tempo of the game, but I feel like it has to kind of also be on how everybody is running it. As we are just having a quick rundown of our teams before we get into the 6th and final game. JL, they have been the surprise team for me today. I think, you know, we talked about OUG, we talked about GG, some teams who I had some kind of dark horse energy for. Low-key, I was not expecting JL to show up like they have today. I definitely didn't have them written off, but like I never really made a note of them because I felt like they were a middle place team in my eyes, and they have proven me very wrong on that. They've played absolutely amazing today. We'll see whether or not they can maybe pull something out. We haven't had one team win more than once today as well, so keep that in mind. Maybe it's someone else's turn to win, or maybe it's someone's time to really put their stamp down and authority on this lobby as we're getting ready to go into game number 6, seeing what the hero select looks like, what the players are all going to be pulling out in this final game of the day. So we're having a quick look. It's midday Morris Isle. I thought it was dawn for some reason. I was completely wrong. And oh, I am so here for it. This is what I wanted. Get that monk out of here. Give me Takeda.
There's 3 monks. There's 3 of them.
Not enough. That's good enough for me.
Will they survive?
No.
Not looking good. We got J Team with the Akos though. I like to see it. TE though with the Takeda Viper. Looks like everyone is more willing to run that Takeda Viper before they run that Akos Viper. I still feel like the Akos Viper has a ton of value, but WBG does have their monk. JJH, I love the Takeda Temi monk. Love that comp as well. And I saw a 3rd one. Is it only 2? No, there's 3. Alliance. Oh, well. Hopefully, Alliance hold the line. Alliance. This is a chance for Alliance to have a crazy pop-off game. If Monk's able to get to that end game and they get that nice terrain situation, if all 3 Monk teams get there, the Monks can feast. If they don't all 3 get there, and then one of them gets taken out, it's going to definitely dampen their chances for getting that pop-off game. But we're going into this last day, or last game on the first day of this Trios Finals. I'm super hyped. This has been a lot of beautiful NARAKA. These teams have definitely been showing up. A lot of surprises today, and I'm hoping that we end the day with one more surprise.
We'll have to find out. It does look like fairly clustered drops across the board, other than GG, who always drop there. They love that north point, that most northeast point as you can get. It's pretty much where they always seem to drop. It is a favorite of theirs. Eyes on GS right now. They have J-Team and WBG in the area. OUG finding themselves in a fight here versus JJH. They're not back onto the king with the counter comes down. He has lost his shield, but throws out the wind walls immediately to help his team recover. But he hasn't got a weapon. He was countered. He needs to find a weapon, and OUG losing a player basically through weapon loss means they have to just give this fight up, and the king is going to get run down. I don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. Meanwhile, GS, WBG, and J-Team all all scrapping it out as GS trying to jump in onto these J-Team members. 101 TN has been isolated away. And down he goes, J-Team, losing all but one off the back of this.
Tough break, and JJH landing in Sunwing without a Kurumi. Shrooms just being so painful. JL with the Matari zipping Takeda. This comp was very, very popular in the season, but it's kind of been phased out. I'm curious to see whether or not they can do good. But Alliance is coming in. We need this Monk team to survive. Alliance needs these kills. We need both of these things to happen. But he immediately gets parried, gets taken down. Cast a curse. I'm sorry, Alliance. Ventus coming in hot with the third party. Kurumi getting flanked and chopped in half by that longsword. Now, JL trying to pick off the scraps as well. Ventus fighting for these scraps, and now the altar being popped out. JLAS Takeda immediately getting blown up. Ventus Sansi showing the alpha. Who's alpha between the Takedas, immediately bullying the other Takeda. Now Fong forced to try to salvage the situation, trying to get away, unable to. Matari not going to be able to do much. No gold up in sight, just going to get juggled and toothpicked to death. No chance, but Ventus, 5 kills off spawn. You'll love to see it. Now Bauda versus JJH fighting for the money. The NARAKA Bitcoin with that Moonbane coming in. It looks like the Moonbane is going to be coming from JJH. Bauda trying to get out of the situation. Lion swerving, dodging each of that nasty moon breath, getting out of here, and surprisingly able to disengage and get out of that situation. And JJH with that Takeda Monk Temi to keep the dream alive of Monks making it to this end game, able to secure this money location. And this is exactly what you want to do if you want to get to these end games and you want to level up your carry, your Monk, getting him all the gear he needs by getting all of this money. JJH living to fight another day, using that Moonbane defensively and able to get out. But they're able to keep that purple weapon on Takeda, probably on the Monk as well, salvaging a bad situation into a winnable situation now.
Absolutely. Well, 26 minutes left in the game already. Pretty explosive start. 5 kills on Aventus, 3 kills on a Bowder. Like, there's just been so much action already. Kick it off as GD do not want to take their foot off the pedal here. They're trying to take a fight versus TE. VVV immediately gets himself caught out, chunked out by the Wisp, by the Zephyrs. Everything lands in. TE losing a member, zipped out with the Wushen ultimate, and GD not entirely sure where they went. So TE is just going to pick Leo up and move away to safety. They do not want to be dealing with that anymore. That was brutal. T just got absolutely ripped to shreds in that fight. And it's going to put a bit of a fear in them off the back of that one. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to do off the back of that. But GD, they have found their prey. They're keeping the pressure up onto TE. The question is are TE going to be able to break away from them? As Kakaishi keeping himself up with the grapples, trying to get that movement as well with the katana. Does he a bow shot, which actually staggers him, so he actually may not be able to catch up to the side of TE, but TE is still being chased down by GD, although GD are being a little bit more lackadaisical about using those grapples. They are about to time out, and TE, they know that they've got the ult disadvantage, so they're just going to flat down the no ult zone and hope that's going to be enough for them to win this fight. As Dongqing closing the gap up here onto them as TE going to get immediately jumped onto. VVV getting chunked out already, losing a little bit of HP, but not too much as TXJ gets himself caught. Vertical strike connects onto him. He's chunked already, having to move back. K also gets himself fairly caught out and low HP. Dongqing's keeping the pressure up onto TXJ, catches him with the uppercut. Caught out by the tree stump though, which means he's going to have to step away for the moment, trying to get the damage off as K has already lost his life. Kakaishi trying to get away now from TE. TE have actually been able to turn this fight around so effectively. Kakaishi goes down, and GD just losing that fight whole-handedly.
That overextension, but OUG coming down hot with the big Viper Sun, catching everyone. They're going to clean everyone up.
No way!
With the great play. They're here to stay, trying to close the gap between TE and OUG. 4 kills on the board. 5 kills. What a great play from OUG with that V1 stun.
That might be the best third party I've ever seen. They got everybody. Normally, when you third party, you kill like one and then everyone scatters. They just murdered the whole team. So they just took everybody out. That was brutal.
That AC 130, as we like to call it, the death from above, Viper Ning with the drop down stun. Now there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played in this game. It looks like we're seeing some great disengages from these teams. GS able to get out of here, deny the pressure when they're in ult disadvantage. And you saw TE's great play there when you're in a bad position, because a lot of these teams are running great rage and they know where these 3-ban zones. They're able to disengage and fight on their terms. Now, if you want to kill us now, you're gonna have to beat us mano a mano, no ults involved. The tides have turned. We are now equals. As I say that, GS, Takeda getting double teamed here. Who's gonna win the double team situation? GS and does get parry, putting her team in a tough situation. Because of that, her teammate eats all of that parry damage and ends up taking a horizontal from the longsword. J team saying it doesn't matter, we don't need to beat you with our ults, we can beat you with our long swords. Now back to OUG versus XCG. Can XCG turn it around? They've been having a rough first day. Does it continue though? Fighting the top of the lobby. It's such a weird thing to imagine that XCG is not the top of the lobby and OUG is at the top of the lobby instead. Doesn't look like OUG wants to hard commit to this. Yang is coming up. They could either be playing the box or the Yang situation at the top. We do have JT with GSGG Alliance all in the top right. JJH making their way to the other top Yang. EWG GD making it to the bottom right, but to the bottom left, XCG, Bauda, OUG. They see the Moonbane going down onto the Yang, but who is going to claim this here? This is the last game, so everyone seems to be playing fairly aggressively. I imagine any team with a Temi is going to try to at least test Yang here. There's not enough Monk teams to not believe you can win it. I don't see a way that Viper ever wins inside Yang at this level. You see it in EU and NA. Sometimes happens with Vipers that teams will go in, but versus any of these comps, it's very tough for Wu Chen to get value inside of Yang. Outside of Yang, that max range port is amazing, but we got XGG Shionan dropping down with the triple kick, and the V1 Viper stun is about to come down. They do get it. Bauda caught lacking. Bauda trying to peel for his teammate, but it's too late, and now OUG is coming down with the V1. Oh my goodness, so much grief coming down at this Yang. XCG a little bit too early to celebrate. The same thing happened to them, and Bauda as well gonna get cleaned up.
There's no way SS has landed this many multi-man stuns. Like, there's been a massive debate for a long time. Well, not a debate. It's been a known fact for a long time that VB is considered the best Viper in the world. SS is putting a strong contention in to be the new best in the Nbpl. Like, they just absolutely landed multiple man ultimates there. Absolutely huge. Just OTE! They get caught out mid-air! That was brutal! Their health bars are destroyed by the staff from Iran. TXJ gets a whole bunch of damage back onto him though. Gets the charge click off there. Is trying to finish up Iran. Iran picks up his staff once again. TXJ gets countered by 2-tick. He's going low. They're going to try and grab their weapon, but he's unable to get the katana in time. He's being juggled back. TXJ, low HP, finally been able to finish up Iran as we have a TE disadvantage. EWG have this. This is all on TXJ to win the 1 versus 2. Scale rushing forward towards 2-tick, trying to break away, trying to use that line of sight to the best of his ability, but he's caught by the grapple. This is going to be the end of days as EWG win the Realm of Yang.
EWG pulling that great upset there, and I was saying, I don't see how Viper wins in Yang. Even if you're TE, going into Yang and getting value off that Wu Chen port, you end up just porting into a Merciless, getting juggled immediately. But it's a great play by EWG to recognize exactly where that port is and denying any of that spacing value. I wonder if TE is able to go to come back and find a way to secure their win for the day. Now, Ventus, with this replay, going to be fighting against, what is this? GD? Looks like GD immediately gets one of their players executed, but Sansi, unfortunately, that horizontal just goes through Don King. Able to get a double parry here with the sap. The V2 from the zipping ends up saving him, but again, this longsword beams, it's just, there's not a parry button coming from GD. They end up just getting cooked by horizontals with this longsword. What is this? Slowing down here. Actually, speeding back, we were in the bush, now we're back to fighting WBG versus GD. I believe one of these people have Yang stasis, but WBG's Ching having that Yushan odds gonna cut right through this Temeo. GD's Takeda shoving and mashing PP on that Karumi. He's trying to stay inside the healing circle, unable to. This Takeda absolutely harassing him. Sleepwalker trying to peel, not having any success, getting staggered, but Jing doing a great job on this Yushan, keeping his team healthy and alive. Now, EWG's coming in with this third wave, fresh off their win of TE, coming in hot, shredding everyone. WBG's Jing at that low hit point, still trying to peel for his crewmate, for his team, but JL's team is coming up. This Monk team is not going to be able to survive this amount of third party. PB's doing her best job, but another Temeo coming out. It doesn't look good for our Monks. They're all getting shredded. Ventus picking up the pieces of this Monk team. Now EWG as well picking up pieces. TE needs those soul balloons coming in, lurking in the shadows in that bush. Looks like VVV is going to be coming in as soon as his team catches up. He scouts it all up. They're going to be looking to grab some soul balloons. Leo, VVV need to find a buff here. If they don't, they will be eliminated from today, and OUG has a chance to take the lead. But Ventus, EWG end up getting taken down. One of the buffs go getting slurped up by TE. TE looking for more kills, able to find and solidify their lead against OUG. They had a 10-point lead. JL doesn't want to be another victim to TE. TE with a ton of momentum. They still have their ults. They still have their Wu Chen ult. They pop their Takeda ult. They pop their Viper ult, but they still have their Wu Chen ult. They can still force this advantage onto JL. They're zipping, getting caught out right here. TE doing a great job finding all of these kills, finding these three teams and cleaning up everyone on the brink of being eliminated, but still rallying back. JL's trying to survive versus TE with no ult. And it looks like JL's gonna be cleaned up. TE with a massive play. The boys are back. They're claiming their place at the top today. Love to see it, Hitbrain.
Yeah, really nice there coming in from TE. Able to cleanse off that Roma Yang debuff. Able to hold fast. I may have got a little bit hairy for them, and they're having an absolutely phenomenal performance. Look at the amount of kills they've got at this point. 11 kills in. Really, really solid stuff from the side of TE. And they have bounced back in style. OUG, though, are keeping up. They have 8 kills in their pocket. They're also feeling pretty good. Ventus have 10. Honestly, if I'm JL or J-Team right now, I'm kind of sweating because they haven't done enough to hold on to their top spot. Honestly, they could get knocked out by Ventus right now, who are honestly marginally behind. And with those 10 kills, as long as Ventus get a good multiplier, they could jump into top 3 by the start of for the start of Sunday. They even get a bounty on J-Team, so the team that they want to be taking out to overtake, they now know where they are. They now know how to take them out. So scary times for J-Team right now after all of the back of all of this action, but are hitting a slightly slower point of the game where she just going to do a bit of shopping after all of those fights. There's a lot of teams up in the north there, so expect to see a fair amount of action break out around there. Can see GS, J-Team, Ventus, and Alliance all in the area. So if J-Team want to get some kills, this could be their opportunity to do so. OUG trying to see if they can contest this realm of Yang. I don't think they actually have any interest in going into it. I think they're more interested in third-partying anybody who wants to go into it themselves. I don't think they got the fight they wanted, so they decided to back off. And it's going to be WBG versus GG inside this realm of Yang here. See how this is going to go down. 3-3-0 on that pillar, just staring down at the other side of the fight. So we are going to see them all go up. On the other side, it is Ventus versus EWG inside the realm of Yang. Sleepwalker catching out immediately on 2-1. Miss Kia takes a big chunk of damage there from Sleepwalker, who's just trying to dodge away. He's got himself that staff, so he's going to be able to do a fair amount of work. And here we go, the Sleepwalker special. He's going to transform up. Going to look for those grabs. Misses out on that first one, unfortunately, as LXM now using the pillar to get behind. It does look like WBG threw down both their transformations at the same time, so will be detransforming around that same mark, which is typically normally a staggered activity between them, as 330 just about avoiding away on getting grabbed. Sleepwalker is able to grab Miss Kia, is trying to look to grab LXM, is going to get the slam down. The follow-up slam comes in from Jing. The D-transformation comes out from Sleepwalker. Jing still got his for just a little bit longer, but it is going to finally time out. And now at this point, GG should have the advantage in the fight now that the transformations have worn out. But the health bar's a little bit low. It feels like they're trying to find an opportunity to breathe, a space where they can fight into it, as LXM avoiding away on Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker using that staff very effectively, but Sleepwalker loses his armor, pops the bell. In comes the Kurumi healing. Gets the bot back from LXM onto Sleepwalker, but he's healing back up to full HP pretty much at this point, as 330 gets caught out by the staff. LXM also getting caught out. Jing does go down, so GG have the man advantage, but the staff from Sleepwalker is absolutely ripping the health bar to shreds. GG now at that disadvantage. They're looking to finish up PP. He's going to go down, and now they've got the man advantage. Sleepwalker will be ganged up and finished up. He can't 1v2, or can he? Counter comes in. Sleepwalker does it. One versus two.
The parry bell. That free one extra parry traps them both, and they finally get taken down. I was about to say Sleepwalker is trolling, not using that Merciless to peel for his teammate, but he comes in clutch with parry 4 times in a row, catching them lacking with that frame 1 parry. Now Alliance versus, looks like AUG. AUG trying to solidify their spot at the top, putting down Yushan immediately. Alliance does have this monk ult. They still can potentially get a double grab. Kurumi circle does come out. OUD pressuring this monk, frying his legs over and over. The Kurumi lucky not even going for the res here, waiting, but now Ventus is going to be coming in hot, and Alliance, just unfortunate for them, nowhere to go, no more cooldowns. He does get the parry bell, but Ventus with this buff, there's no way that Lin can survive this situation. Just last ditch effort. Alliance, their day has ended. Valiant effort from Alliance. They were winning, they were doing decent versus the previous team before they poured it out, but now we're gonna get EWG versus I believe this is J team. EWG's looking really scaled up. Juice, this Takeda's coming in hot with the RMBs on the pole sword, and Poison Mushroom coming down. J team taking a massive amount of damage, forced to pour it out. Will they be able to track them down? EWG takes this guy Xiaoliu, looking for where they went, but looks like his EWG's ankles get broken here.
Yep, that's 2 times now where both OUG and OUG and J team able to use basically the perfect timing on that ultimate from the Wu Shen to get away. OUG, they got their kill. That fight started to go a little bit bad. They saw the third party coming in and said, this is our perfect time. We won't get chased. So they just zip out, revive their teammate who went down, and then are just going to step away quite happy. EWG, they've not got much longer. They got 1:40 until the Realm of Yang debuff finishes them up, and what has been a disappointing day for them will be finalized in a disappointing manner. So quick repair, quick recovery, but they use their ultimates versus J team. It's so hard for them to find a recovery at this point, as J team are just jumping around in the distance, almost taunting EWG. Ventus are trying to chase up potentially as well, as Xiaolue on the run now is going to find himself pinched between multiple people, as J team going to try and open up this fight onto Xiaolue. EWG closing in slowly but surely, but all J team really needs to do is get a bit of damage and survive for a minute. If they can do that, they get the kill credit. So this is basically free kills for them at this point, the longer they play this fight out. And in comes the Viper stun as well from ZK onto Tutik. We'll be able to grab him out with that one. And as soon as the man advantage is sealed, that should just be enough for this to be done so. Vertical strike after vertical strike coming out from ZK, as he is landing all of the damage necessary for J team at this point. And EWG, they just don't have the power. They just don't have any fuel left in the tank. This is the end of days for them. Eliminated from the lobby, and J team gets some aggression in, and it pays off for them. They're able to turn that fight around. Meanwhile, here in the field of Poppies, a whole bunch of teams are all fighting out. GG's Miss Kia is able to step forward as 3-3-0 finishes up AS. Remember, GG, they need to get these Soul Bloom essences. They got 40 seconds left themselves. Miss Kitty did get 1 kill, so they should get Soul Bloom onto 1 player, meaning they should be at least somewhat safer for now. But this is not going to be good for GG. 36 seconds left to find at least another kill. If they can get 2 kills, 2 players stay alive, their possibility of staying in this game even higher. But with 25 seconds, I think they might be out of options at this point. I think this might just be the end of days. They're going to try and gang up onto water, but Godly comes in with a counter, finalizes a kill there as well. And GG, I think it's all but over for them at this point. It's 3-3-0, also going to get himself ganged up, finished up, and the Overcomer is all they need to finish up 3-3-0. Jumps him into the zone, scale rush forwards, and down he goes. Water secures the kill.
Oh my goodness, I just realized how many kills Ventus has. They're going for the record today. They have 16 kills on that Takeda Temi. JJH also having a great game. The last Monk standing. That's Monk, Temi, Takeda. And this is one of those end games I was talking about, Hitbrain, that if the Monk gets here, this is one of those ideal circumstances with trees involved. Not that many places to line of sight, but able to still deny some of that Viper pressure. They're going to be in a good position to get even more kills here. OUG staying very, very consistent, nipping at the heels of TE. This is also a good place for their Viper. So I'm really, really curious to see how well they're going to be able to navigate this endgame. There's 27 people alive. I don't see the lobby getting thinned out anymore. There's just too much of a threat of a giant third party. GS also doing super, super well, getting that gold armor onto that Takeda. They're going to be stacked here for this endgame. We're going to check out this replay. This is the play we saw earlier. The giant stun by OUG SS, getting 5 stuns here, getting this extra silence and wiping out these 2 teams. And it's even crazier. After this, we see the re-stun after XCG comes and does this stun, and SS again gets this massive stun on everyone, and the team's just feasting, getting all these kills, unable to get that. Oh, and actually be able to secure the last Takeda kill. This ends up being huge. Picking up that kill unbounded.
2 massive stuns in a row from SS. That's absolutely massive.
That's just great tactics from the leadership of that team. Putting them in and putting your teammates in a place to succeed is really, really big in trios. Now, as I say that, OG SS again gets another great stun.
XCG do take the kill away from OUG off the back of that one. That's a bit of revenge for that previous stun we saw earlier on, as XCG are just going to hold this high ground. GS are not going to be able to get up. Xiaohu, unfortunately, they are going to be knocked out of the game, and I think we're at the point where it's going to be a little hard to find a rebirth charm or anything like that, as OUG probably just looking now at this point to try and build up that rage bar once again onto SS, so he can look for another one of those big tactical stunts onto the whole lobby. 26 players left in this game right now, 6 minutes until the circle has fully closed, so a bit more time for the side of OUG to build up some of that rage. Already at 41%, ZLXM from GG desperately trying to get away. So we'll see a replay of this fight. This was such a clutch fight by Sleepwalker. Just that massive double parry, like you said. I called this fight as over, because look how he loses so much health as well. It's like he's just chunked, and he just somehow finds the stagger the staff, and then bam, gets the parry in and finishes them all up. Absolutely phenomenal by Sleepwalker. He's now got the golden staff. I mean, he's already got the soul jades for the staff setup as well. Like, this guy is terrifyingly strong now.
That sap is just so big, and it's one of the reasons when your opponent is at 1 HP, there's almost no reason to throw a blue. You're either covering the parry or you're light attacking him to not give him any opportunity to bring it back, because until you know that your opponent doesn't have a sap, you cannot give that parry up, because what sap does is it not only does way more damage in one swing, so you can't even gold FF to defend your teammate, it's also going to heal your opponent, so it's one of the strongest comeback mechanics in the game, and you just have to completely deny that option, or something like that happens. And I know WBG's mental is through the roof, but on the flip side, when your team gets 2v1, that is devastating. because you just realize like, man, we just messed up. We just let them come back in, make a play when we could have easily played this very consistently, denied that situation, even just healed up, not forced to kill, or just light attacked him, forcing the stagger while one of us goes for the parry. Going into this end game though, 25 people alive. It was 27 people like 5 minutes ago. Only one person inside, and Sleepwalker in that monk form. Is he gonna get value? No other monks here to pressure them, and this is one of the tough parts when you're the only monk in the lobby. Everyone else is concentrated on you, trying to dodge your actual monk ult. But now, with the Viper roll coming out, there's an opportunity. Sleepwalker does get this grab and able to pick up this kill, and the rest of the lobby explodes as they scramble to find good positioning. Now Sleepwalker, it's all you can eat buffet. Monks going for grabs everywhere. We had JJH Godley in the background also looking for tons of grabs. This is the last game of the day. JJH is trying to get some kills. This is where monks shine. They want to pick off more. Unfortunately, the Yushan from WBG comes over and it's just griefing their team. Their Temi does get taken down, and now all they have is this monk and this Takeda, but the rest of the lobby is coming in. The Overcomer you see plowing through the center of their team, and TE, the second that monk detransform, this is when the aggression from the veteran teams come in. They're looking to pick up all these kills. OUG wants to keep neck to neck with TE though. 11 kills, 10 kills. OUG keeping pace with one of the strongest team in the game. OUG showing that they are coming here to play. They want to get first place. Same thing with JL. Same thing with J-Team. J-Team with 9. Ventus with 16. Losing a member here though. J-Team has the best position here. They're looking to secure this at the high ground. But JT does get taken down. Unfortunate.
That was J-Team that got the kill as well there. That's a big pickup onto one of their rival teams who, one of the people who will be contesting them the hardest. Absolutely enormous pickup. Sleepwalker though is picking up a bunch of kills as well for his team. WBG cashing in. Some serious number of kills being picked up on all sides. J-Team hold the high ground though. And that means they control so much of the power of the lobby. Will be forced down as the zone slowly but surely creeps towards them. And will force them off this high ground. But for right now, they are just raining cannons down. Jing is low HP. They're unable to make it connect as ZK almost slides off his high ground spot there. Just trying to get himself the repair in on the cannon. Continues to get that fire off. Is going to look for the big old Viper stun onto the lobby. Who can he catch is the question. Catches onto PP. Switches out into the dual swords. PP's caught. PP's chunked. He's in the zone. And ZK secures himself the kill. Is going to jump back in where Jing is. Jumps up to the rest of his team. That's another kill picked up for J-Team. I think they just got the slam onto ZK. No, he's able to break away. Sleepwalker looking for a bit of revenge here. Desperately trying to get this high ground away from the side of WBG. Unable to do so, unfortunately, as VVV has been grabbed, has been slammed. Not going to get finished up. A Sleepwalker now can slide down. Eagle going to recover some of that armor for himself right now. As can't see where ZK is. He has rejoined up the rest of his team. Cutting that down onto the low ground though. 101 Tien going in with the Tiger. Finishing up everybody he can. Low amount of health onto those players, but not able to finish them up quite yet. Sleepwalker's going low. 101 Tien's trying to finish him up, but he's being harassed by the Terracotta Warrior. Is going to jump back down off that high ground as Jing, low HP. ZK's trying to force LXM away from this ground. WX98 is low HP. That's going to be the kill for J-Team's Eagle. They have got themselves a grip. This could be their final game of the day, but ends in a win. They've got the highest percentage win chance. They need to deal, though, with Ventus. They need to make sure that Ventus don't get any of these kills. They're losing every grip hold. J-Team have this game in the bag. It's all but done. They just need to finish up. WX98 is low. The stuns are coming in as they're going to finish up Ventus's WX98, securing themselves every little bit of damage they can do onto him. But J-Team are going to go down to the zone, but they finalize the kills. They finalize the game. That's J-Team winning game number 6.
Heating up at the end. I saw in the chat that a lot of players were saying J-Team, this is what J-Team did at Worlds. They start off really slow, but consistency on the big stage. They just keep at it, they keep grinding, and it all comes together this last game. I'm guessing J-Team probably gets over a 25-point game here. And I was pointing out before how important endgame positioning is. J-Team happens to pick the very best spot in the lobby, being on that high ground, and they have fire arrows and flame breath on their cannon, and they just make the lobby cannibalize themselves as they last hit all the people from the pure safety of their perch, able to pretty much conserve all their cooldowns, even with those monks going crazy in the end game. Two of them, they're able to use that high ground to not deal with it and still pick up a ton of kills. Now OUG was neck to neck with TE that entire time. I'm curious to see what the points ended up with. I believe TE might have just clinched, but J Team is probably jumping into that top 4 with that pop-off performance.
I honestly, so many people scored high that game. It's really hard to call where the scoreboard will look at the end of the day. We will get that briefly, so have a little bit of time on that front. But J Team, a much needed win for them because they had been having a pretty rough day. And I think you hit the nail on the head. They just positioned really, really well in that final circle. They had a really good idea of where to be standing. And that is a major criticism I had of them during game number 4. I said, they're a team who seem to really struggle at finding a good position in that final circle to stand at. And they were struggling. And then this game, they didn't have that problem. They sat quite happily on that high ground. They had control of the game. They had control of the lobby. And that was just J Team's game to win. I thought Ventus, regardless, were going to win just because of how many points they got and how late into the game they got. But J Team managed to put enough points together to get the percentage chance to swing so far in their favor. It went to like 56% at one point, and Ventus was just out of it. Actually, it might have been more. It was like 70, I think. But like, it was just out of it for Ventus, and it was such a good start for Ventus. It was such a good game overall. I mean, SS from OUG now, man, that guy is putting his name down as one of the top Vipers. 2 full squad stuns onto 2 squads in a row, back to back, into massive third-party fights where OUG were able to clean up loads of kills. Really, really impressive stuff. And I think hopefully now you understand why I put OUG as my dark horse after coming into today, because they came in from the Repechei, but they are a team who have proven time and time again domestically they're incredibly capable.
I agree with you. OUG is doing super, super well today, and they showed it. They had one bad game, and that's usually the test of a team. That can you bounce back when you have one bad game? Can you go back and stick to your strategy and not overcompensate? And OUG did a great job, especially on this last game. None of these teams gave up. They kept on swinging. They kept on playing as safe as possible while trying to take as many good risks as possible and capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. And you saw it from OUG SS. Like, whoever's calling positioning for that team, setting up those Viper stuns is amazing. They knew at that Yang, because of the high tree situation, there's a possibility they were going to get a great third party. XCG thinks the same thing, but their timing is slightly off. They think they're alone there, and OUG is able to sneak up while they're all fighting and drop down with another big 5 to 6 stun V1 Viper, getting a mass amount of value off that V1. And in today's age, you see most teams playing an easier execution where they're just doing the AoE silence V2. It's only a 2-second stun, and the real value of that V1 is just really, really good reads on the lobby of where you're going to find teams fighting with these high ground situations where you can blindside them with this Viper Ning from the drop down and with the points.
20 bomb.
20 bomb. J Team coming in with the biggest kills of the day, 37 points. And that's what I was saying, that a lot of these veteran teams, they just come out of nowhere and they get a 30+ point game. Now Ventus, if they would have survived just a little bit longer, 29.5, still super solid with 18 kills. That's still really insane. And TE, same thing. Super, super solid, 11 kills, 18.5. WBG, JJH, OUG, all having great games as well, 12, 11, and 10 respectively. And this has been the theme of the day, Hitbrain. Like, the kills have been really spread out. I'm really happy to see that multiple teams are doing super well and getting multiple kills. It just means the mental is good for most of these teams, and we're going to see the best NARAKA.
All of the top 6 had over 10 kills. That, like, 6 teams had over 10 kills. That was an absolute bloodfest of a game. So many people going down. So many people getting rezzed and killed again. Just constant action. a really, really good lobby. And this is why I'm liking these ACOS lobbies. This is why I'm liking these Takeda lobbies, because we get games like this. We get really bloodthirsty games where, you know, it's not about playing for Final Circle. It's about playing for the now. It's about playing for the game. And OUG, they may have proven to us that they might be just the best third partiers in this finals. They have been so good at reading all day other fights they can jump into. Here's the second time OUG come in with a third party. They clean up a whole lobby, a whole group of teams, and then just after this, they go and do it again. They were just an absolute menace in this lobby. OUG just consistently on fire with their third parties, and some insane realm of Yangs. I mean, we all got to talk about this with Sleepwalker. Look how low his health bar is, and then bam, instant win of the fight. Final circle, 1-on-1 TN on the ACOS, just controlling this high ground so effectively for his team. Feels comfortable to jump down as well and do a lot of work. Viper has just had such a resurgence in the meta. Like, she had a moment where she was really heavily picked up in like early Nbpl, but kind of started to fall to the wayside when we got into season 3, and it was all about just every variation of Monk comp. Was the beginning of season 3. We had the Pharah versions, we had the traditional, we had the Sandstorm versions. There were so many variations of this comp, but it's now started to fall to the wayside, and people have gone, actually, Monk's not the be-all end-all. It's actually better to find kills early and then not have to worry about whether or not we get a good position in the final circle to get kills. So I feel like people are starting to favor, with the fact that Monk's been nerfed, they also seem to favor, not Monk, but like the Pharah versions of Monk. They're starting to favor keep teams that get a little bit more explosive earlier and put the game in their hands and not just down to RNG at the final circle. But here's our MVP, ZK, from the side of J Team, at 28,000 damage done, 10 kills coming out from this guy, 14,000 damage, half his damage was cannon.
Half of his damage was cannon, true. And he does have, again, that Rupture Gaylord and Flame Breath and Meteor. Rupture Gaylord, Flame Breath, OP when it comes to damage. And he's not running the OP F3 that everyone seems to despise right now. He's running the traditional F2 V1. One of the highest skill ceilings, I think, of Viper being played. But the real thing that I loved about JG, ACOS hip rain. ACOS Viper showing the viability of this character in trios. I'm happy to see ACOS being used and utilized and breaking into that traditional Yodo Viper, as for the longest time the synergy between Yodo Viper, which is so powerful, the amount of burst that it brings, but I think with ACOS you get an additional, you sacrifice a little bit of burst, but you gain so much durability to your team and so much of a threat when your ACOS has ults. And I just feel like when your ACOS has ult off spawn, that's like a guaranteed team wipe, the same way that Takeda is. But with the one thing that Takeda doesn't have that ACOS has is that bursting power. And he cannot be CC'd. When he's in that tiger form jumping around, it is almost impossible to get him staggered with a light attack. You have to risk throwing a blue attack, but his mobility is so insane. He's able to double jump over a ton of things, and he's able to gold focus and challenge whatever you do to him. It's just such a strong character, and I know going into day 2 trios, we're probably gonna see a lot more of it.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I'm loving the meta. I'm loving the comps. I think it's super fun that we have, you know, this is the most varied I've ever seen trios. It's been a major concern of mine for a while, because like in solos there's the 5 hero rule. You have to play 5 heroes a day, so that's led into creative pathing and kind of like picks getting picked up. But like trios has only really had the hero point, and that system hasn't really hampered the players' abilities to kind of like just spam play the same comp over and over again. So it's really cool to see. It's really cool to see a bunch of the teams actually just go, we don't need hero points. Hero points are almost redundant at this point, because it's really about like they just have so many different options now. I mean, the Monk comp is still there. I don't want the Monk comp gone. I just don't want it every game. I'm a little bored of it being in every game, but it is nice to see that. As we can see the overall standings at the end of today, unfortunately for Alliance, they have slipped back down into last. EWG made somewhat of a recovery, but I mean, there is 0.2 points separating EWG and Alliance. GS at the top end of the bottom of the table. Bowder a little bit disappointing. I mean, I say a little bit. I'm surprised they're in 10th, to be honest. They've just been bad all season. WBG They're the ones who I find a little bit shocking. They're very low, but TE and J Team and OUG all in the top end of the table. That is shockingly close. And J Team, it's about time they came online. It took them all day, but they finally found their stride and made that game number 6 really go in their favor. An incredibly close standing between them, but I'm happy to see OUG up there. I'm happy to see one of these dark horses still in with a chance. And honestly, GG, not only have they got the funny number as their score, they're still in top 6. They're still within the realm of grabbing themselves onto that top end of the table.
I called it all day though, HitBrain, that TE, J Team, they're the veterans of the lobby. They know how to win in these tough situations. Now TE has been cursed. They generally do choke in these situations, but they have the mechanics, they have the strategy, and they just had to slow it down a little bit. And I was happy to see in the opening round that TE wasn't going to open up with their fast tempo, playing one of their burst comps early. They actually played really slow in their monk comp, and they showed a ton of discipline. Consistency is the key to winning these 12 rounds. It's not about just having one big round, it's having a bunch of really big rounds. And the only way to do that is good strategy and taking advantage of every opportunity you get.
Well, I think it's time for us to pass it over to Jaeger for our interview. So we'll pass it over to her and we're back for the closeout.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with VVV and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小伟，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 T 的小伟。
欢迎小伟，再次欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜你们今天整个发挥其实是非常不错的，不要再紧张了，不要再紧张，可能还是会有一些压力啊。So first, because it's the grand final today, and I would really like to know for you guys, for the team TE, you think from these opponents who give you the biggest pressure and biggest threat to the way to the champion? 那我首先特别想问一下，因为今天是3排的一个争冠之路的第一天啊。其实小伟刚才有跟我聊到说，现在目前可能是有一些压力。那你觉得哪个队伍或者哪位选手会给你们的压力和威胁，你们觉得比较大一些呢？
我觉得可能 Go Team 吧，因为他们最后一把就是大分局，可能给我们一直在追我们分，感觉压力比较大，而且我们今天的失误也比较多。
So to be honest, I think J Team really gave a big threat to our team, because in the game 6, you like they got the higher score in the game 6, and I still think we had some mistake today, and we like to return it, and we want to do better in the rest of the game. OK， 那我们接下来也要到了一个送福利的环节，准备好给大家送福利了没有 ？OK， 那我先来公布一下游戏规则。So let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question. Which team is leading the scoreboard now? 那今天这个问题啊，就是目前为止领跑积分榜第一的到底是哪个战队呢？在回答这个问题之前，我们抽取答案之前，我想问一下小伟啊，今天一整天的这个3排的总决打下来，你感觉今天的整个比赛节奏怎么样？跟之前有变化吗？
没什么变化吧，可能阵容出现就可能不一样了，然后打架有可能会变得快一点。
So I asked him a question like, because today is the grand final, and is there any difference like the speed of the matches just compare with the rest of the game, like regular game or bi-weekly final? And VVV just told me that it's not totally don't have too much difference, but just a little bit faster than the other games, other matches in the regular day or bi-weekly final. Okay, I think it's time for us to counting, and I think our players prepared. Let's start counting. 那我觉得小伟应该已经准备好了。那我们接下来就进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. Okay, so it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 也有请小伟来公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
BTE.
Yes, the correct answer is BTE, and congratulations to you guys. Okay, and we know in the team TE, there are also a player we are very favorite. It's the player LYD, and sometimes we can hear her like singing in the live show. And I think BVB just told me he have the different idea, and I would like to know why. Who you think is the best singer in the team TE? 那我们也就英文流的观众特别知道 LYD 其实是一个非常喜爱唱歌的一位选手，也深受观众们的喜爱。那小伟其实刚才也跟我聊过啊，说不太同意这个观点。哎，你怎么看？你觉得俱乐部谁唱歌最好听？
我觉得 LED 唱歌是好听，但是可能他不愿意在我们出去的时候能唱歌。我觉得我还可以。
你觉得你是最可以的 ？Okay, so to be honest, because LYD just sing to his fans, and they don't have the time and chance to singing together. And in his opinion, that VVV himself, he think he is the best singer in the team. Okay, and if we have chance, we would like to see. Like to hear your singing, OK？ 那有机会也想听一下小伟给我们带来歌曲，好不好？好的，那也恭喜你们，也再次祝福你们，接下来还有一天的比赛可以继续加油。OK, cheer up. OK, thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you very much. And yeah, honestly, an amazing day. We had. It's always so back and forth, man. It's crazy. I love NARAKA. Especially in the grand finals. Like, honestly, expect things to change on Sunday. I really do expect to see some other teams kind of shake things up. I mean, TE definitely seemed to get over the curse today, but I wouldn't say they were so far over the curse that they looked like the most strong and dominating team. Yes, they're at the top of the tables, but did they really look like just clearly the best team, or they just currently scored the best? I think I would lean in the sense that, like, there's a bunch of teams who all looked absolutely amazing today, and I think any one of them has the ability to take it. Like JL, probably my biggest surprise of the day. I think those guys really showed up. OUG, I had them as my dark horse, so I'm not overly surprised. I'm happy to see them do well. J Team, I'm a little surprised that they found their footing in the last game. Normally they kind of tilt before that, but they did have an amazing end to that. Ventus coming out of nowhere with that final game, 18 kills, absolutely huge. Honestly, I think it's anybody's game on Sunday. I really do.
I think with the adjustments coming in, it's like what I said. My pick is J Team. They always find a way to win, even it wasn't looking good from them early on. Some teams start off very fast. They get lucky. They carry the momentum, but the second they face adversity, they're not able to sustain that momentum. Now, I was wondering to see if OUG could survive that test, having the King here. The King did make it to multiple finals on solos, so he's no stranger to stress. He's definitely found a role where he can really contribute to the team. So I'm happy to see OUG coming together. But TE or FPX and J Team have been the top of NARAKA trios forever. So it doesn't surprise me that they're at the top right now, leading the charge. One of the things that I think will change going into day 2 is I feel like the Monk will be given up a little bit more for that higher fragging ability that comes with playing the Teme Takeda, or the Akos Viper, Takeda Viper, or Yodo Viper. And it's something that I saw in my region and EU's region, that a lot of the Monk comps are being phased out once you kind of get a good idea of how to third party really effectively. Now, obviously in CN, the ferocity of it was insane today. We didn't see just a third party, we saw a fourth party, we saw a fifth party, we saw a festival just breaking down, and a lot of these teams capitalizing on these opportunities. I'm happy to see that the game is evolving, and the beautiful NARAKA being played today. Super exceptional. I'm happy to see it, and I can't wait to see who comes out top at the end of the season.
Well, speaking of evolving, as you saw when we had our little pop-up a second ago, we have all games coming tomorrow. We have 6 games in the solos finals, but we are actually starting a little earlier tomorrow. I'll be kicking it off with a show match for the new hero Zai. I don't know what she does, so I'm very excited to see. Do you know what I want? I secretly want another supportive character, because I feel like another supportive character can really change up the meta massively. I feel like we got enough carries at this point. We need more support options. We need another Tammy, another Matari, stuff like this that can kind of thread into these comps and support your likes of your Acrosses and stuff like that. I'm very excited to see what that's going to look like. We'll have I believe it's Rune and Darby doing that show match, and they'll be covering tomorrow's game. So make sure you do join them a little bit earlier tomorrow for that show match, because it is going to be a banger. Unfortunately, I'm on the road tomorrow, so I'm not going to be here to see it, but I'll have to watch the VODs and see how she does. But we do obviously then have our finals for the trios on Sunday, so it'll be tomorrow deciding our solos champion. You put your money on Mike, I believe, Raven.
Mike?
I got to go for Mike. I love the guy too much. I think I'm going to put my money on Mike. And then obviously we got our finals on Sunday. I'm not going to have an opinion on that yet because I'll be covering Sunday with Moxie. So yeah, I've made my opinions known. I do think things are going to get shaken up. I hope things get shaken up because I don't like it when things are done by like game 3. I think NARAKA, what makes NARAKA so much fun is the fact that people have the ability to bounce back, have the ability to recover. And honestly, it always comes down to the wire. It always comes down to that game number 6. Guys, thank you very much for joining us here for the Nbpl, though. We'll be back tomorrow with our solos final. So until then, good night, good morning, good day. We'll see you later.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it